Oh, it's go time, baby! Music, music, music. Boom. Bam, and we are in it. Thank you, ma'am. Round one of the finals. Pot of ball, pass of the bowl. Ram Kev, Jaywalking, SC, Raza, Yatsuhashi, and Zyko. You see the GLFH coming out in the chats. Pat the ball. You do not see him saying it. All this man is gonna say is BG, question mark ping, question mark ping. You already know. He's not wishing anyone luck. He's not wishing anyone fun. This man has a plan. The plan is hit ASOL 3 and wipe the floor with everybody else. Lalana getting a glove start in a pretty heavy tier carousel. Very happy about that one. However, he does get that tier after all. But, you know, one tier is better than two. Because if you have two tiers, you are crying. Does get a little cultist opener here. Not too shabby. Looking around, a lot of tiers I'm seeing. Is that a little foreshadowing of what we're gonna see? We're gonna see cheers and we're gonna see tears. There's gonna be dreams that are achieved and hopes that are crushed. I mean, at the end of the day, you made it to the finals. You're pretty happy with that. But going 8-8-7-5 is not what you want to see in this tournament, unless you finish it off with a first place. You know, at the end of the day, it is that checkmate format, and anything can happen. Bigger cam, smaller cam. A smaller cam. There we go. Boom. Thank you very much. Points breakdown. 10 for first place. 8, 6, 5 for the top 4. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for the bot 4. Checkmate format is first to win after reaching the 18-point threshold is the first place champion. And after that, we do it based on points. We decide the rest of the lobby. Jaywalking with a decent cultist opener. Does have a Callista already. That's going to be pretty good for him. Lana getting that gold drop. Probably will pre-level here. Or not. Maybe he won't. Is choosing not to pre-level. Will stay level 3. Perhaps making 10 gold here. Does not have cultist quite yet. Has an Elise pair. Is thinking, man, my board kind of sucks. I have some pairs. Do I want to sell these to make 10? Or do I want to hold and keep my strong board? Does play the duelists. The goal is to kill something, anything really. Top left. I think they put some of the cameras in the top left sometimes. I'm not sure. We could go there. We'll see how it goes. Pot of ball does go level 4. Lalana does slam the Hodge. He plays a duelist for a little frontline, gets some synergy in there, and he plays the Diana because it is a backline damage unit. Is able to kill Annie. But, you know, not the worst. If Jax gets another spin-off. Oh, very close to killing a couple more. But at the end of the day, you know, one unit killed. I have seen worse. Somebody has a Tristana chosen. That's going to be really good for them. Lana getting the Diana 2. He could pick up this Maokai. Chooses, he does get some 2 stars. The Maokai honestly isn't the worst frontline. He does have a Garen pair to fall back on. We'll see what he decides to do. We're gonna switch POVs here. Look at Jaywalking. Wow, Jaywalking is super happy with the start. Cultist Elise, one of the better chosens to get. Has a Callista as well. With a Runons, may I add. And then has like some other cultists with the keepers. Has a Vlad. He has a very good path to getting 6 cultists online relatively soon here. I'm sure he's very happy with that one. Fortune, however, from Ram Kev maybe? Somebody's running Fortune in this tournament. Fortune is exactly what you want. You want to bust it out once you have the 18-point threshold, but getting there, it's going to help you with that. So Raza does have the Tristana chosen. He's going to be very happy with that. That's probably one of the better chosens you can get early game. Jaywalking, slamming the table real quick. He hit the TF. He's like, yeah, baby. And you see him. You see that exclamation, that positivity coming from him. He's very happy what he just saw. It's 2-3. Man's got 6 cultists online. Levels up, drops it all on the table, whips it out, drops on their heads, doesn't wait to the last second to cheese it. He just slams the level, says, I'm here. I'm level 5. If you want to contest me, good luck, bro. Come at me. Spoiler alert, no one's going to come at him. This board is insane. He has a Callista, he has a 6 Cultist. This man has the early mid game in the bag. SC level 4 fighting against his big boy Galio. Doesn't know what to do. Isn't going to kill very many units. Is going to get 4-0'd with the Wukong army. But you know, we're not monkeying around, bro. You're going to get taken down by the 6 Cultist board. You do have 2 swords and a tier on your bench. Decent item components. A lot of options there. And we'll see what this guy SC decides to do. Probably has a full loss streak. He took 8 damage here, which means he was 96. It actually might not be a full loss. The HPs are pretty close. No one's like very low yet. That tells me no one's open forwarding. We have 4 players at 90 HP, so all the HPs are very close. I think everyone's playing this very risk averse. No one's taking any crazy chances. Zyko jaywalking both with that Runons. Morello from Ram Kev, Lalana with that Hodge. I see a lot of rods on their benches. Zyko picking up a cloak. Raza taking a belt. We'll see if a Morello slam does come out of Raza. I imagine it does. He has a Tristana chosen. And Tristana is really good at Morello because the auto attacks with the sharpshooter proc spread the Morello very well. So Morello Trist is very good. Pot of ball. 2-5, Nico 2, showing why this man has been so dominant. You know, TFT is all about just hit. People say, hey, how do I be challenger? How do I climb the ranks? And the answer here is just hit. And no better example of just hit can be found in the world than Pot of Ball, the Europe representative, showing how to hit. ASO 3 every game. This game, Nico 2 at 2-5. That's how you do it, baby. If you want to win worlds, this is what you need to do. You know, jaywalking, seeing that Nico getting a little sweaty, feeling the heat coming from Pot of Ball. That bowl is a little hot. Slamming a spark on Elise, getting a little extra power. That Nico's going to do a lot of damage to this cultist cluster. But at the end of the day, that's a big boy Galio, and I don't know if this Nico board is going to be enough. Pot of Ball didn't pass it fast enough. Does get taken down by that 6 cultist board. Jaywalking will maintain that streak. Zyko also 100 HP. If these 2 players fight, the Clash of Titans will end with one of them being taken down. Is it going to be Godzilla or King Kong? Only time will tell. SC looks like he lost the loss streak. Yatsuhashi 84 HP. Probably lost streaking himself. Did drop under SC for that last fight. Pot of Ball's items are looking pretty freaking decent. Okay, so he takes a Nico out. He plays a Lulu over it. Does want to maintain this 3 loss, turn it into 4 for going into Krugs. That's going to give him a little extra gold. However, he's against SC, whose board isn't looking very powerful, but that is, at the end of the day, a Callista. Callista is very good at dealing with these low damage boards because even though it's a 1-star, with Duelist, it does have very high DPS.
Can you say Ooga Booga GV8?
Yo, Noah 3K, thank you for the 13 months, and thank you for reminding me that I need to mute these alerts. Thank you very much, bro. SC does beat Pot of Ball, which means Pot of Ball has a 4 loss streak. Going to neutrals, that's going to give him a lot of gold throughout the game, especially if the loss streak continues into further rounds. Ramkev running fortunes in a good spot. SC with a garbage board, but 86 HP. I don't know how he managed to do this one, but, you know, win-loss. You know, the HP is high, but the econ is not going to be there. Jaywalk and Zyko, the 2 Titans, did not clash. King Kong and Godzilla are still moving on to the next stage with a full win streak. They're going to be very happy with that. That econ in the pocket, their wallet's feeling real fat. Raza in a decent spot with that Morello Trist. And, you know, Ram Kev towards the bottom. I don't know what kind of loss streak that is, but he is running fortune. Let's see what these items drop. A chain would be very nice. That's a chalice. He's very happy to see that. That's a lot of dogs. Ooh, double, triple Nasus shop. We go ahead and look at Zyko, who has a Morello Slam coming out for that Rune on Tristana. These items are looking very strong. If we can get 4 sharps in there, that's going to be a strong mid-game board. But I think as soon as he does fight jaywalking, that's going to be an end to the streak. So Zyko wants to dodge. Zyko wants to dodge jaywalking as long as possible. He does send a level 6. It's a little ratty level 6 at the last second, but he's out-ratted by Ramkev, who sends it even later, the last nanosecond. Lalana getting a Kindred 2, Ramkev going 6, Zyko going 6. I think the play to go 6 from Zyko is a little risky because if he does fight jaywalking, even with level 6, even with 4 sharps, he will lose to that board. I think the Galio is going to be very hard to deal with from this little noob 1-star board. But he does dodge jaywalking one more time, and he is going to be able to maintain this win streak. You see the rest of the lobby leveling to 6. Lalana, Diana 3 is unlocked, does have the Kindred 2, is going for some Diana comp. He has a Diana 3 with the Hodge and an IE. However, we look at Ramkev, does have the CAD, does have the GA and Morello on it, is still running Fortune, and we'll see how that one goes. Jaywalking's board looks very good. Found an Aatrox at stage 2. Has a redemption on that unit. Raz's board is looking very good. Rageblade and Morello on that Tristana. Pot of Ball is able to find a Kindred Chosen to bolster the backline just a little bit. Now that's 2 3-cost 2-star units. Has the Yumi, or not the Yumi rather, has the Nico and the Kindred. It's going to provide a lot of backline DPS. And the beauty about Braum is, even though it's a 1-star, it provides so much frontline. And he's just going to be dominant. He's going to roll over Zyko's board, and that win streak is going to come to an end. He zooms in to make sure his eyes are working. Yes, my man, your win streak is over. You got clapped by some 2-star units, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. You have 4 sharps, you have 3 cultists. It is not going to be enough. Jaywalking, however, still maintaining that streak. Ramkev still farming that loss. You know, the HP is getting a little low, but we're still close to SCSC, Lalana, Pot of Ball, and we do have that Cold Fortune loss streak going. We're farming up those items. We're farming up that potential. And you know, it's like a rubber band. The more you pull, the higher it bounces, and he's waiting for the bounce. Lalana's board looks very strong. That's a very scary Diana. It rolls healing. It's going to suck tank the entire team. That Tristana's going to try to pound away on it, but at the end of the day, it's going to be slap, 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 chop, 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 and that little Yordle is going to be a souffle. Raza passing up our boy Zyko, maintaining that win streak with the Rageblade, with the Morello. Jaywalking still 100 HP. Ramkev taking another loss, but these are very good losses. He's losing 6 HP per loss. Not too shabby. Look at Jaywalking's items. I love to see win streak boards because they slam the weirdest items. Spark, Runon's Redemption. It's just good, powerful items. They're not best in slot in any comp, but they're just good items for the current board. The Redemption is very good on the Cultist board. You get a lot of value on most of your units, especially once the Galio comes down and resets the aggro. A lot of your units are still like, partially damaged. You get a lot of value. The Runons is really good on a Callista. The Spark isn't super optimal, but when you think of a Callista, the damage is magic damage. So Spark lowers the threshold. It makes the Ren do more damage. So lowers the threshold of the spears you need. So it works really well with the Callista. Look at Lalana, very good itemization coming out. It's a little janky and a little scuffed, but at the end of the day, these are all very strong items. Hodge IE is strong on Diana. Zeke's is obviously very good in this comp. And I actually like RFC Talon in an assassin comp because it allows them to get those corner units that you may necessarily not be able to get otherwise once you get the reset. Like if there's an Azir on the board, you're gonna have a hard time getting into it. There's keepers on the board, you're having a hard time getting to the backline. But with an RFC, you can actually target that little carry who's behind all those big boy tanks. You can take it out. Lalana taking down Raza, who was win streaking previously. That assassin board doing so much work. You saw the Talon top DPS. When you consider the fact that there is our IE Hodge Diana 3 on the board, Talon 3 out DPSing that is very impressive. However, Lalana is looking a little broke. This man's looking for the next stimulus check because 10 gold it's not enough. You definitely want to have a little more at this point in the game. Jaywalking finally losing that streak. I don't know who beat him. Ramkev losing once again, 41 HP. Yo, Ram, I know you're farming this loss streak, but it's getting a little late and you need to cash out at some point. All the boards are looking pretty good. Zyko beat Jaywalking? Okay, Ramkev versus Lalana. I don't think Ramkev is gonna beat this. Kindred historically has a really bad matchup into Assassins, or Katarina has a bad matchup into Assassins and a bad matchup into RFC, just because it's really hard to deal with it. I mean, good pike stun, but at the end of the day, I don't really see this going for Ram Kev. I mean, it's not a bad loss. 3 units isn't too shabby. Ram Kev has 3 bows on a bench. What the what the mort dog is that? He's playing Katarina, he has GA, he has Morello, but he has 3 bows. Why does he have 3 bows? Mort dog, what are you doing to NA? Why does Ram Kev have 3 bows on the bench? What if he gets another bow at Wolves? You know, I've played mages before, and I got to wolves, and it was like sword, sword, sword. And I got to raptors, and it was bow, bow, bow. And you know what I went? I went 8th, bro. I went 8th. Wait, it's only a 6 loss? Oh, no. Oh, no. Mortdog, please. Why? Why Ram Kev? He's our only hope. But you look at the expression on this man's visage. He is undisturbed. He is unperturbed. He is ready. He is determined to claw his way back with the double runons. Bow, bow, bow. Cloak, 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 and a chain. Double runons, Titans, Darius. Let's go. What are these items? Declaw? However, he does get us. Ooh, yes, 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 yes. Yes, take it. Yes, please. Yes. Okay, okay. The path is there. The light is at the end of the tunnel. We have a clear direction towards victory. Raza hits a Jarvan 3. However, Ramkev has RFC Runon's cat. All of a sudden, these garbage items have somebody to hold them. It's trash, but Akali is the garbage man. No! Akali is the garbage man. I said slam the Runons. Oh no, he's gonna slam Titans. Ah, Rudons is so good with RFC Akali. It's okay, it's okay. He has a plan. He's fighting against Zyko. Zyko board is looking kind of trashy. This Akali is in the back. She's killing. Katarina's spinning and winning. The Akali's gonna clean house, and Ram Kev gets the cash out with the Akali. Has RFC, has Titans. Perhaps we see a KO comp on the horizon. The thing about slamming Titans is it gives you more options with the double cloak. Instead of having cloak chain, you have cloak cloak, which at the end of the day is probably a better combination. Does get a bunch of gold, gets another cloak, gets a rod, gets a belt. Bro, what are you gonna do with these garbage items? I'm pretty sure you have to slam a Declaw, and then you have to slam like either a Spark or maybe a Zephyr. Zephyr is not bad. Declaw for this Akali would also be pretty decent. Does play the set, does get the cash out, drops the fortunes. Board's looking, I mean, kind of scuffed, but at the end of the day, it looks kind of decent. Cloaks aren't even bad. This isn't even bad. I feel like if he goes Declaw Spark here, it's not too shabby. He's going to wait. The Akali's so strong. It's going to be very good mid-game. That is a Trinimir 2 from Yatsuhashi with the RFC, with the Last Whisper. Does have Slayers, it does have a Strat. The set's going to come down and slam. Going to clean house quite a bit. You know, if he had a Spark there, he probably could have killed some more units with the little bzz, this little spread damage. Wait, is this music way too loud or what? Or is it good? Yeah, I think Spark set wins that. Louder? I'm not making it louder. I'm not making it louder. It's fine. Okay, okay. I can turn it down a bit. I think it's just a loud moment. Okay, but Ramkev's in a dangerous spot. He does finally stand the Spark. I think he was a little too greedy there at the start. You kind of want the Hodge on Akali as well. He's probably going to go for a Zeke. I want to see what he ends up doing with this comp. We might just see a Zeke slam with this last item. We might see him stick with Akali. That set ulti's a lot of value. It does a lot of damage. However, Jaywalking has a very strong Callista. Runon's Rageblade Callista is very powerful. Man, the fact that he has 3 items on his worthless cat is a little unfortunate. Ugh. Oh, Ramkev being taken down to 15 HP. It's a little rough that his HP is getting kind of low. Bit of a rough spot. I'm going to turn down the music a little bit. Still running Warlord, still running a Garen, still running a Vi, Cat 1. Like, he wants to go level 8 to roll for his board. If he can get this set, that would be really helpful because the chance to get a set 2 would be really nice. He could also work a bow. Wait, he didn't take set. What did he take? He already picked. Ramkev has so many items. Lalana has double RFC. Am I seeing that right? Are my eyes deceiving me? Or does he have a double RFC? Raza, Rageblade, Morello, Jewel Gauntlet, Warmogs. Does take the Zeke. Sells a Kali. Perhaps going into a Slayer board. We will see. Duelist, you kind of have to take that, no? You have to take this Callista for now. I think you have to. Does sell the Katarina, sells the Akali, does take the Callista, very nice. 3 Duelist, 3 Slayer, that is exactly a comp you want. The items are all of a sudden looking pretty damn decent. Slams the Zeke, slams the RFC, Morello, good, very good itemization. I think his items are all pretty freaking good. You can't be sad about any of these. Pot of Ball, still running that Kindred, does make an RFC, has way too many bows. It does have the Nico still. No more Nikos on bench, however, still sitting at 3 from 2-5. A little unfortunate. That Callista's going to do a lot of work, but the long arms of the Kindred are going to prove to be superior. Set's going to try his best. He's going to clean up a little bit. 2-unit loss from Ram Kev, sitting at 8 HP. He really needs something to come together here, something to save him. But he's not close to Olaf. He's not close to Tryndamere. Doesn't have any Callistas. The possibility is there, but I feel like his HP is just a little too low. He's running a Garen still. He finally got that garbage out of there. Very good. He has a decent board. It's really not that bad, but the HP is so low. And the issue with having a decent board is it needs to, if your HP is low, you need to have the strongest board because you can't afford any losses. Something that really impresses me from TFT players in general is when they make good boards from without rolling very much. When they just use random garbage and like they may not be the strongest in the lobby, but you know they win some fights and they take very little losses against other players. And this is one of those boards. This is a board that's it's a little janky and it's not like best in slot anything. And generally, this would be a very nice board if you can get it naturally without rolling, because you do it with low econ, and you know you can econ for later. You can win some fights, and you can lose some fights by a little bit. Like last fight he lost it by a little bit. But if this is a board that you have at 8 HP, you don't have that wiggle room. You can't afford to take good losses because any loss is going to send you to an early doom. It's going to send you to the Shadow Realm, and that is not where you want to be in this final, or ever really. That is never where you want to be. So he sells a Callista. He needs a better carry. He's going to look for an Olaf chosen, Tryndamere chosen, and you know, I'll be honest, it's not looking good for Ramkev. If he had more HP, if he had like 40 HP, it would be pretty good. But at 8 HP, there's a pretty good chance you're going to take a loss. There's actually a lot of RFC Callistas in the lobby, which is going to make it very hard for Olaf to do well. But if he can get a Tryndamere 2 unlocked, that's going to be real nice. Siphoner Morgana, that is not bad. Do you even want the Sedge? How do you even play Sedge? Yeah, misplayed. You should have made the Sedge. Once you take the Morgana for your Morello, you shouldn't take the Sedge. Ooh, we're playing Talon, baby. The issue is... Oh no. Oh no. I'm pretty sure he just got weaker. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm dizzy. He's dizzy. We're all dizzy. Oh, Titans the Morgue. Declaw Titans the Morgue. Declaw Titans the Morgue. Yeah. Okay. I think it's saved. Morgue, please. One more ulti. Oh no. Wait, are we dead here? We have zillion ulti on the... Wait, are we dead? Oh, 1 unit loss? Okay, we're not dead. We are not dead. A hope and a dream. Bro, this Talon, I think, got taken down and revived 3 times. Okay. 1 HP is all we need. 1 HP is infinite HP. We hit Talon. We hit Morg. We have Yone. We have Zillion. The Shen is there. The Lee Sin is there. All the tools we need. All the puzzle pieces we have. We just need to stick in the squares in the squares and the circles in the circles. The triangle goes in the triangle. And let's see if he can put the puzzle pieces where they need to go. No. Oh, okay, he's going 8th. I think... Okay, I actually play Talon comp a lot, and I think a lot of people play this comp very poorly. Janna is actually not very good in the comp. You run it if it gives you 4 Enlighten, but you really don't want to. At the end of the day, if you have the chance to drop Janna for Zillion, it's almost always a better play. Like you saw last fight, Zillion, I think he ulted Talon like twice. And it's just an infinitely better unit than Janna. And it doesn't even give you 4 Enlightened. Like... It gives you 3 Enlightened, so it doesn't actually make your board better. It might be better eventually if you can get that Aurelia in, but even in that case, I don't actually think it's all that good. Like, there's no way you're dropped. I mean, you could drop Lee Sin for Aurelia, and that might be better, but there's no way you're going to drop a Cho'Gath, and it's just like you're just making your board worse. Like, if he sells Cho'Gath here to play Cerelia, his board just gets worse. I think he should have just played Zillion. But Yatsuhashi, level 5 HP. Maybe Ramkev can get a little placement cheese over him. You can tell that Ramkev isn't super comfortable on this comp. This is not where he wanted to play. This is not what he wanted to do. But let's see what he can make of it. He's against Jaywalking's board. That is a Kalista 2. That is a very stacked Aatrox 2. That is getting focused. So that's going to be a decent amount of redemption value. However, everyone is healing reduced. That Cho'Gath ulti, simply divine. The Morgana popping off. The Kalista unable to rend it. Yatsuhashi taking down Ramkev, locking in a not 8th. Jaywalking. Level 8, 0 gold. HP is quickly dropping. Pot of ball. No ASOL 3. HP is looking a little low. No ASOL 3. He doesn't know what to do without it. I think I'm showing a little too much favoritism. Sorry, my bad. Barraza, very healthy HP. Lalana, very healthy HP. The rest of the lobby in the danger zone. Jaywalking, Zyko, SCSC in the 20 HP range. Few lives left. Pot of ball and Ramkev in the danger zone, looking a little scuffed. I see a lot of Raza Pogs, Raza hands up. The sole OCE representative in the entire Worlds tournament is coming out hot out the gate in the finals. I'm sure the OCE reps are very happy to see that. Fuck it, I'm happy to see that. And I'm not even with them. So we'll see. If we can get a Yone 2, if we can get a Relia 2, that would be very nice. That's a Shen. That's probably the least meaningful update, but you know, it is what it is. We do have 4 Enlighten. The board all of a sudden is looking kind of decent. If we can get a Relia 2, that'd be a little better. Lalana's board is looking very nice. Zyko's board is looking very nice. Does have that chosen Trinimir. I saw someone with a Jax 3. That's a scary unit. But his frontline is solid. Ramkev has very good frontline. If he can keep this Morgana alive, that chip damage is going to be insane. SC, Lee Sin 2, Jax 3, insanely stacked Kalista, RFC, Runons. That's at least 4 duelists, maybe 5, maybe 6, but at least 4. That Yone ulti, very good. That Cho'Gath ulti, very good. Morgana's doing a lot of work. This D-Claw's buying so much time against the Kalista. Morgana does get taken down, but Talon comes up. Counter-strike. Yeah, right. Braga RFC taking down SC 2-1, maybe 2 lives. 1 off of that Kalista 3. Pot of ball. Wins his round. Stabilizes 11 HP. SC 14. Jaywalking 19. Zyko on fire. Win streak at 28. Jaywalking does hit a Lee Sin 2. That is a lot of Lee Sin 2s in the lobby. Ramkev does find his Aurelia too. All of a sudden, this scuffed board is looking very nice. Once you do get those upgraded units, the 4 Enlighten is very helpful. That's a lot of CC coming out of all of these units. You have the Yone with the Shred, which is going to help Talon. You have the Cho'Gath with the CC. You have the Aurelia with the CC. Oh my god, the Aurelia doesn't get the ulti off. He had a very good angle onto the Akali, onto the Diana, but it didn't go off. The Yone! My god, that damage coming out of Yone plus Talon is simply insane. Oh no, but the disarm not coming out is going to spell doom for Ramkev. If that Aurelia went off, that would have been in 1 fight. Ramkev does go 7th. Pot of ball following in his footsteps, going 6th. A little unfortunate, so close. So that was like a belt diff. If he had like 1 belt on his Aurelia, if he positioned a little differently, maybe that actually, you know what that might have been? That might have been the Zeke's value. He didn't get Zeke's on his Aurelia. He got it only on his Talon. And that might have just been the difference. That little attack speed, because it was so close to casting. And that literally might have been a Zeke stiff. Oh, but overall, you know, not 8th, we take those. Lalana, level 7, rolling down, upgrading that board, not going 8, looking for Talon 2, looking for Akali 3. He could add Mystics if he goes 8, but at the end of the day, it's not going to make a big difference. He has 35 HPs, try to spike his board, he has a little breathing room. He has the Yumi too, there is a Mystic unlocked. Plays that over Teemo, doesn't really want to play another Spirit, doesn't really worry about that. Talon 2 would be such a big spike. A little unfortunate that we didn't get it. It has an RFC, has a BT. If that's a Talon 2, it's going to do a lot of work. Zyko's board is looking very strong, has a Lee Sin with good utility items, has a Sejuani with the Morello, has a very scary Tryndamere, but I think this Assassin board is going to prove to be very dangerous. That Lee Sin, though, getting the kickoff on the Talon. The Akali's going to town, doing some work, is being focused by Tryndamere. The sustain will not be enough, and his Tryndamere with duel is so powerful. Look at Zyko's bench, 2 off of Tryndamere 3. SC making a stand at 1 HP, did get that Kalista 3 unlocked. Raza all of a sudden from the top looking like the bottom dog coming in this the rest of this top 5 lobby. SC's board looks exceptionally terrifying. 6 duelists, Jax 3, Kalista 3, Lee Sin 2. Is anyone gonna beat SC, or is this gonna be the 1 HP comeback? Ramcab couldn't do it. Can SC make a stand? Raza running some scuffed keeper board, 6 cannons, 3 off. Scuffed cannon items, scuffed Jarvan items, but that is a Jarvan 3. I say scuffed. Maybe it's best in slot. That Jarvan 3, if he can cast. Nope, no cast. All that's left is the scuffed cannon taken down. All that's left is the scuffed Xayah. Can she 1v9? No, she can. Raza level 9, taken down, negative 4 HP, gonna be sent 5th place from the top to the bottom. Now we're here. That is not how you want the story to go. You want the opposite, but it is in fact the opposite of the opposite. Raza going 5th, taken down. Milana 5 HP, still looking for that Akali 3, still looking for Talon 2. Yeah, but Deva, what is he gonna do? Doesn't have it quite yet. Zyko taking a loss against Jaywalking, maybe SC's, probably Jaywalking's board. 14 HP. Jaywalking 19 HP, feeling very comfortable there at the very least. 2 lives, good Cultist board, not looking too shabby. Zyko versus SC. Someone might get taken down here. That Tryndamere is super scary. I feel like Tryndamere is a very strong carry, and I'm happy to see him doing work. It's Tryndamere versus Tryndamere. The Kalista is throwing the bones. A Zillion Spirit. The Zillion ulti is going to come down. The Tryndamere gets taken into the GA. Gets popped once again. Zyko isn't going to be able to make it. Takes a 3rd place. Zalana taking a huge loss against Jaywalking. 1 off of Akali 3. 1 off of Talon 2. He rolled infinite amount of gold at 7. Wasn't able to find those units. SC gets a Zephyr. Let's see what he could do with this. He needs to win once. He needs to win twice. If he can protect his Kalista, I think SC does have a clear advantage in this fight. He has a clear damage. I hate when he do this so much. I absolutely hate when he do this. I can't see any of the games. But nice. SC played. Okay, the only weakness he has on his board is the Aatrox. Playing this Azir over the Yuumi is actually a very smart play. It's going to help him deal with that. He's going to Zephyr Cheese. Very nice. And I think once, I think SC's board cannot lose. He has way too much damage output. The thing going for Jaywalking, though, is this Lee Sin 2 with the blue buff. Does get the Zephyr on the Aatrox. That's going to be very helpful. That's going to delay the redemption. And it's going to let him kill a lot of these units before the redemption even comes out. But at the end of the day, look at the damage output coming out of this Kalista 3. It's just so impressive. And he does take down Jaywalking. That's a super good Zephyr. I think that's the exact unit you wanted on. You want to delay that Aatrox from getting the cast off, and you want to delay that redemption from coming out and getting value. The redemption didn't get any value, and at the end of the day, Jaywalking, no matter how good his board is, it doesn't have the damage output to compete with SC. That Kalista 3 with 6 duelists is way too much DPS. You just can't compete with that. You don't have enough CC to stop the Kalista. And at the end of the day, if you have no CC, no utility, all you have left is DPS versus DPS, and you're going to lose that every single time. Once again, we're going to see the run back. Shroud didn't get the Shroud on the Lee Sin this time. We have the Lee Sin not knocking up the Kalista. However, Lee Sin on the Kalista doesn't go off. So close. The cigar is not there. The Jax is buying time. The Kalista is throwing them bones. Does get taken down once into the double GA. Kalista's up. Kalista's down. Kalista gets taken down. Jax with the slam jam. Thank you, ma'am. Taking down the Kalista. The Jax 3 with the bop. 1 HP in a dream is all we need, baby. The comeback coming in hot. SC cheering. you see the smile on his face. You see him throwing his hands up in the air like he just doesn't care. Coming out with that win against all odds. Let's have a word from Doa and Froden. Back to you guys.
Here. And I love that we got the shot of SCSE winning, and you can see jaywalking in the back be like, no. So close. But hey, great results. Remember, it's those 1 and 2 spot finishes that give you the most points in the lobbies right now too. 10 points.
Cool, he's in a
first,
dominant
8
position
for second. And so those 2 spots are crucial. So already right off the bat, our 2 players from South Korea getting a long way towards that 18-point threshold.
We got
2 jaywalking.
Day number 1, North American dominance. Day number 2, the rise of Europe and.
Oh, it's Korea holding hands 1 and 2. Oh no, man! Korea's gonna talk so much trash if they get first and second in this. We can't let it happen.
The first round showing up top 2, which by the way, accurately reflects how most of those regions do in almost every esport ever. North America does well in the beginning. We're
not
really
wrong.
good at in the beta. And then
First and second
Europe's
give
like,
the most
yeah,
points.
Way to play and it's not better or do better.
I mean, it is true. First and second does give the most points.
Don't worry, everything is as normal. But I mean, it's one round, and it's our job to have knee-jerk reactions. But I mean, I gotta say, the jaywalking and SCSE being the top 2, I'm starting to sweat.
No, dude, if Korea goes first and second, it's just gonna be doomed for the rest of the world. It's gonna be 6 months of just talking trash. Oh no! Please, Ram Kev, please pot a ball. I don't even care if Europe wins it, just not Korea. I can't. I just can't.
Second or third in there, obviously. Can't remember which.
Ram Kev, you got to do it, bro.
But like we talked about, he is a champion in other esports. He's got a career.
Raza, please save us. Raza, please, come on, bro. You got to do it.
In 2011, in a different game, and to see him here now,
it's like Peyton Manning winning another Super Bowl. I just can't. I just can't take it. Tom Brady winning another Super Bowl. Please no.
Storyline we have building and. We got to talk about some of the other players in the
All right, I'll be back.
Right, we saw Ramkev, the hope for NA. He did go 7th, but you can see the skill that this guy possesses too, where he looked like an 8th. No question, was able to actually bring it back, salvage a 7th, which may not seem impressive on paper, but if you watch that game, that was some pretty mind-blowing play from him just to be able to do that. So this is not over by a long shot. Anyone could still win it.
Yeah, and another thing too is you love to see the top 3 compositions the way it is, right? Cultist / Callista duelist in the top 2, which by the way, jaywalking another second, just very on brand for him. And then Diana Assassins in 3rd, right? And then how far do we have to go before we found our first traditional meta comp in Slayers? Well, it turned out to be in 4th place. So the little quick recap of how game 1 went for people who may have been straggling in just halfway through that round. We started off with a very promising win streak, a quick 6 cultists on stage 2, 3, which I thought jaywalking was going to be able to convert into a top 4 guaranteed. He went one step further and
we back. Oh, recap.
The thing is, it was kind of a race to Callista 3 in general in this lobby, right? Because jaywalking had that cultist board. You love to have the Callista 3 in that situation too, but little did he know
that cash out.
Fellow South Korean player was also on the hunt for the Callista 3. Meanwhile, we saw Ramkev being in 8th, finally getting that cash out. But look at these items. What do you do with it? He managed to put together a 7th with
duelist
it.
bat.
Meanwhile, jaywalking continues to grow stronger, getting that 6 duelist build. Like I mentioned, I'm pretty sure he's the only person who's really been playing in the tournament, and he did get a win with it. SCSE, that is, did get a win with the 6 duelist build back on day 1.
That was a nasty 0-2.
We see the end of the game again. Looked okay.
The RFC is so good though. That Jax, oh my god,
Those
that Jax.
The power of the Jax. I mean, it's one of those things too where it ends up being something that incidentally is really powerful against other people. Jax is so good versus auto attack compositions. His rival happens to play Callista, the same carry that he has, which struggles to get damage in if Jax is dodging. So,
they're playing in the same room. Do you think they're griefing other people?
And as you mentioned at the top of the show, the points for D3
yeah, they're collaborating.
Second place get 10 points and 8 points, and that's important because of the point threshold.
Team tourney, baby.
Couple games. If SCSE places 5th back-to-back, normally that's not a situation where you're that happy with, but SCSE
wow, Korea is showing a
point
dominant performance in this first round of the
tournament.
tournament.
The strategy of these players are going to be evolving throughout game to game. On the other side, right, what Raza, Passball, Ramkev, and Yatsuhashi, they're going to have to retool their strategy. But the nice thing to know is that it's never truly over till it's over. In a game of TFT, or rather in a tournament of TFT Doha, how many times have you seen players feel like, okay, there's no way for me to qualify, there's no way for me to win, just whatever this game. In this format, you have to treat every game like it could be your last because you're never truly out of it. We might be able to see 10 games today.
That's true. And I mean, bringing up Yatsuhashi, he took an eighth in his first game yesterday as well and managed to come back, take 2 firsts. He was able to make it to the final lobby today. So by no means is an eighth in game one the end of your tournament, right?
Where's
All
Ram
these
Kevin?
players
EU
still
can
come
suck
back,
on this
including
pants grab.
Yatsuhashi. And so we've just got a lot of, I think, great TFT to look forward to.
Absolutely. So, we're going to be preparing a little bit of an analysis as well of what happened in the lobby for some of the perspectives that we haven't seen. But we're not going to be switching, right? If you've been watching alongside throughout the entire week, the first 2 days of competition, we had multiple.
I mean, they can definitely work together. Like, they can grief
right?
other
There's no,
people and
like,
specifically
Swiss
not grief
seeding
each
of,
other.
how
But I mean, they were
quick
playing the same
it's
comp, so
gonna
like they were kind of
get.
griefing
We
each
just
other.
have these 8 players today. And, they're going to be playing as many games from 3 all the way to 10 in order to get there. And I think one of the most important things also to focus on moving forward is, this format.
They don't need it. Like, they don't even need to shout it out. Like, they can, like, these are good players. They can scout. They can be aware. They know what the other guy's playing. Like, you're like, oh, this guy's playing Sticks Duelist. Let me not hold his Duelist. And like that actually, it's not a bad idea. Like, just in general, like it's good for it's good for your region because you get more slots next year, so you increase your chances of going to Worlds next year. So it's good for yourself. It's good for your region. And at the end of the day, this is what needs to be done in the tournament, anyways. Like, even if it's not your region, you need to grief other people. Like, the rest of the lobby needs to look at these players and like deny the units and the comps they want to go for. If they're going for Asol, they need to hold those units. If they're going for Callista, they need to hold those units. So, we joke about it and say, oh, they might be working together, but like everyone kind of needs to work together and against the other people. You know what I mean? Like, strategy needs to go into this. These players went 1 and 2. If they flip that around and go 1 and 2 again, they're both in the range to qualify. So strats need to go into this. The eyeballs, the brains need to be working.
He will
double time.
He will not level too much. He will likely stay at level 5 till stage 3-5, I think, waiting for stage 4-1 even. Rolling down here a bit, looking for Callista too. He already has
and they griefed NA in that last lobby.
Rapid Tycan and Hurricane here. Also hitting Chosen Jax. We tried to hit Jax 3 and Callista 3 later on, selling Wukong and Kindred and so on later. Looking for 6 Duelist. Finding Trinome here. He will also pick up his Listen 2 in a carousel in stage 5-5. I think this is the round where he hits his Jax 3, putting in Shen and Doom for Mystics and Adapt. Jax 3 here, another Lee Sin. Next Lee Sin, as I said, in the stage 5 carousel, hitting Callista 3 in stage 6-1, and facing off Jaywalking in the last fight, winning very closely here. Both Callistas doing a lot of work. But Callista 3 was too much of a difference for Jaywalking. Yeah, this is a really close one. Jax managing to pull through his ultimate. And yeah, as I said, like most of the European players didn't really play this Callista comp much. I think the NA players, only Remcav played it once, but the Chinese players and the Korean players, and I think Yatsuhashi too, played it quite a few times already. So there's a meta difference here between the regions, between Western and Eastern regions. I'm looking forward to see more of this diversity. Back to you, Froden.
Thank you very much, Zolo. I think he brings up a really interesting point that we should have hit on much earlier, which is the playstyle differences of regions when they converge end up creating exactly what you see. It's like a mishmash of a bunch of random stuff in terms of compositions, right? But there's one thing that you can take as a common denominator across the top 3 is that they roll much earlier than the compositions that finish below it. You talk about Slayers and Mages and Kale and Legendaries even. They require so much gold to get up. But these compositions that are doing well, especially from the East, right, from China, Korea, etc., they roll for 3 costs much more often, and that's been such a big source of debate for quite some time, Doa.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is you always talk about the difference in styles, and especially on the economy front. Where do you roll? How greedy do you treat your economy, right? Do you sell a possible pair in exchange for that interest gold? And we see a lot of different takes of it with it around regions, but in this particular meta, where you do have 4-cost carries like the Tryndamere, like the Olaf, like the Kayle sometimes, being so strong, you do kind of wonder sometimes if you approach it from a perspective like we kind of just saw, where I'm going to roll earlier, I'm going to get those 3 stars on the earlier chosens and carries, and then just get that spike ahead of you. Will you be able to reduce the HP of those other 4-cost players enough that they can't quite hang in there in the late game? And the initial indication seems to be, yeah, in a lot of cases you can. Depends on the player, depends on the lobby, but it's been really interesting to see it shake out over the course of the week.
And it's
I feel like a big part of that just comes down to the items in your early mid-game board. Like, if you have, like, a lot of these players who play the cultist early, they had Kalista early, and they had, like, a cultist board early. And then at that point, you itemize for the units you have, so you build Runons, you go for RFC, and it's like, if you drop these items and you can use these units, if you drop these items that your units can use, you're obviously going to make them. And then it's kind of hard to like pivot from Kalista into Kayle. You know, you can maybe go into Slayers, but a lot of the time it doesn't really make sense to. Like, you roll down and like if you get Slayer chosen, you can run it. But if you get like a duelist chosen, like the Kalista 3 guy like SCSC, you know, you just run it. It's like, okay, I'm playing duelist now. And then if you get like something else, if you get like a, you know, Aatrox chosen, you're gonna run with that. If you get Slayer chosen, you run with that. But, you know, there's definitely more than one viable path to victory, and we've been seeing these 3-cost comms do really well. Keepers, Kalista, we haven't really seen Spirit too much, but overall it's going to come down to just like what the game gives you, and there's definitely more than one viable way to get there. Like, we saw another Runon's option with Pot of Ball. He goes Dragon Slayer with it, and it works out.
Your contestants. Let's start with you telling me a little bit about yourself.
Salut, moi c'est Zico et je viens de France.
That is correct. How excited are you to be here?
Je suis très content d'avoir atteint les phases finales de cette compétition, car cela montre que mon travail a porté ses fruits, et je suis pressé de voir jusqu'où je pourrai aller dans cette finale.
Good answer. So how long have you been playing TFT?
J'ai commencé à jouer à TFT dès la sortie du jeu, donc à partir du set 1.
Bro, everyone here has been playing since set
Who's
1.
the toughest competition for this event?
Ce qui sera le plus dur dans cette compétition sera de s'adapter au style de jeu des autres régions.
That's a pretty good answer. What would it mean for you to win the entire thing?
Je serai bien évidemment très heureux de remporter cette compétition, car c'est un tournoi qui implique les meilleurs joueurs du monde, que ce soit dans les qualifications ou dans les phases finales, et je serai très content de ramener le titre en France, car c'est un pays où il y a une grande communauté autour de TFT.
And once again, no wrong answers. Get me out of here.
trying to bring the title back to France. I mean, it looked promising before game number 1, but right now it does look like momentum is going over to Korea. Let's go ahead and welcome one of our casters who truly believe in the power of France. When we did our fantasy caster drafts before the tournament, Crone's like, hey, is there an EU French player on the board? I'm going to go ahead and pick them. Crone, welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. For
game number 2 has been sent. Are you guys ready to rumble? I hope so, because we are in it to win it, baby. Pot of Ball, Ram Cav, Jaywalking. I mean, I don't need to call these players out because it's the same lobby every game. Lana, Raza, Yatsuhashi, Zyko, SC. I'm going to call them out anyways because I already started. SC with the sword start, looking pretty good. You see the guy in the background in his camera also playing TFT. That would be our other Korean competitor, Jaywalking. Lots of bottles of water over there. Staying hydrated. Elderwood Maokai going back in his seat saying, do I really want this garbage? Saying, nah, let me take this Triss pair. I don't really want this guy. Brawler you can maybe take. You have a bow for a potential Runouts, but Elderwood, nah, probably not. Keep the Triss pair and just keep on going. Zeke's? Ooh, Fortune. Okay, any Smoj. Ideally, I think ideal situation for SC is he hits Tristana too and then a frontline chosen. So you have good frontline, you have good backline. Well, we see a Kalista from somebody. That's going to be really good for the early game. We see a Nico star. Raza with the double glove. I see a lot of bows from everybody. Not sure he would even play Fortune in this spot. Even if he hits like Annie, I'm not sure he would play it. Oh, man. He can't pre-level. Oh, we got paused. Ramkev DC. Oh no, Ramkev DC'd! Yo, Monkey Knife Fight. Thank you for the 4 months. Well, at least they paused it. Oh no. Ramkev is being DDoSed. Dude, the fates are conspiring against North America on this melancholy day. Pause for NA. Oh, he beat Creeps. Reconnected. We back, baby. Raza. Who paused it? Lalana? So Raza said question mark DC, but he didn't actually pause it. Lalana, though, coming in high with the save. Conspiring. Raza's face also paused. Wait, they're strategizing. They're talking to each other. You see the surge protector down there? No doubt for the peripherals. Wait, he's got some coffee? Wait, he doesn't have water. He just has like 3 bottles of coffee. This man's just like wired on caffeine. It's a blood alcohol level of 20% of caffeine in his blood. Jaywalking though. 2-1. Board's looking a little sus. Has a Nico and probably 2-4 gold start. Has some scuffed items. Nautilus pair. Nothing to play. No way to kill any units. You kind of want to play the Zed to maybe kill something. But like, I guess he's holding on to Pike. The Brawlers, I mean, the Brawlers can go. I think you sell the Brawlers and play Zed. And maybe you can kill something. But I guess he just wants to keep the option open. SC playing the double Darius, double Tom Kench on the ready, waiting to get something going. Pot of Ball has a Shyvana, has 4 Brawlers. That is a very strong board. That is half a Runons, half a Hodge, half a GA. He loves playing Dragon Soul, and this is the exact spot he wants to be in. Pot of Ball is very happy with the spot he is in. 4-0'd. Oh, 3-0'd. Never mind. 3-0'd. Yatsuhashi taking the fat 4-0. Zyko getting clapped. That is a Cultist Elise for Jaywalking. Doesn't have any backline unlocked quite yet, but he does have 4 Cultists. He does have a Keeper. Is he going to play this Kench? You definitely sell these garbage Nautiluses. They don't do anything for you. I wonder if Kench is like better than a TF. The way Cultist works is your Galio gets stronger for every Cultist star level you have. So playing a TF1 makes your Galio stronger. But a random Kench could be pretty powerful on his own. Either way, Lana's board is not a board, so he's going to take a win there. Who was that? Was that SCSC? I'm pretty sure SCSC has a Fortune Tom Kench. He had 2 Dariuses, he had 2 Kenches. He has a chosen Kench on his board. I don't know if it's Fortune or Brawler, but I'd like to think that it is Fortune. There's another Pike. Probably trying to make 10 here. Maybe just run double Pike. Double Pike. The Keeper is also fine. Alright, is this a Fortune board? No, it's not. It's Ram Kev, who is back from the brink of the DC, has a Last Whisper, has another glove, running that Warlord Nidalee. The backline is very strong, the items are very good, however, the front line's looking kind of scuffed. Also, he should probably slam his glove on Nidalee. Oh man, I feel like Ram Kev's been misplaying. I feel like he misplayed last game, and I think not slamming glove here is also a misplay. Also, DCing is probably a misplay as well. Like, I feel like ideally you don't want to do that. But I mean, maybe that's why I'm not at Worlds. What is this, a glove diff? This is a glove diff? It might be a glove diff. That Jarvan ulti coming in hot. Does win in the end. Is he not making 10 here? Oh, he's pre-leveled. Okay, that's fine. 100 HP with that board. Very impressive. Pot of Ball. 100 HP as well. Zyko looking a little low. In last lobby, we saw some people who were loose streaking, but their HPs are relatively high. However, Zyko has he's lost 18 HP, which means he lost by 5, by 4, and then by 5? No. He lost 3, 3, 12. I don't know. He lost a lot of life, bro. He lost a lot of life. He lost a lot of life. By 9 units, so 3, 3, 3. Okay, we have a Kennen, not too shabby. Yatsuhashi going 5, Ramkev going 5. Ramkev's board is okay. It's not the greatest, but it's like okay. Does choose to sell the Kennen. The thing about selling the Kennen is it makes your board worse, but it does allow you to make econ by selling this Pike. So I imagine he's just he's giving up the win streak. His board isn't that amazing. He's just gonna give up the win streak. He's not gonna play Kennen. He's gonna take the guaranteed econ. And I mean, Raza's still level 4. Does have duelist. Does have a decent front line. I don't know if it's gonna be enough though. That Jarvan going on the back line, doing a little disruption. The Yuumi ulti isn't it? Okay, the way Yuumi works is it ults the lowest HP target and then goes to someone else. But if on the way to the lowest HP target, that target dies, the ulti doesn't go to anyone else. The ulti just gets dropped. I mean, Ramkev's still winning the fight. I don't know how this board is 4 streaking. He's honestly fighting some weak boards. Zyko taking a 5-unit loss on this most recent stage is on a 4 loss streak. Wants to maintain 1 more. We might see an open 4 coming out of Zyko, but if you're at 62 going against a Krugs, that's some danger territory unless you turbo spike. Pot of ball 100 HP, Ramkev 100 HP. If these guys fight, somebody's streak is coming to an end. Lalana, nice. We fight another weak board. Lana, once again, running it back with the Assassins. Once again, running it back with the Diana Chosen. Has the Locket, has decent items, has a Nico on bench. 6 Dianas already. And Ramkev is going to be able to lock in this 6th streak. Unless he's Diana's clean house. We will see what happens. Boom! It's, oh, wait a second. Is he going to lose? It's looking a little tight. There's the ulti from the Rockon. Getting the disarm just in time. Will take down Lalana. This is very good for both players. Ramkev gets to maintain the win streak of 5. Going to creeps. Does find a Rakan too, so this might be able to, this win streak might be pushed a little further. Pot of ball, 100 HP as well. And we look at Lalana with not a great board, but that was a pretty good loss, 2 units. And that might be a 4 or a 5 loss for Lalana. I don't know exactly, but either way, it's going to be a good amount of econ. Zyko does maintain that 5 loss streak, 64 HP. Could be a little better, but we'll have that econ to fall back on. But there is a big gap between someone like Zyko and SC, even Lalana. That's 14 HP difference. Ramkev does get another bow. Doesn't have anything to slam. Really wasn't looking for a bow here. Ideally, you want an item to slam because you are win streaking. You want to push that. I don't. Oh my god, that's a Tryndamere. Wow. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Does have 2 Shyvanas. He has so many brawlers. He has Dragon Souls in the shop. Ramkev has a decision to make here, and he has a pretty good setup. Pot of ball, sending it to level 6 and rolling it down, making sure I want to keep that win streak. Ramkev will contest him on it. That is very surprising because I don't think you're gonna beat that Shyvana too. I don't really. I mean, it's an okay upgrade. You get Mystics in, but I don't necessarily agree with it. Like, it's not going to make the difference in the fight against anybody. You're going to beat everybody except Pot of Ball, and leveling the stakes isn't going to make a difference there, so you may as well make Econ. However, Lalana does get the 3-star Diana. You guys think this was a Mystic Genediff? Maybe. Probably not. Yatsuhashi, decent looking board, has a Tristana, has okay items. Pot of Ball, maintaining that win streak. I think Ramkev is getting very lucky by dodging Pot of Ball because he is not going to win that fight. Zyko takes another loss. HP is getting a little low. The Shen over Janna isn't bad here because you need a little more frontline. Jarvan and Rakan is not going to be enough. Yatsuhashi getting a Jax too. Whose board are we looking at? We're looking at Zyko, who went 3rd last game, but this game he's looking a little rough. He is running Fortune. He does have very good items. Wait, Zyko's board, I think Zyko's actually in a very good position. He's 52 HP, which is super low. His board isn't amazing, but his items are phenomenal. So far that if he does get a catch out, there's a high chance he just stabilizes and doesn't lose any fights. So Zyko will be fighting Ramkev. Ramcap did play the Shen over the Jen. I agree with his decision. I think he needs a little more front line, and Shen is going to be that front line he needs. The Shen taunt also pulls people away from the Nidalee, so sometimes you get better spears. That Shyvana is doing so much damage. But that Nidalee with the last Whisper, with the sharpshooter procs, with the Yuumi staying, keeping the whole team alive, means Zyko's going to get 5-0'd, and that HP gap between 7 and 8 grows larger and larger by the second. However, Zyko doesn't have a Chosen, has 4 Annies. There's a very high chance, like, Zyko's super low, but I think he's in a really good spot. The items are just amazing. They're all really, really good. If he gets one cash out, one Swain, the chance that he gets Annie 3 and 1 ASO to stabilize is super high. He doesn't even need Swain at that point. He can run Shyvana until he gets Swain. He can just have 1 ASO and he's in a good spot. Raza contesting Pot of Ball. Pot of Ball got taken down by somebody. It was probably Raza. But Raza has this insanely strong Shyvana. Does find a Shyvana chosen with the Runons, with the Hodge. Ramcav, the solo win streaker at 100 HP. Jaywalking, 90 HP. I don't know who took down Pot of Ball, but it was somebody. Pot of Ball taking another loss to Yatsuhashi. What happened to his board? I don't understand. His board was so good last time we checked in. Ramcav still pushing that win streak. That is a 8 win streak. That is a lot of money in the North American pocket. Look at that size of that ugly little legend with that big monkey tail. The lemur just curling around the competition and choking him out. He's ready to take him out, and he's taking a stand. Jaywalking in a very good spot though. In that second place spot, Giant Slayer, IE, Blue Bulb. The items are hella scuffed, but with Dominus showing in the previous game, he's in a pretty good spot overall. Whose board are we looking at that has ASOL, GA, Morello? I am not 100% sure. Let's see what our boy here can do. Does take the Runons. So Zyko taking a page out of Pot of Ball's book. He read it. He looked at the tournament and he's like, I'm yoinking this chapter, ripped it out, put it in his pocket, and left. He does take the Runons for the Shyvana. Is gonna level up. We will see a roll down. Ideally, he wants to hit a Chosen and a Shyvana too. However, unfortunately for him, there's like 20 Shyvanas gone. Everyone's playing the same freaking unit. They all found the Chosen. So he does play the Nunu, does level up to 7, says JK, I'm gonna put the Kindred back in. We see Lalana's at a very good spot. His items are really good, his board is really good. The econ, once again, not looking so high, man. This UK economy is not so good, man. But overall, the board is insanely strong. That's an Akali too with really good items. He has potential Runons on bench. He could reforge something. He has a Diana 3 with the Locket. He has the Mystics. He has the Spirits. He has 4 Sharps or 4 Assassins. Good looking board. Zyko's gonna keep rolling down. He really wants to find some upgrades. This Braum is not what he's looking for, but it could be good enough. If he can get Dragon Soul in, that wouldn't be too shabby. Does play the Brand, does play the Braum. He has a Kali just for some backline damage, I suppose. You can play Darius over. Okay, he does drop the Kali. Very good. He rolled past a Darius, which is a little questionable considering. Wait, he didn't roll past Darius. It's right there. Okay, never mind. I'm blind. He still has a Darius. Don't you worry. SC board. Another Shyvana Chosen. There's 2 or 3 Shyvana Chosens in the lobby. There's like 10 of them. There's like 10 of them gone at the very least. Zyko does want to get a cash out here. If you don't cash out in stage 3, it becomes very hard to cash out later. Because if you look at SC's board, he's level 6. He hasn't rolled all too much yet. And once these players go into stage 4, they will be rolling. They will be upgrading their boards. And your chance of a cash out becomes lower and lower. He doesn't take the Darius pair. I think I think that's very greedy to not take this Darius. And Zyko with 16 HP is not feeling very good. Ramcav losing that 100 HP streak. I'm so enthralled with the potential of this Fortune board that I'm missing what's going on in the rest of the lobby, but let's check in with them. Ramcav 90 HP. He did finally lose that streak. Lalana, full win streak with the Akali, with the Diana. His econ's very low. He had 0 gold last time we saw the board, but the win streak gold, it will supplement that just a little bit. There is also another win streaker right under him, Raza, also in a very dominant position after a decent performance last game. Jaywalk and Yatsuhashi, Pot of Ball, SC, rounding up the rest of the lobby. Do you not take this Veigar. Very interesting choice to not take the Veigar. I suppose he's just going for an anti-chosen maybe. Sejuani over Kench? Okay, you can go ahead and drop this Cho'Gath as well. Man, he's seen so many Zayas. Ooh, you have to take it. You have to. Okay. The Boomer APM almost costing him quite a bit. Doesn't get Slayers in. Still running this Cho'Gath. Overall, I mean, it's a lot of decisions to make. The APM required for this and the brain power required for this is pretty high. So you can't really fault him too much. It's a little unfortunate not able to find Shyvana too. The big reason for that is there's just so many Shyvanas gone. And Zyko is going to take a pretty big loss here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is he dead? He's going to be like 2 HP. Or 1 HP. 1 HP. That is all the HP he needs. 11 cash out. Can he do it? Can Zyko make a stand? Sells the Darius. There is a Shyvana. There is a Darius too. That is a wonder shop if I've ever seen one. This is exactly what he needed to get on the turn that he needed to get it. If this doesn't do it, I don't know what does. We are 5 Dragon Soul. That is the perfect chosen you could ask for. Man, he just needs to survive one more round. Get this cash out. Please, frontline your Braum, my dude. Frontline your Braum. Okay, I guess he doesn't want the Braum getting the Dragon Soul buff. Okay, Jaywalking's board is a grief. I don't know what this is, but it looks like a trade. It looks like Zyko very well might cash out here. Darius is slapping around. He's dunking everyone like a pudding pop. The Shyvana's blasting away. It's getting a little low because of his Galio, but the Runons is there. Darius is buying time. Shyvana will get the auto tags on everybody, and this will be a cash out. It was a 10 loss. I don't know if it's a 10 cash out, but he had it for a very long time. 1 HP in a dream. Sell the bench. Drop the fortunes. It's raining items. Oh, it's so much. Grab your umbrellas because it's raining items. He got 2 Nikos. Oh my god. He needs to get the 6 Dragon Soul on the board. Drop the Sedge. Drop the Aatrox. Get the Triz. Get the Olaf in there. He makes Morello. He has a GA. He is dizzy. There are so many decisions to make. Please play the Olaf. Please play the Triz. GA your unit. Oh no, his board is exactly the same. He got a cash out and his board is exactly the same. 5 Dragon Soul. He dropped Annie too. He just got weaker. What am I watching? Mage Cap Cho'Gath, please slam a GA on somebody before you die. He's fighting Ramkev. Ramkev has the chance, the possibility to save a lobby, but he's running in Nidalee too with the Titans. Last Whisper in a Hodge. I don't think Ramkev is saving anybody in this fight, and Zyko winning another stage. This is super important because it gives him a chance to stabilize. That APM wasn't quite there, but on the second go around, that is a Samira too. Woo! SC with the grief, with the deny, saying no, stick down your pipe and smoke it. This unit is mine. Nice try, nerd. Get bent. Exactly what we want to see from the Korean representatives. I think the regions that grieve best are China and Korea. And with China out of the finals, the Koreans have to step up. And step up is what he did. He went up to the bat and he's knocked it out of the park right into Zyko's face. He's taunting him with that one. No Samira 2 for you. What are you going to do? Nice try, kid. Now, I want to see him get these. I want to see him get an Ace Soul. There it is. I want to see him get 6 Dragon Soul. Oh my god, is Zyko gonna go on and win it all? There's a very high chance of that happening. His board is insane. He has really good items. He has J for Olaf. He has J for Aurelion Soul. He has a stack Shyvana. He has Gunblade for his Aurelion Soul. Best in slot, Ace Soul. Infinite Mage Caps. 7 Dragon Soul. 8 Dragon Soul coming soon. Does put the Cho'Gath back in. Is not going to basically put the Cho'Gath in because he needs like a good Morello holder and it gives him Brawler. But I like what I'm seeing. He didn't go for the Mage Cap on Olaf. Raza seeing this, he's like, man, what am I fighting? This guy is like 20 dragons and they're all angry as frick. You see the dominance of this board. Once he's stabilized, once he has the units in there, once he puts the items on the units, he's in a really strong spot, and he's only going to get stronger. As soon as he finds a Swain, he's going to sell this Cho'Gath. He's going to Mage Cap the Swain. He's going to put the Morello somewhere, maybe on the Swain. Ideally, he gets like a Titan's Resolve and a Hodge to bolster up that Swain's defenses just a little bit. Will drop the Cho'Gath. Is he gonna mage cap this Olaf? If you mage cap Olaf, you're gonna have to get those items off of him once you find the Swain. But unless he gets like a rune on Zed, he might just be able to run the Olaf for a long time. We'll see what happens. The item reforger is there. This board looks very strong. 7 dragons, 5 mage. He's in a very dominant position. Ramkev's board, the 1-star army, HP 61. Lana, Yatsuhashi, both of these players still win streaking. Pod the ball. He is 1 off of Veigar 3. Gunblade, Jewel Gauntlet, blew up. We haven't seen a Veigar carry yet. It's honestly not that bad. I don't know how long he's had it and how many stacks it has, but it's going to get ran over by these dragons. At the end of the day, it's not going to be enough. That's a good board. However, Pod the ball, 33 HP, level 7, 0 gold. SC, also level 7 with 0 gold. Looking a little rough. Pot of Ball isn't very happy about these Lulus on the bench of Zyko. Not very happy that he has these and he is running those mages. The mages are contested and Zyko has all that he needs. Lalana, the sole win streaker. Win streak, as soon as he had that Akali and Diana, he's been win streaking for a very long time. All through stage 3, all through stage 4, that streak has been there. Yatsuhashi finally losing his streak. Ramkev 61 HP in a very comfortable position. Last time we saw the board, it was all 1-star, so hopefully he can get some of those units upgraded and start winning some fights. Jaywalking, Pot of Ball, HP is kind of comfortable, but kind of, you can't sit on it too safely. Raza, looking a little low, 26. SC, a little low. Their econs are not very good, and they're kind of in rough spots. There is an Ornn. That is not too shabby. We are looking for the Aurelion Soul 2 here. We are looking for a Swain. There is a Swain. The Olaf, he's gouted there. He says, get this garbage off my board. We're going to probably reforge. He's going to reforge something. Double Nico on the Swain. There's a GA. There's the Mage Cap. All of a sudden, I don't see who's gonna beat this board. Okay, unlucky. So he reforged the tier. The ideal situation there is I don't know, because the only thing you're looking for is if you reforge tier. The only one item you're looking for is a Chain Vest. You're only looking for a Titan's Resolve. So I actually think it might be better to reforge the I think it's better to reforge the bow there, because for the tier you can get a Redemption, you can get a Chalice, you can get a Hodge, you can get, what else is there? I mean, that's probably it. Those are like the 3 best items, but that's like 3 items versus 1, you know? You can get a lot more. But I don't know what's going to beat Zyko's board. If he gets his ASO 2 and he's able to pick up another item from Carousel for the Swain, I don't see what's going to stop this board. We look at SCSC, who is level 8 now, 0 gold, 1 off Kennen 3. The items are very subpar. He has a Samira carry, does have sharpshooters, but doesn't have Slayer. He has very weak items on a Samira, has subpar items on the Kennen with the QSS. It's not the worst, but it's not the best either. Doesn't have a Zaya, so that's going to bite him in the butt. Does have Aatrox, no Ornn, so I feel like SC is in some trouble. Raza might have him. Raza 17 HP, hasn't won a fight in quite a bit. Pot of Ball with the Zaya 2, with the Ornn items already coming out. The Veigar 3 popping and locking, getting these stacks. Enemies dropping. The set's going to try. It's not going to be enough. Double Lulu is going to keep that team very healthy. Raza 2 HP. SC 3. Zyko 1 HP. I mean, Zyko is not in trouble. Zyko is chilling. He's in a good spot. Ramkev 61 HP on a win streak. Lalana taken down. No longer on fire. He sells. Okay, that was a beautiful shot. Does get the last cannon. Does find a Zaya. It's 7 out of 8, but no problem. We have the Kennen 3. Honestly, I feel like he just got weaker. Yatsuhashi with a Swain 2. How did you find a Swain 2 with 3 already gone? Ramkev has a Yone 2. Yatsuhashi's board is looking nuts. Swain 2, fully stacked Trinimir, has a Lee Sin. Very good ulti from the Aurelia. Swain ulti is a little subpar. Aurelia tries. The Trinimir is chopping away. He's healing up. And SC will be taken down. This Swain, this Trinimir could not be stopped. Raza sent a little below him, takes like a 20 unit loss. He's down to -16. Raza will be 8th. SCSC 7th. Zyko chilling on fire. Top on fire. Bottom on fire. And it's a fire sandwich. You have these two players streaking. And everyone in between is getting slowly crushed. This sandwich is getting closer and closer and closer. Like making diamonds. And they're just closing in on you. You feel the heat. And there's this heat below. There's heat below. There's heat above. It's like an oven. It's like a convection retention oven. It just circulates. And the HP slowly bleeds out like the juices out of a hot turkey. Jaywalking is in the broil pan. He's feeling the fire. And I don't know how much time he has. I don't know how much time Pot of Ball has. He has the Elderwoods, but if you play Elderwood, if you play Pokemon, you'll know that grass is weak to fire, and this lobby is just that. It is on fire. Yatsuhashi looking pretty strong, but if he fights that bigger Swain, you know, it's a birdie bird world, and that one bird is going to eat this little bird. Actually, wait, this one's looking kind of strong. Alright, he sells some garbage. He gets a GA on the Swain. He gets a Hodge on the Swain. No, not like this. Oh, not like this. Mamma mia, please. Okay, we're gonna go to this feed real quick. Hold it. Am I dropping frames? What's happening? Alright, we in it. Okay, Zyko still winning. Ram Kev, we're looking at his POV, does have the Yone too. Pot of Ball does get taken down, 7 HP. Jaywalking versus Ram Kev. Yone versus Lee Sin. Target Dummy versus Lee Sin. Target Dummy does not have what it takes. Ram Kev loses his streak, and Jaywalking lives to fight another day. Yatsuhashi did just take an L, I imagine, against Lalana, down to 14 HP. Zyko does find the Swain 2 for the Siphoner synergy. Looking very, very hot. Like, and then he's in a pretty good spot here. He's very, very comfortable with that 1 HP and a dream position that he's in. I really want to get this Twitch stream back because that is a good feed. We do have the Twitch stream back. We are back, baby. We are not back. Back to YouTube. Alright, forget Twitch. 1080p. Alright, we're good to go. This YouTube feed is spicy. We look at Zyko's board. He has Aurelion Soul 2 now. Has that Swain. Was able to pick up a Giant Slayer at the carousel. Put in Siphoners. 6 Dragons, so 5 Mage, 2 Siphoners, has Brawler there to bolster the Shyvana just a little bit. The beauty about Zyko's board is he has so many threats. It's not just Swain, it's not just 5 Mage Swain. He also has an Aurelion Soul perfect items. He has a Shyvana too with perfect items. And at the end of the day, I don't see what's beating his board. Pot of Ball does get sent to 6th place. Was unable to find that ASO 3. He found the Vagar 3, but it's not as good as the ASO we saw from him previously. I would like to see him bring the ASO a little bit more. I like the diversity and trying out new things, but I think he should stick with what works and just stick to that ASO 3. Stick with the tried and true, the proven strat. Your average is 1 with the comp. I don't know why you would play anything else. Zyko gets a Giant Slayer. This brand is about to be stacked. He has 3 carries. He's about to have 4. This brand is going to clap some cheeks. Yatsuhashi, 14 HP. Jaywalking, 1 HP. Lalana does go level 8, is at the top of the lobby. HP is feeling very comfortable. Ramcav, a 43 HP with that Adept Talon Morgana board. Man, all these boards are kind of scary. That Bramble Vest on the Yone is going to be very impactful, but we do have 2 players in the danger zone. Yatsuhashi, Jaywalking, they got to be sweating a little bit. That oven's hot. It's broiling. It's 800 degrees, and man, someone's about to get cooked. That Lee Sin, right on that Annie, he's going to get that kick. It doesn't do much. The Tryndamere, is he going to get on this ASO or not? Is a good Cho'Gath ulti. The whole board melts, but then they come back and they blast one more time. Zyko, not even close. You see these 4 carry units, they're all still alive. Yatsuhashi versus Jaywalking. Is someone going to lose their life? It's 1-1, mano. Jaywalking is taken down. Mr. 22222, King of Silver, gets sent to 5th place. SCSC winning the previous lobby, going 7th this lobby. How the turntables. These players who are in 1 and 2, now they're bottom 4. What's going on? Ramcav, Lalana, HPs are very comfortable. Yatsuhashi, he's scouting, he's looking, he sees that Swain, he sees the ASO, they're coming up. They're trying to take his lunch money. He's jingling his pockets. He feels that pockets are heavy with change, and he's trying to avoid, he's just trying to pray that he dodges Zyko for a little bit longer. He will dodge the bullet on this one. He will dodge a school bully. However, Lalana's board is looking strong on its own. That's an Akali 3. That's a Talon 2. That's an Eternal Winter. Bramble, Vest, Diana. Aso going down once. Aso not going down twice. Akali's trying. Chop, chop, chop. Talon's on the backline. Boom. Takes down Aso. But the set with the slam jam. Boom. Lalana gets taken down. Yatsuhashi is taken out by Ram Kev. We have our final three: Lalana, Ram Kev, and Zyko. Europe versus America versus Europe sandwich. Man, this is just a battle of the sandwiches. The heat bun is gone. We've got one left. Zyko is a sole player on fire. 1 HP and a dream. I don't know who's going to take out this board. We shall see. It is the mages versus the assassins versus the assassins. And let's see who comes out on top. Frontlining that brand, getting the Dragon Soul. He's frontlining just about everybody. Plays the Azir to build a wall against these assassins. Does have the Aurelion Soul on the front line. Lee Sin can get to the Annie, so he will kick the Aurelion Soul. Aurelion Soul goes down once, but does get an ulti off. Aurelion Soul gonna revive, heal the full. Talon, chop, chop, chopping away, stuck on a Swain. Will not be able to make a dent in this enemy team. Lalana beats Ramkev's Ghost. Ramkev taken down by Zyko. Lalana has so much health that it's looking like a third for Ramkev, second for Lalana, and a first for Zyko. Let's see if they stick to the script or if we see any shakeups. Ramkev taking a spatula. I wonder what he's going to do with that. Morello from Zyko and a tier for Lalana, probably for that chalice. I wonder what we're going to do with this Morello. Perhaps he's just taking it to deny. I didn't see what the other guys had, but they are running Cyphers. Maybe Morganas are in there. And Ramkev does get a Lee Sin too. Does have a spatula. We might see something spicy. Zyko's rolling. Doesn't want the Zillion. Looking for a set 2 here. I don't really know how we're going to fit the Sione in. I think the Zir is very helpful. Does take the Morello for the set. Has the soldiers in the backline. It's going to make it very hard for these Lee Sins to kick anything out. The way you can beat this mage, Asol, and this mage, Swain, is you can kick him out. But with the Annie, with the Zira right in the front, it's going to make it very difficult. We have the assassins. They're very safe. The Akali's super safe. She's probably going to be one of the last to get hit. And then, unless this Asol just one-shots it. Yep, there it is. And it's just so hard to deal with this board. Ramkev looks like he's going to get taken down by Lalana. And, I mean, I don't want to say FF, but, like, I don't see how you're beating Zyko's board. He had 1 HP, or he actually had, like, 12 HP. He got the cash out, down to 1 HP, stabilized. Wait, no, he was 1 HP, but he stabilized. He got the units he needed. And, I mean, all the pieces are lined up. It's like you're making a little Lego tower. At the end of the day, the pieces clump, you know, they just lock together. You put one on top of the other, you put one on top of the other, and you just keep stacking until the tower falls over. However, when you have this kind of board, all you really need is 3 pieces on top of each other for your win con. And I just don't see how Lalana's going to knock over the 3-piece tower. The center of gravity is very low. It's very stable. It's the assassin board versus the mage board. The same positioning as last fight, and we just saw it. We saw a sneak peek of what happened last fight, and we're going to see the same once again. The Talon does pop the GA of the Aurelion Soul. The Aurelion Soul actually gets taken down, but you just don't have a way to kill this Swain. What are you going to do? Like, you know, you can take down the Aurelion Soul once. You can take down the Aurelion Soul twice. You can take down the Shyvana. You can take down the Bram, the Annie, the Azir, the Set. But he's going to come back. You don't have an answer for this Swain. Lalana has 50 gold, level 8, can go 9. But I just don't see how you can spike hard enough to win this. You have the option of getting a set 2, and that could be your answer for it, for that Swain. Kill the whole enemy team when they come down. It's just going to be a little difficult to pull off. You're going to need a very good set ulti. You're going to need all the pieces to fall in line where they need to be. And it's a tall order for this chef to fulfill. And I think this sandwich is going to be a little too big for him to conquer. It's like that challenge where you have to eat a very big steak. And I mean, Lalana's eating, he's eating a lot of food. He's halfway through the steak, but you know, at the end of the day, there's just not enough room in the belly. Does sell the Katarina, plays Mystics, gets Zillion, has a set 2. Honestly, Zillion might be able to help. He has 4 Mystic, he has 4 Assassin. This might be the tech he needed. He has a Kali. The items aren't phenomenal, but he does have a secondary carry with the Talon. He has a tertiary carry with this set. However, this Shroud is going to hit the core of Lalana's team. The Akali's in the backline is very close to the Swain. It's going to stay safe from the ASO, but at the end of the day, the Zillion ulti does not hit the Akali. The set doesn't do anything. We have one set versus the world. We have the Bramble Vest Diana, who does get a Zillion ulti. The shields are coming through. Does get another one. Does stay alive. Set's chopping around. Boom! Takes down the ASO once. Can he do it one more time? The enemy set is back. Ooh! What's happening? It's Set versus Set. Who's gonna take the cake main? And Lalana. He put up a valiant effort. Does get taken down. He takes out the ASO. He takes down the Shyvana. He takes down the Swain. But there's just so many carries. He takes down the Brand. But then there's a Set who keeps everyone alive. That was a very good effort from Lalana. Definitely showing why he deserves a second place. Honestly, super well played from Lalana. I'm very impressed by the decision making on that one. Cutting some of the assassins, playing some more mystics. But at the end of the day, the tower with the center of gravity was too low and he couldn't push it over. Now, back to the casters. Let's have a word from Crowan. What do you got to say, my man?
But that really takes the cake here at the World
Taking the cake main.
That was absolutely fantastic.
Ooh, God's Hubris, thank you
just goes
for
to
the
show
tier
you
1, bro.
Why these players are going for that strategy.
That 1
When you
HP
look at, like,
comeback.
Ramcat's position in game 1, you look at Fortune players.
Who griefed the lobby? Wait, who
This
griefed
is
the
what
lobby?
they're
I don't
doing
know.
Because they know the potential of that rubber band, that slingshot back in. When you get the opportunity to Nico's, we were talking about it when other people were catching.
Jaywalking griefed the lobby.
Power spike.
Ah!
On Zyko to recognize.
Okay,
that
Zyko actually
just
high rolled
play
out of his
for,
mind on that final turn. He has Shyvana, Dragon Soul Chosen, and he found a Darius 2 in the shop. That was actually such a high roll.
And hey, I mean, he played to his outs and he got rewarded for it, Kron.
He very much did. Playing
Yeah, and they were like infinite Shyvana's gone too. Like getting that Chosen was such a high roll. Yeah, Ramkev also could have killed him. Ramkev didn't grief the lobby, but he also didn't save the lobby.
I really want to give credit to not using those, not using the Nikos, because a lot of players would have panicked and would have used it to just say, oh, I can get one place higher, right? I can get one place higher, and maybe that'll make the difference. But greeted it out. Got the first.
There's no way anyone is ever going to double Nico ASO or Shyvana there. There's zero chance. Nice try.
In game number 1, Ramkev just didn't really.
It's literally first or 8. It's like I get a Swain and I double Nico or I'm going 8. I don't care.
That, right? Set himself up to have a transition that would let him go into that first place.
Yeah, dude got super lucky. That transition was super scuffed. He got the cash out and then the next turn his board literally didn't improve. He was just dizzy and he was just trying to hold on and stabilize and make sure he doesn't fall off the toilet before he's ready to go and he gets that dizziness out of his system. He just needed a little bit to catch his breath. Wait, is this game 3 or is this a rerun? It's really fast. I think it's a rerun.
Putting on quite a consistent performance and showing you why assassins are not to be underestimated. But boy, was it close. If you talk about what the difference between 1 HP is, show them this game. When people are like, well, it doesn't really matter. I lost by an additional champion. It's okay. It doesn't matter if I didn't slam my items. Shut up! Look at this exact situation that Zyko was in. He needed every single hit point possible. Otherwise, it was an 8th. The difference between first place and 8th place Crowan was 1 hit point.
That's absolutely insane. Even just the reforging the extra item there at the end, utilizing every small thing to its full extent. We also see in this game a lot of different compositions. Again, Lalana, of course, gravitating towards the Spirit. We saw Elderwood as well. We saw Dragon Soul. We saw
Bro, when they putting me on the
Slayer.
caster desk.
Much variety coming out here, and that's just amazing to see.
Man, this last fight was so
yeah,
close.
Like those small optimizations, right? I think he wanted what a Titan's resolve.
Boom! Not enough though. Not enough.
To put on him. But in the end, just said, hey, like this is every possible out that I could think of. And
yeah, the reforge was a misplay. He reforged the wrong item,
and as such, puts him in first place. But not too far behind is Lalana. And remember, there's the 18-point.
Bro, Zyko almost won 8th there. He got so lucky. Man, the scores actually got hella shaken up. Man, this Twitch stream is lagging for me so much. Zyko 16 HP, Lalana 13 points, Jaywalking 12, SC 12, Ramkev up to 8, 6 for Yatsuhashi Pada Ball, and Raza sitting at 5. Oh man, that is not good. That is not enough points.
Maybe even stay in France, Crowan, is starting to come true right before our eyes.
Definitely. The possibility for up to 5 players is there to get to 18 points.
Spread is updated?
And a
let's
subsequent
hear it.
win, say even out of Ramkev, could actually take the whole tournament.
So nobody's at 18
Psycho
points yet, but there's a decent chance a
that
couple of people are going to be after this
championship
game.
title in Europe and in France specifically. 16 points is well ahead of the rest of the pack.
Well, first place
Psycho
gets
can get
3,
a
4,
7th
5 people
place
to
in
it.
the next game and just win directly
RB.
after, and it's still fine. So a lot of I guess freedom from Zaiku to play a very loose game. Isn't really pressured to do that much because no one else is threatening to win as well. If someone else is already over 18 points, it's like, okay, I have to win to deny them. But Zaiku breathing a real sigh of relief right now, I think.
Totally. And there's multiple players that are on that verge, right? So like we know Zaiku and Lalana are pretty close, but Jaywalking and SCSC both have 12 points. So a top 4 or better for them, or rather a top 3 or better for them, will also put them in that same scenario. So I know that we love to have short memories in TFT. It's important to be a successful player to have a memory of a goldfish in terms of what happened in the previous game, but those players are also at the doorstep. So with that, let's go ahead and hop over to our analyst Zologa-san to talk about what exactly went down from his perspective.
Yeah, another really close game. I don't think we had a decisive game yet. Well played by Psycho, like playing really high risk, high reward, 1 HP. Also well played to Lalana, playing Spirit, Assassin, Akali again, getting another top 4. Let's get into the clips. Yeah, I would like to show how Psycho crafted his way to victory. He found 3 fortunes in stage 2 already, really early on. Finding a spatula in the second carousel, putting it on Shyvana Mage Spatula, one of the best item holders, trying to go Aurelian Mage Swain from this point on, rolling down in stage 3-5, level 7 with an 8 lose streak fortune, trying to cash out from this point on. He doesn't manage to do it for another few rounds. He will lose streak till 11 loses, which was definitely probably not planned. Maybe it was. Managing to win against Jaywalk here, cashing out, probably hoping for Nico's help and Swain. He managed to find a lot of items, and also to Nico's didn't find Swain here. That's why he was waiting with his Nico's help here. Really interestingly, with only 1 HP left. He EQ'd up from here, winning every round obviously, hitting Swain in stage 5-1, leveling to 8 here, using double Nico's help. Swain, one of the best Mage Spatula user in the whole game, and managing to keep his win streak till he faced off Lalana in the end. Lalana hitting 6 Dyners really early on again, Dyna 3 in stage 3 again, and Akali in stage 5-1. It was a really close fight. I didn't think it would be this close, but Psycho with his 15 win streak closing out the game here. Congrats to him. Like, if I was in his position, I would have probably used Nico's help and Orion Soul to try to get a top 6 or top 4, but Psycho is probably the better player here, knowing that he can stabilize after his fortune cash out, managing to equal up and find a Swain later on. Congrats.
ASO 1, ASO 2, same unit.
Back to you, Froden.
Imagine playing for a 6 when you can play for a first.
15 round win streak. We mentioned that.
If you get that Swain 2, you're literally not going to lose to anybody.
He won for 3 stages equivalent straight through. I mean, if you're Zyka, you gotta be feeling good. Momentum's on your side, but you know, again, it's one of those situations where you have to keep yourself consistent. His job isn't done yet. It's just game 2, Crow.
It is just game 2, and we've had so much amazing action from these. Like, how is it going to go from here? Can anything top that? Like, again, I've sung so much praise to Zaiku from that last game, but we look at the winning screen right here. Like, this is really a play for victory. Solo Gasong talked about it in the analyst segment. It's like, okay, you maybe just slam the Nikos to go for a 6th place, but Zaiku wanting to.
There's no reason to Nico to ASO. Like, it doesn't change your board.
Winner's mindset, and
like the EV for playing for 6 is so much worse than playing for first. Like, what?
16 points. Looking at
you agree? It's like ASO or I'm going 8.
Yep, that's right. Zyko is 16, Lalana at 13.
Like, you'd rather go 8 than Nico ASO there.
Walking at 12 apiece, meaning that top 3 or better for all those top 4 players puts them in check position. Ramkev also, very quietly in that position as well. That's assuming he gets a first place. And so we're going to find out what happens in Lobby 3 in just a few minutes, but it does lead us to a brief intermission. So when we come back, we're going to have Game 3 of the Teamfight Tactics Fates Grand Final.
People clap. 5 minutes. Where's this music coming from? Okay. I mean, there's a lot. I think there's a lot of misplaying in general. We were watching Ramkev and he was misplaying. We were watching Zyko and he's misplaying. It's just like a lot. Like everybody. It's too much pressure. Ugh. Ten games coming up. There's no way. No, you have to get 18 points and then you need a first place. So potentially we're going to see some players who have 18 points after this game. Gamble Fortune if you're over 18. I mean, the thing about playing Fortune is it's not a gamble. Like, you can't, like, I feel like people who think Fortune is a gamble are just mistaken, because sometimes you have a good setup to play Fortune. Like, Zyko had really good items to do it, and he had a good path to victory. Like, you can't just play Fortune and be like, and expect to cash out. If you play Fortune with like a bad start for it with bad items, you're just gonna go 8th. Like, it's not first or 8th. Like, if you have a good setup for it, it can help you get first. But otherwise, it's just 8th. You can't just like force Fortune in this kind of situation. Maybe you can in like a solo queue game and you can just roll for it at 5, but like, you need a good setup. Like, Zyko had an insane setup. He had very good items for it. He had all the units. He had all the pieces in place. He had a path to going first. Should other players grief a Fortune loss streak? Probably not. It's like too risky. Be a League of Legends caster? I'm down. Zyko got lucky in transition poorly and still didn't get punished. Prove me wrong. You're completely right. He got saved by the high roll Shivata once all of them were gone. And not only that, but he transitioned poorly and didn't get punished for it. But like, his board was still okay at that point. Like, even though he transitioned poorly, his board was still really good because of the just that last shop. Without griefing your eco game? Yeah, exactly. Like, griefing, like, cashing somebody... Okay, I don't know what that means about grieving Fortune, but basically, like, if someone is about to win, and someone else who doesn't have the required points is playing Fortune, it's good for you if that person cashes out and wins over the other guy, because it might mean you get to 18 points. But at the same time, you might not fight the guy, so you might just grief yourself for no reason. Once multiple people are past 18, there's gonna be multiple Fortune players per lobby, and none will get big loss streak, though. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't think we're gonna see that many Fortune players, honestly. Like, it's only, people are only gonna, like, people play Fortune if they have a setup for it. I don't think that's gonna change whether, you know, you're playing for the last game or not. Bro, all these EU people talking trash. If you take the overall performance of all the players in day 2 in NA and EU, NA's average score is much better. Like, the NA representatives that didn't make it barely didn't make it. DQA didn't make it because he lost two 50-50s and a tiebreaker. Kerm got hella Mortdogged in his first 2 games. Whereas like you take Ging, your best representative. This man went 8-8-8-8-8. You take Pada Ball, the guy who won the thing yesterday. You know why he won? Because he got ASO 3 2 games in a row. So all these EU players talking trash. You need to take a good look at the overall situation, and the skill expression from EU isn't there. NA played better overall. It was an unfortunate situation, but NA played better overall. Ging went 8-8-8-8-8. And EU just high rolled out of their mind. You know, you guys can talk all the trash you want, but it's not even there. 3 EU, 1 NA. Yeah, they had more reps, bro. EU had more representatives, and the overall placement is just not quite there. I mean, just watch. Watch at the end of the day. Just watch. Watch who takes the cake main. Just watch. A little biased, no offense. No, I'm just tired of all the trash talk. It's unwarranted, it's undeserved.
Very close to be able to put themselves.
There is no justice.
That point threshold to get that win and claim.
There's no justice.
Coming up next, we have round number 3, and it's going to be hosted and commentated by Crowan and Mort Dog. So, gentlemen, take it away.
You were trash talking day
very
one. I
much,
wasn't
Crowan.
trash
It was a
talking day
pleasure to
one.
share
I
that
said
last
EU
week.
ran it down at the
Now
start.
with me to share
And they absolutely did. They went 8-8-8, 7-7-7 day one across the board. And I commented that. I commended them. I praised them for bringing it back and doing a strong finish. I think EU is actually a strong region. I think they're very good. There's a lot of good EU players. I'm not even shit talking EU. I just think the shit talk from EU is unwarranted based on the performance overall. All I'm saying.
Frankly, some of the greediest plays I've ever seen, but it paid out in the end. Worked really well. If he wins the tournament, we'll be talking about this for years. It's just been a lot of fun to watch.
No. I hope Korea doesn't win. I'd rather EU win than Korea.
Really exciting to see.
I'd rather deal with the EU ego than the Korea
That was
ego.
also really fun. Just a lot of unconventional stuff doing well, and yeah, it's been a ton of fun to watch.
Ooh, game number
Yeah,
3. Alright, game number 3. Standard carousel, SC with the sword, jaywalking with the ball, Raza chain, Ramkev with the rod, pot of ball, a little dizzy, about to take this chain vest. EU carousel mechanics, showing why they are what they are. Zyko with the glove, not too shabby of a start. Oh, let's get the music going. So there's a couple players who are getting very close to that 18-point threshold. First place for any one of those players with 8 points plus would mean that they qualify. Ramkev needs to get a first place here. Anything below and he has to go another game at least to get to that threshold. Yeah, I think Lalana is probably the best EU representative. He's the one whose play has impressed me the most. The decision making is good, the positioning is good, the pivots are clean, the itemization is good, the transitions are good. Like overall, Lalana has impressed me a lot. I would not be surprised to see him win the entire thing. Lalana with the glove star. Yumi has the gold drop already. Has a cloak. He started cloak. Ugh. QSS Slam is not ideal. He is holding the duelists. If he gets a Yasuo chosen, he is keeping the options open for that. Does not elect to take the elites for a keeper angle. Here's a double Triss shot, not too shabby. No, you can't get to 18. You have to get to 18 and then get a first. You don't win if you get to 18. Fortune chosen from Ramkev with the Rod Star. Ramkev needs a first place here if he wants to get to 18 points and get into that range to qualify for the next game. Ramkev with the Fortune. This is exactly what we want to see. EU's about to get real quiet. Also, it doesn't help that the tournament hours are in like peak EU, so EU's out in full force just talking trash against everyone. Always consider the most high roll scenario. Yeah, exactly. Lalana's board isn't amazing. He has good backline. Is looking for a frontline chosen. But this board is gonna get ran over pretty quick. Okay, Lalana's been re-rolling like every game. And we might see it again. If he gets a Tristana or a Diana chosen, there's a very high chance we just see the sharpshooter spirit comp come out. He already has 4 Tristanas, has a Diana, has a Yumi, has QSS, half a Locket. SCSC, however, with a Tristana chosen of his own, does slam the Runons, has a sword there, potential Slayer angle coming out there. Lalana is going to get 4-0'd. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Alright, okay, the spam and the pasta is fine, but like don't be rude about it. Don't make fun of their teeth and their smell, bro. That's kind of BM. Ramkev with the fortune. Really good items as well. Rod, Cloak. SC's board is looking very solid. Has a Divine for frontline. Has the 2-star backline sharpshooters already. If SC gets a Braum, he's gonna have an insane board. Wow, the whole lobby is open for it. Okay. Pot of Ball slamming Titans on the Nasus, has an extra chain on the bench. This is a Teamfight Tactics song. Wait. It's a Teamfight Tactics song. I'm like, why is this song so familiar? Yatsuhashi completely opening the fort. It says, come on in, fellas. I have no units, but I do have 20 gold. That is a lot. Wow. Is that another Fortune player? Zyko. Fortune Kench with the Annie. Oh my god. Zyko has Fortune already? Okay. Well, Ramcam needs a first here to qualify to 18 points. But these songs are not it. SCSC making 10 gold is having it too. Man, it's going to be so easy to win streak in this lobby because half the lobby is playing Fortune and the other half is open for it. Yatsu High. Why are they even showing this board? He has no units on it. He does take the Jax. Okay, Duelist Jax is such a good unit. It's so good. It's probably one of the better chosens you can get early game. Jaywalking open fort. Ramcav 86 HP. 2 loss. Trying to get 1 more. Zyko with Fortune already. Zyko is in such a good spot. He has 3 Fortune already. He has established backline with the Sivir with the Last Whisper. He does have a Nidalee too. Zyko's in such a good spot. Ramcav does have Fortune though. Was able to find an Annie. It's about time. Ramcap probably looking for a sword for a Gunblade. Yup, does take that sword. Has Gunblade, has a potential spark if he so chooses. Combined items, SC is the only one. SC Pod of Ball, Zyko, the only ones making items. Most of the lobby is trying to fight for that loose streak. Oh, that's Yatsuhashi. I don't think I've seen him yet. The live feed. So we are seeing win streak Fortune from Zyko. Yatsuhashi with 4 duelists. His board is very strong. I fully expect a Hodge slam here. It's only a 2 loss streak. I don't know if maybe he doesn't slam anything and he just tries to go for that loss streak. Does play the Veigar. I do like the Veigar. Veigar is very good at killing like little straggler units and it's gonna help him save a decent amount of HP. Zyko does slam a Bramble Vest. Zyko's taking 2, not Zyko, who was it? Pot of Ball. Pot of Ball has taken 2 chains from carousels. He has a Bramble Tines on his Nasus. Veigar does get an ulti off, does save him a little bit of HP. Yatsuhashi is just trying to minimize these losses. Will be killing the Nunu. Is unable to kill any more units. Raz is going to 3-0 and Pot of Ball. 4 win streak coming in hot. Ramcap does cash out. That is a 1 cash at the very least. Potentially a 2. Lalana with the Yumi too. That's going to provide a lot of utility and healing throughout the fight for his team. It's going to keep him healthy and attacking real quick. Jaywalking still open in the fort. Lalana looks like he pivoted. Wait, who did Ramcap beat? Ramcap probably beat Jaywalking because his board was Kench and Annie. His board was Kench and Annie and he cashed out on that. Okay, well, he went 5 because the loss streak is no longer there. Lalana gave up on the Tristanas, is now thinking, hey, we're probably going to play Nico. Doesn't slam the Chalice, however. Doesn't slam Chalice or Jeweled Gauntlet. is gonna fight this duelist board with the 3 or 2 spirits, with the sharpshooters, with the Nico. Yatsuhashi will maintain a 4-loss streak, jaywalking maintaining that 5 loss. Lalana's 4-loss streak comes to an end, is unable to keep that one going. That's going to hurt the economy a little bit. Look at his goal, that's 10. That is not where he wants to be. Pot of Ball, however, on a full win streak. Zyko on a full win streak. Europe coming in hot. 1 and 2 holding hands. Very dominant performance from Europe so far in this early game lobby. But Yatsuhashi's board has some potential. The mid game might be a little scuffed. Hopefully, looking for a bow ideally. Pot of Ball, we're getting a glimpse at that board. I really like Pot of Ball's board. He has Kindred with the Spirit, which is really good killing frontline. He has the Akali, which is probably one of the best stage 2 units because it's so good at killing all the little backline noobs early game. It falls off stage 3, but stage 2 it's really strong. I expect this board to I expect Pot of Ball to lose the streak into stage 3, but for stage 2 it's a very good board, and I'm sure that extra money is going to help him out a lot. Is able to get the Diana 2-starred. That's going to help him a little bit. Might be able to keep the streak going. Double glove drop. Cypher Nasus is super helpful. Zyko is still playing Win Streak Fortune. Does have a mage cap. Alright, Zyko's gonna win it. Okay. Is going level 6. He has the rat level up last second. The super duper goblin rat level up. Is fighting Pot of Ball. I don't even think he's gonna beat him. He went 6. Now I'm pretty sure he's gonna lose because Cypher Nasus is so strong. Pot of Ball does not slam the Thief Glove, however. I really hope he pings him. I really hope he pings him because Zyko went 6 and he got 5-0'd. Is he not gonna ping him? Oh man, he doesn't ping him? Ping him, please! I'd ping him. Anyways, I mean, overall, it's not too bad for Zyko. He has Fortune, so he has something to fall back upon. He still has 30 gold after leveling up, so even though he lost, it's just like a little embarrassing to the ego, but overall, it's not too shabby. He's in a good spot. Pot of Ball does play another Kindred. It does roll a little bit. He had 2 pairs. He hit one of those. Ideally, like a Yumi would be really good. I don't think you roll anymore. Once you hit the Wukong too, I don't think you roll anymore. Toxic streamer. I think if you level up and you lose 3-1, you deserve a ping, especially if you get 5-0'd. Jaywalking. Board is a little, life is a little low. However, he does have a Kalista too. I'm surprised we're not seeing a Rune-on slam from his Kalista. Maybe trying to play Kale. Has a Divine Spat potentially. I'm surprised he's sitting on 6 components with this little HP. I think that's a mistake. You should probably slam something at the very, like Zeke's Duelist Spat Rune-on is probably what you should be slamming there in that spot. Because it's not like you're even running Fortune. I don't understand what Jaywalking is doing. He has the potential to have really good items. He has potential to have a really good board, and he is not taking the opportunity. You could just play for a Kalista carry. I mean, we're getting a glimpse at the board now. He is rolling just a little bit. Mage Annie, Kindred too. He's looking for that 6 cultist. Does want to get a cultist chosen. He's getting some strong. Duelist Jax is pretty freaking good. I think you take it and you make a Duelist Spat for your Sivir. Does make the Rune-ons, does make the Duelist Spat. I think you also make a Ziggs. I mean, he should have done this last turn. I don't know what he's waiting on. He lost. Like, this board probably could have won last fight, but he's sitting on all these items and all this potential for no reason. He's bleeding HP for no reason. Like, it's always gonna be a Zeke's. Like, what's the belt? Like, what? Like, you can save the sword for a GA, but what is the belt ever gonna be? It's always gonna be Zeke's. That is the best item you can possibly get out of this belt. So there's no reason to sit on it. Well, either way, he loses his streak. He's gonna make the Zeke's eventually. Mark my words. Yatsuhashi, HP getting kind of low. Raza HP getting kind of low. Zyko getting taken down one more time. That is a 3-loss streak for Zyko. He might get that cash out after all. Lalana, 76 HP. Win streak. He doesn't take a chain? Really? He takes a Death Blade. I don't know about that one. I don't really agree with what's going on here. Yo, Riptide Raider, thank you for the 6 months. I feel like Deathblade is not the correct play here. It's not very good on Callista. Deathblade is not good on Callista. But maybe he's just going for a GA. He's going for a GA and Zeke Slam, right? Like, there's no way. You have nothing else to do with the belt. Wow, double Zekes. Double Zekes in a bowl for RFC. Jaywalking has the potential to get a really good placement this game. And he has a loaded dice, man. The path is ahead of him. He can definitely get a first place here. He has I think loaded dice is very helpful for comps to revolve around 3 stars because your chance to hit those units is very high. Nico is probably the best abuser of that. Fable is the best. Lalana is in a really good spot. Fable is the best possible comp to play if you have a loaded dice because the chance to hit Nautilus and the chance to hit Nico with loaded dice is so very high. It's also very good for Callista, and it's also very, to an extent, pretty good for Kennen. But I think Callista is probably the second best comp for it. Nico's definitely the best. Lalana is, again, being able to push that streak. You have to imagine it might be a sharpshooter chosen, but it might be a spirit chosen. I am not sure. Either way, it's a chosen Nico. Good items on that Nico. He has a Yumi too with the Chalice. Pot of Ball did end up losing the streak. However, we look at Ram Kev, Mr. Win Streak Fortune. He was able he lost his streak. He lost his loss streak in stage 2, and he was able to turn it into a full win streak. Jaywalking with 6 Jaxus. His board all of a sudden is looking pretty freaking good. He has good frontline, has good backline. We might see, man, Duelist loves loaded dice because it's, you get a hit, like you want to run 6 Duelists, and if you use it on a Duelist, you get so many Duelists. So we'll see. We could see a sell of the Jax into a 6 cultist, 9 cultist angle, or he might just keep the Jax, go for 3-star Jax, go for 3-star Callista. It's a little early to say. Both options are probably pretty decent. SC board still running that chosen Tristana, very strong chosen, made a Giant Slayer. That is something we don't see very often. We don't see a Giant Slayer slam too much. Winning by the skin of his teeth. That's Sivir doing top DPS with the Duelist. Jaywalking is going to be very happy with that win because at 26 HP, you don't really have any wiggle room. You don't want to lose any more health. The Ramcap did lose a streak. Lalana still maintaining that win streak for a very long time. Raza hitting the Kennen 2. Yatsuhashi 40. Raza 46. Jaywalking 26. These players are not very comfortable with their HP. However, looking at Pot of Ball, SC, Lalana, very good spots, good HP, likely good boards. Pot of Ball, I'm interested to see what he does because he was running the Titans Bramble Nasus up until now. You have to imagine he's going to sell it at some point. You don't really want to run that too much longer, but you don't have a very good level 7 user for those items. So we'll see if he decides to go A. If he does try to go A, he's going to lose some health for sure. 3 level to 7 already. Pot of Ball's econ is insane. Jaywalking getting another Runons. Loaded dice on the Jax. He hits 1 Jax, 1 Yasuo, 1 Callista. He definitely wanted a little more than that. We see the roll down from Ram Kev also playing, he doesn't want to play Fabled. He wants to play Aurelion Soul. He doesn't want to, he's looking for Chosen. I guess the option to play Fabled is there. And with the Nico, please get the Nautilus in. There, Nautilus is in. Okay, well, with the Fable chosen, your fate is basically sealed. You slam the items, you slam the GA, you have some scuffed items on the bench, but you do have a loaded dice. I mean, at this point, he was leaving his options open. It was either Fabled, or Mage, and the game, the Mortdog decided it for him. So we see Pot of Ball still running the Nasus chosen, has an IE, has a Hodge on that Akali, maybe going for a maybe talent comp, potentially. Pretty good loaded dice for Talon. It helps you hit Morg 3, helps you hit Talon 3, gives you a win con there. That Bramble's going to negate the crits, but it is not going to be enough. This Nico doing so much work in that fight. There's another Nico. I would say Fable, I say Fable's really good on this loaded dice galaxy, but Lalana is also playing Fable, so contested Fabled makes it very hard to hit. Jaywalking hitting another Callista 2, taking an L on that previous fight. 26 HP, 6 Callistas. did use the dice already, but with all these players taking these 3 costs out of the pool, taking the Nikos out, taking the Yumis out, taking the Akalis out, it's going to make it a lot easier for Jaywalking to hit that Kalista 3, and he does want to hit it very soon. Yatsuhashi, another Kalista 2, one on the bench, has a Tryndamere chosen, is running a duelist comp. You have to imagine it's maybe a duelist Tryndamere. That Aatrox ulti, huge, clumping them together. It's Nico versus the world, 1v9, boom! That's one big bomba. One more, boom! That's another big bomba. Wasn't able to get the last one off. Can Tryndamere close it out? He does spin and he does win. Spinning and winning, what Tryndamere is known for. Nico, 11k damage is not going to be enough. You look at Ramkev's board. He does have the Nico. He does have the Braum for the front line. But the rest of the units, they're all 1-star. The units aren't very strong. Yumi 1, Janna 1 aren't going to do very much in the end. And the board isn't weak enough to roll, but it's not strong enough to win fights. But overall, I think this is very good. I think Ramkev is in a very good spot to econ up. I think this is, people say, hey, when do I stop rolling? When am I stable? This is when you're stable. You don't have to win every fight, but you want to win some fights. You want to win some fights, and the fights you lose, you want to lose them by just a little bit. Like, he just lost against the Tryndamere, so that's a very good loss. Even though he didn't win, it's fine. We look at Zyko, has an Elderwood spat, has a Morello on the Kennen, has the Kennen chosen, Xayah 2 with insane items. Zyko is in a very good spot. Keepers does very well. Nico does very well into Keepers, and we might see a little recovery coming out here. Wow, Zyko also has a zillion. Man, that timing on the feather is a little unfortunate, but another good loss for Ramkev. Man, Zyko is actually just hitting this game. He was running the Fortune. He hit the Kench. He hit the Fortunes pretty early. He has a Xayah 2 at 7. He has an Elder Spat. He has a Zillion at 7. That Zillion kind of saved the day on that one. Man, Zyko and Pot of Ball, Lalana, man, dude, the EU coming out hot, showing why they can just hit 1, 2, and 3, holding hands. The region of just hit, showing their dominance. Zyko does take a sword. Does he have a chain for that Guardian's Angel or the Kennen? He does not, but he's praying. We've seen the ability to just hit, and I think we're about to see it one more time. Wait, he also has an Aatrox too, and 40 gold. Oh my god. Hey, Mort Dog, is this shit legal, bro? Is this legal? Pot of Ball going level 8. Yatsuhashi still on a win streak. SC finding an upgrade with that Aurelia. The beautiful thing for Zyko is there's so many players running these 3-star units with the Kalistas, with the Nikos, with the Yumis, taking them out of the pool. It's going to be very easy for Zyko to get a Kennen 3. Jaywalking hitting the Jax 3. Pot of Ball, level 8. 50 gold, still running the Nasus Chosen. This man's econ is actually phenomenal. He lost some rounds in stage 4, but now that he's level 8, the 1-star army might be able to do something. Until Kennen just cooks them all down. Bzzz, Pikachu uses Thunder, and everyone, it's rainy day, bro. It's raining, it's a downpour, and it does not miss. The Xayah and the Kennen with the Aatrox do an infinite amount of work. Jaywalking, stabilizing, winning a fight, zooming a Pot of Ball, zooming in on that Tryndamere chosen at 7 from Yatsuhashi, giving us a sneak peek, a close-up of that dancing. Yatsuhashi, 40 HP, on fire. Oh, I saw Mage Swain. Someone was talking about the chance to hit Kennen with loaded dice. You can't just look at the base chance to hit the Kennen. Because your chance is actually better. A lot of the 3 costs are out of the pool, so it's not actually all that bad. And it's not even just the loaded dice. It's just like just naturally hitting it. Like, just on your natural rolls. Like, if all these other people use loaded dice on their Nico, you're just naturally gonna hit it. SC has a Runons on the bench and an Olaf 2 on the board. I don't know if I want to call this a win trade, but I don't know what else to call it. He has a Samira 2 that's getting perma CC the entire time. The Runons does go onto the Olaf, but that's going to be a 5 win streak for Zyko. Feeling very good about that one. Yatsuhashi taking a loss. Raza 26 HP, SC 21, Jaywalking 12. Jaywalking is very close. He's definitely in that danger zone. Lalana going level 8, good econ. Pot of Ball finally selling the Nasus Chosen at 5-1. And Zyko is in a very good position. His items are insane. If he gets a chain, all of a sudden they come together. But even if he doesn't, I think he's still in a good spot. 6 keepers, Zaya 2, good items, Elderwood Spat. 8, I mean, he has all the units he needs already. Getting a lot of items dropped there. I see no chains. I do see a Spark. Glove is generally pretty good for the Zaya. We might see an IE slam. IE for Zaya, Spark for that Kennen. And that allows him to make a 0, which isn't amazing. He does go for the Jeweled Gauntlet using the Soul Rod from Kennen. Does value the Jeweled Gauntlet there. We get a look at Pod the Ball's board. Does find a Siphoner Morgana. However, does he even want it? He doesn't have a Morello. Does go for the tank Morgana. Does have a dice. I guess his win con is what is his board? Ram Kev, however, hitting Nico 3. Lalana did end up giving up on it. He sold his extra Nikos. He only had 3. IE, Hodge, Last Whisper on the Talon. Ram Kev, the determination on his face, looking at the board, calculating every little point, every little decision. Man, Pot of Ball's items are looking so booty. This board is scuffed if I've ever seen scuffed. No ASOL 3, he's kind of dizzy, doesn't know what to do. However, the eyes are beaming. He has 5 morgs. He does have a dice. The potential is there. The path is clear. The man knows what he needs to do. 50 gold. His econ is insane. 6 Morganas. The roll down continues. Shen pair. Aatrox holding the forecast to increase his odds. There's a Trinimir. That's a forecast. The Jax is Gouda there. Plays another Morgana. Doesn't want to pick up these forecasts. It's too many units. It's too much work. Let's just roll. Hit those Morganas. 2 more. That's 3 Sedges. Unperturbed. He continues. Loaded dice. 3 Aurelias. No Morganas. Why did you die so early? I don't know. Is able to find the Talon. Does have some items on the bench. Makes a Trap Claw, a little Boomer APM on that Zephyr, but that's alright. He does have a very stacked Talon. He does need 2 more Morganas. I hope the rest of the lobby is scouting and they are looking out for this Morgana. Don't let this man get another 3-star forecast. He wins so many games with it. Please open your eyes, lobby, and hold these Morganas for your own sake. Jaywalking gets knocked out. Negative 12 HP of 5-2. He's out of there. Yatsuhashi looking to be following his lead. 3 HP. Just lost a fight. Raz has been 26 HP for 4 or 5 turns. Is stabilized. I don't know what he's playing, but I'm very interested to see. Zyko finally losing that win streak. Unable to keep that one going. Are we going to see a 4 Siphoner angle? I like how Pot of Ball isn't slamming any garbage on his Morgana. He could have put the Trap Claw on it, but he chose not to. He's electing to wait to get something better from the carousel. Ooh, Zillion. You can't really run it. You know, there was an opportunity to go for Aurelia 3, but he's just going for too much, and he won't have the funds to do it. Lalana is running that Fabled comp. However, it's a Cho'Gath chosen, it's a Nico 1 and Nico 2, and the Nico will be taken down. Cho'Gath is ulting, but I don't know if he's going to feast his Morgana. The damage, even without Morello, it's still fairly decent. The Siphoner is keeping the comp topped up, and Lalana is going to take a decisive defeat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not killing a single unit. He's going to be feeling that one in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. SC brought down to 10 HP. Raza finally taking a loss down to 19. Yatsuhashi SC very, very close to death. They hear the Green Ripper dinking, donking, knocking on the door. I can't talk, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's that meme where the guy with the scythe is coming. It's Zyko, bro. He knocked out Jaywalk, and he's coming for Yatsuhashi. He's coming for SC. They hear the bones crankling against the door. They hear the shackles, dragging across the floor, and they do not want to be in that path. They want to win some fights because, bro, in this tournament, you need to place. You need to get those 18 points. And if Zyko places in the top 3 or top 2, he's probably going to be there. Ramkev has to get it first. Raza, Lalana, they're very close. They need to perform a little better. I think if Lalana gets a top 5, it probably puts him in that threshold to qualify. Pot of Ball, however, does take a Rage Blade from the carousel. He needs a 7th. Zyko literally needs 7th. Okay, Zyko's there, though. Zyko's literally there. Pot of Ball, I don't know what he needs. but he wants 2 more Morganas. But Ramkev has to get it first. Who's that? Raza? Raza's a very strong board. I'm not surprised he was win streaking. He has a Mage Swain with a GA. He has an Aurelion Soul too. There's no Gunblade there, so there's no sustain. There's no comeback mechanic. But if you can just one-shot people, you don't really need it. The Talon without the GA is going to jump into the line of fire from that Aurelion Soul. Will be taken down. Pot of Ball. He wants Morganas, but all he's getting is Talons. This is not what he wants. Lalana taken out. SC taken out. Yatsuhashi squeaking in, getting a 5th place. And all of a sudden, with the whole lobby down, he's feeling a little better. I don't know what Yatsuhashi needs. I don't think he's able to qualify, even if he gets a first here. But Ramkev winning another fight. Pot of Ball getting taken down by Raza. Zyko has a lot of Zayas. I saw at least 6. I didn't see the bench. But you see Ramkev. Ramkev is holding Zaya. Ramkev is griefing. He is playing correctly. Raza with the 2-star Swain coming out hot. This is going to carry his mid game very hard. Yatsuhashi, he has a good board. The potential is there, but he sees his Swain, and he is not feeling very happy about that one. He's scratching his head, but man, that Swain is just going to run rampant over your little duelist squad. The Acel sneezes and the Corona, bro. You should have got your vaccine because you are out of there. Pot of Ball getting taken out by Zyko. Ramkev also taking a loss. 15 HP. Pot of Ball down to 1 live. Ramkev needs to make a stand. I don't see how he's ever going to win against this Raza board. So his dreams and prayers are going to have to be that one of these players doesn't win next game, because we will see multiple players reaching that 18-point threshold. Raza is definitely going to be, Zyko is definitely going to be one of them. Perhaps Raza. Static Shiv, not super helpful. But I don't really know if Raza's board needs any more help. That's a 7 Mage Swain too. That's an Aurelion Soul. That's a fully stacked Aurelion Soul too. Fully stacked Swain too. Static Shiv Lulu. That is a nail in the coffin. Static Shiv Lulu, it's game over. I mean, Ramkev does have a good board, but as soon as he fights Raza, I think it's just all over. I don't see who's going to beat Raza. Zyko is trying to go for a 3-star Zaya. Wait, Zyko still has a loaded dice. He needs 3 more Zayas. Is able to get Jarvan 3. Rolling down. Trying to get as strong as he possibly can. Just to grief the lobby, to deny points from the other players. Zyko versus Raza. If Ramkev can take out Pot of Ball, that's going to be not too shabby for him. I don't know if Pot of Ball is going to qualify off of this one, but he might. Oh my god, these keepers are doing so much work. Wait, these Zayas are doing infinite amount of work. If you can kill the Swain before he ults, that's going to be massive. He was unable to. Can the Rakan do it? I don't think so. Pot of Ball does get knocked out by Ramkev. Raza will be winning this fight, and I think it's just going to be, I think Ramkev has a favorable matchup into the keeper board. Zyko is getting close to Cannon 3, still has that loaded dice. I think Ramkev does have a favorable matchup, unless Zaya gets set to, or unless Zyko gets set to. We are seeing the roll down. But I'm pretty sure as soon as Ramkev fights Raza, it's just game over, because this board is too powerful. Please hold the Zaya, thank you very much. This is the griefing I love to see. I mean, his board is basically capped. There's really not much more he can add. He can play Morgana over Swain, but it doesn't really do too much. Ramkev is also griefing the Zaya. Really good positioning on the Swain. That's going to do a lot of work. Does the Swain get in the backline? He doesn't. He stands there. But this Acel is super safe from Aatrox. It's never going to get pulled. Oh, JK, it got pulled instantly. Okay, well, that's going to be a very good Nico ult then. It's going to hit the clump. Man, there's a chance Ramkev actually wins this fight. That Aurelion Soul did not get a chance to ult. The fucking Aatrox ult coming in just in time. The Declaw Sejuani buying a lot of time. The Nico is still full HP. The Swain is stuck on his little Voidling. Trying. Nico's throwing out the DPS, but this is a big boy Swain. That's like angry bird. Hungry. Who? Bird is the word. And the Nico's going to get taken down. Janna unable to take down the Swain train. Zyko also taking a loss. Ramkev down to 1 live. That was so close. Everything went into Ramkev's favor. You know, that fight was literally a Janna diff. If he had Janna 2, the Janna probably would have won it, and at the very least would have had enough shields. The Rage Blade, Last Whisper, and Yumi was not able to provide enough. Man, there's a Janet 2 coming out finally, but it might be too little too late. I think Zyko, I think Ramkev does have an advantage over Zyko's board. Zyko does have a Recon 3 though with an RFC. Ramkev does play the set over the 4 Vanguards. I don't know if this is the correct choice. That's an anime visage Jarvan. Jarvan's walking in circles. Will not be able to hit the Nico. That's a very strong Xayah ulti. Good Nico ulti on the backline. Hits the backline once. We need another Nico ulti. It's CC'd. It's tied up. Very bad Nico. You need to hit these Xayahs. Boom, boom, boom. Will not be able to take him out. The Xayah does go down. And I think dropping 4 Vanguards was a mistake here. Ramkev will get sent to third place. Raza, Zyko, mano a mano. The 1v1 showdown. OCE versus Europe. Who will take the cake? Main, it's 1-1. Raza does get the Zephyr. Zyko taking the Chain Vest Azir. What are the plans with that? The plan is I have an Azir, nana boo boo, and you don't. Maybe I can get Azir too. We shall see if he gets it after all. He sells the Azir. He has a GA now. Is his GA going on Aatrox? Maybe. Is it going on a second Xayah? Perhaps. 1 off of Kenny 3 does drop the GA on the Xayah, and all of a sudden, I think Zyko might be able to take a win here from with that GA. It's still going to be really difficult, but the potential is there. The set is very, very strong into this Mage Swain. If you actually do get an ulti on it, that's going to provide a lot of damage. Zyko does get a Xayah Zephyr, trying to dodge that Zephyr, was unable to, was read like a book. Raza can read, and he read you. Good Kennen ulti. The Swain goes down once. The Swain will not go down again. It's Xayah versus the world. Another ulti from Set, from Xayah, and Raza does get taken down. Very well played. That Set coming in just in time. Very good timing on those ults. And those Xayahs cleaning house. Even though he got it Zephyr, he came back with a vengeance. I don't even know if you want to get it. I don't even know if you want to Zephyr. Honestly, you probably want to kill it instantly. Zyko only won at 18 points. Really? Zyko's the only one at 18 points? Yeah, I feel like that Zephyr just griefed him. But he will recycle the Zephyr. Raza is holding 1 cannon. Man, is this really the grief? 1 cannon? I'm a little disappointed with the griefing we saw. Ramkev was holding some units. And it's the last. This might be the last fight. If Raza loses here, it is over. He does Zephyr the backline Xayah, doesn't Zephyr that frontline one who has no defenses. The Aso gets taken down once, but he does manage to get the full ults off. Sent into GA. Boo! That Set, baby. The timing on the Set ulti. The Swain and the Aurelion Soul were both full mana. It's Siphoner, so even though there's no Gunblade, it will heal up. But the timing on that Set slam means Zyko will be taking down our boy Raza just in time, with the keepers coming out on top. Double Xayah, Cannon 2, Set, yabba dabba do. Word from Mortdog, what do you have to say? What do you think about that one, Mort?
Just, again, really fun to see the wide diversity of stuff going on, and Zyko putting on a clinic right now.
Imagine if Zyko had gotten second place game number 1, the tournament would be over right now. Zyko would have won because he reached 18 and then won a lobby. Zyko is so scared right now. Off of 2 lobby wins, the story at hand is, can he do it again? He's done it while playing a safe composition. He's done it while playing a risky composition with the Fortune. Like, what can't he do right now, Mort?
I don't know. He's playing really well today, and we keep seeing this throughout the tournament, that results from the previous day don't necessarily dictate how you're going to do the next day. Zyko barely made it through yesterday off a tiebreaker, beating out DQA. So came in as kind of like the low ball, not favorite, 8th place. And today, again, putting on a clinic, 26 points already, is now in that spot. So we'll just have to see if everyone can stop him now, because the strategy is going to change. You've got to stop Zyko at all costs.
It is a feat in of itself, of course, to make it to the global stage and to make it to day number 3, the top 8. But I think a lot of people were underestimating Zyko, having barely made it through into the finals with a tiebreaker. He didn't really have too many standout performances, but really is having that standout day today, has saved that energy, has ramped it up into the perfect moment. But these players need to deny Zyko that first place in this next game. All eyes are going to be on Zyko, I think, with literally every other player. And I think that's going to create maybe some interesting game dynamics, of course. But we'll see what ends up happening. We do have the recap from that last game to really break down what exactly happened. So let's get into it here. It was Ramkev in the early game searching for that fortune, and he did find it and utilized it to get a top 3. It wasn't the first thing he needed, of course, but still some great play nonetheless.
Did they show the scores yet?
Yeah, Jaywalking here doing the open fort strategy, which we haven't seen be that successful. It was doing well in scrims leading up to the tournament, but didn't do great, throughout the tournament. And unfortunately, Jaywalking ended up in an 8.
Zyko and Lana are both there.
Ramkev cashing out a little early, getting an Olaf.
Yo,
and
Cam the
Morgana.
Ram, thank you
Not
for the
the kind of
11
cash
months.
out you want to see that early. You want to normally get.
I mean,
that
Zyko high rolled it early for sure, but I mean,
Body
he
roll,
still
on the
played
other
it
hand,
very
one
well.
strike
His positioning
throughout
was
most
good,
of
his
the game
itemization
with
was
that
good.
Nasus. Did really well. Not
Wait, he
losing
definitely
the
just hit
3.
at 7.
So yeah, Yatsuhashi here playing the duelist comp, had that duelist spatula and things like that. And then there's the Mage Swain from Raza, very powerful.
Lana's a
Took him
16,
all
not
the way to
18?
the final
Oh.
2. But final fight came down, and that Mage Swain just wasn't enough against the double Zayas and the Swain, pumping out too much damage. Really well played from Zyko again. Definitely looking to be the favorite today.
Definitely, like, look at
26
this
points,
gap.
okay.
It is a 10-point gap between Zyko
Keck.
and Lolana right now, but taking how the numbers shape up right now, everybody is going to be within of getting
Oh,
to that
man.
18 points in the next game.
Okay, there's
It's
only
just
one
a matter of
person
who
playing for a
does
win,
it,
but there's a
right?
lot of
And it
people
could be
playing if
anybody.
it
All
goes
these
to
players
another
have
game.
had some great performances. It just comes down to the roles, it comes down to the nerves, it comes down to so many different factors, and we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, a little selfishly here, because the next game, either Zyko wins, or what happens is 3, 4, maybe even 5 players cross that threshold, leading to what could be a very crazy Game 5. And again, I'm a little sad because I won't be casting Game 5, but Game 5 could be looking to be really spicy. And so, again, we could either see the tournament end next game, or, again, that Game 5 could be just incredibly spicy. And I'm excited for it. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I feel like Spice is kind of the name of the game today, with especially lobbies 1 and 2. Like, that was some of the spiciest TFT I've ever seen. And if it does get to that point where there's 4 or 5 players within that checkmate position, really all hell is going to break loose, right? So many players vying for some.
Well,
very
Lana needs
greedy
a 7th,
strategies because
SC
the
need,
game
and
plan,
Ramkev
as
needs
mentioned
5th,
earlier,
and
does
Jaywalking
shift for a
Raza
lot
need
of players
4th.
when they need to play specifically for a first place, right? Maybe going to be multiple people running Fortune, and if like 3 or 4 people running
Let me see,
Fortune,
let me read
somebody's
this.
going to get screwed over.
Okay,
right? If
so-
Ramkev cashed out a bit too early, that's going to happen in a lobby with a bunch of Fortune players. Someone's going to, have that streak be broken, but somebody's going to keep it going for so long. And if that's actually what ends up happening,
Okay.
they could end up winning it. Of course, a lot of other factors have to go into it as well. We saw that keeper win, so even
A
if you
normal
do
one's
play
super
a
disappointing, no
safe
griefing
comp,
Zyko, and he
on
just
top
wins?
as
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
anything
That's kind of what
can
happened in the
happen.
Chinese one.
This is crazy. This
Echo?
not
Is there
just
actually an
meant to be
echo?
in the slightest. Like, what are your thoughts just overall in the day? Like, any other things that you want to bring up here?
I mean, overall for the day, this has just been a great finals. I'm really happy with how things going. Like I said, now it's the strategy of the format that's really fascinating to me. Because again, Game 4, it's only Zyko that can win. And so I expect to see if the players are really playing.
Oh, it's
to win
crowing?
here. It's
Okay.
Keep a
Yeah, 'cause
real
I didn't
close
change
eye on
anything.
Zyko, make
shouldn't
sure
be me.
he doesn't get what he's looking for. Maybe try to grief some of his units a bit. And that's a pretty
Pot of
easy
ball
to
needs
understand
second,
play.
Yatsu needs
But if
first.
Game 5 goes to that crazy state we're talking about, where there might be like 4 or 5 players in range, that's hard to start balancing, and at that point it just becomes a very, very high pressure who can get first
Who
place.
will the world
that's the
champion
game that's
decided
gonna
how
be
many
insane
points?
to watch.
18 points, and then you can play for first.
Yeah, I actually have another question. Do
Doesn't
you
matter
think
if
that
you
the
get first or third
regional
right, you just need
differences
that
are
Frenchie
how
not
much
to win.
impact,
Yeah,
I guess, will
exactly. They
regional
just need
differences
Zyko to
coming
not
out
win.
here, because we see some of the South Korean players,
Yatsu can also take second?
some of the more aggressive players as well have kind of already fallen out in this tournament. But with the play styles and the regions we see so far, how does that dynamic kind of break down in your mind, at least, Mario?
So from what we've seen so far, Korea seems to play the more consistent comps that if they get what they're looking for, can do really well. We saw that in game one, where they both played kind of that Callista that they're familiar with, and a lot of other regions were sleeping on, and it did very well. But Europe, on the other hand, is much better at playing for like those really big win conditions, those flashy win conditions. We saw it from Pade Bowl, we saw it from Zyko, and right now in the tournament, that's the thing you kind of need. And so we're starting to see Korea, unfortunately, their playstyle not really keeping up here. And so I think at this point, everyone's going to have to kind of transition from their more aggressive playstyles to a more conservative, I'm chasing that big finish. And
you need to play for first, for sure.
Not really used to playing that way.
Definitely, and TFT, you have to kind of adapt on the fly, but especially players like SCSC and Jaywalking probably just want a strong start, right? They're going to want a strong early Chosen to start win streaking with, because that is when really the dominance comes out in their play. But we are ready to throw it over to the analyst segment, so let's pass it over to Solo Gasang and break down what happened in that last game.
I want to talk about griefing and playing a grief versus playing for yourself
another really
after
close
this.
game. Great performance by Psycho with his keeper comp. The man with balls of steel last game, playing another comp this time. I would like to show how he crafted his way to victory. Yeah, picking up his favorites again in stage 2 with Fortunes. This time he doesn't have 11 lose streak.
Dude, how much did he high roll? He got Fortunes at 2-2. He just got 3 Fortune in one shot, and then he just like hit everything at 7 naturally. Wow. Actually insane.
Arena again, trying to look for an AD comp, Samira, or this time Saya. Finding his first Saya in stage 3 carousel already, hitting Saya 2 in stage 4. Building his items
and found a zillion. Oh wow, that's a lot of keepers. Oh my god.
Stage 4-2 later on.
He rolled like twice.
Really good items. Only really looking for a Garden Angel for Ken. Building his Elvis special here. Starting to win streak from this point on, all of stage 4.
Oh my god.
Also trying to
what is
get
this? He's got 50 gold left.
He doesn't manage to hit it in the late game. He was only missing 1 Ken, I think, and 2 or 3 Sayas really. Picking up Set and Javan 3 this round, hitting Javan 3. Also hitting 2 sets, but he sells them later on, trying to hit with 3 stars, not managing to do it. Set 1 making the difference here, and finishing out the game against Raza.
I forget who it was, but yesterday I watched someone roll 100 gold for 2 Tristanas and they found 1. And Zyko rolls like 5 times and he gets absolutely everything. But I want to talk about going into this last game. I want to talk about griefing versus playing with yourself. You know, just from my own personal experience, being in that situation, a lot of the time you can get like a little too. You don't want to focus on griefing too hard, because sometimes you can. What ends up happening is you just grief yourself, and you end up going 8th if you just focus on that too much. So you still have to like focus on your board, but you do have to keep in mind that you should probably hold some other units. But you can't focus on it too much.
Talk a little bit about other people who you feel like are in contention. Let's say Zyku's still placing like top 3, but he's still not winning. You know, who are some other players that are catching your eye more, Dog, right now?
Raza needs 4th place to qualify to play for a win.
Assassin comp, and as long as they can pull that off and it's uncontested, that could be a pretty strong first place. I also think SCSC has done incredibly well throughout the tournament. As long as they can adapt their playstyle just a little bit with the more greedy play that's going on right now.
Playing a greedy, I mean, you have to deny them the win con, whatever it may be. If it's Kennen, you know, if it's Zaya, if it's Asol, whatever their win con is, you kind of have to, and you have to like position for them too.
Game number 3. Congratulations, Zyko, from France, who is currently our point leader and is the first across the major checkpoint. Now, when Zyko gets a first place in any lobby moving forward, he will be the winner. But not far behind him is Lalana, as Mordog was mentioning, and then SCSC, Ramkev, Raza, Jaywalking, all within a pretty reasonable striking distance. That being said, you know, Yasuhashi passed the ball. They also are within contention.
I like when they call him pass the ball. Alright, I'll be back.
Yeah, they definitely are, and that leads into a very interesting dynamic in the next game. Are people going to try to aggressively deny Zyko the victory there, try to play these very first-rate styles of play, or as a competitor, are you going to be satisfied with the second place, right? Because honestly, some people might. It still gives you a huge chunk of change, and getting second is no small feat. So I think, are unlikely to see these more consistent compositions and are more likely to see greedier plays. But it really goes down to where the competitor's headspace is at, because it can vary very much from player to player.
Well said. And, you know, for now, we're going to put a pin in that conversation. We're not exactly sure what's going to be happening, but we are preparing for round number 4. That was
let's see it.
Lab standings, and we'll check back in, of course, after round 4 and see where everyone stands. In the meantime, we talked about EU a lot. We talked about Korea and their play style. We even talked about some of the other regions, but one region that doesn't get much conversation is Oceania. And Raza has been doing a fantastic job as the underdog to this point. He got a chance now to sit down with your favorite meme queen, Avluime.
When you speak, stream echoes? Okay.
I'm from Sydney, Australia, but I moved to Melbourne 3 years ago.
On average, how many hours do you play a day?
I play every day. I probably play like 8 hours a day, I think.
Where do you hope to place in this championship?
I feel pretty confident, to get through day 1, but that's about all I can say.
What's the most intimidating region?
Well, I don't know a lot about the other regions, but all the NA players are pretty much beasts. DQA, Sox, Kurum have all been rank 1 before. And Ramkev's kind of a troll in ladder, but when he takes the game seriously, he's a beast as well.
Who do you think is the best champion to get to 3 stars?
Probably Swain. When you 3-star Swain, he just covers the entire board with his ability.
What would it mean for you to win the entire Fates championship?
I'll just be so absolutely insane. I always try to be the best at everything I do, so just so happy to have the opportunity to do it here.
Okay, that interview was a lot better than the little meme format.
This is going to be game number 4, and here's where it gets really spicy, because like everyone went over before we saw the interview with Raza, we have one player in Zyko who has the ability to win the tournament if he can get a 3rd first in a row, or really any first from here on out. But there's a lot of players who can get at least to that 18-point threshold. So, Mort, I don't know. What do you think we're going to see? Make a prediction. How many players do you think we're going to have in position?
And we are going in. Very offensive carousel, no tiers, no gloves, no chains, no cloaks, a lot of swords. 3 players taking swords, 2 getting bows, 3 getting rods. Ramkev, Lalana, 2 fabled aficionados getting their rods. Like to play those mages, and that is definitely a good viable option. So the issue with 3 players getting swords is there might be more incentive for them to play Slayer, but we've seen that if multiple players play it, it might be a little difficult to to find the units you're actually looking for. Then you have to have players making different decisions. We will see what happens though. Let's get the tunes going. But for all those who want to know, you have to get to 18 points and then play for a win. Zyko's already there. To get there, Luana needs a 7th. SC and Ramkev need 5ths. Jaywalking and Raza need 4ths. And Pasta Ball and Yatsuhashi need a 2nd place to get to that 18-point threshold. And then once they get there and they get a 1st, they can take the cake main. Zyko is already there, has 26 points. Zyko with the double sword coming out hot, but the emphasis is on these other players to grief Zyko. If he gets a 1st, it's all over for all of them, and there is no chance. But if they can make it on to the next game and the game after that, that is their time to shine. Yasuo 2 coming out from Zyko, not too shabby. He doesn't really have anything to slam here other than the Deathblade. We'll see if that comes out from him. Raza with the Warlord Garen has a Nidalee pair on bench. That is a pretty decent spot to be in. Has a rod. SC with the Elderwood opener has an early Veigar and the Elderwood Maokai. Generally, you don't really see people taking Elderwood Maokai because it doesn't fit most boards. But if you do have a Veigar, it could be pretty decent. Lalana, very happy with his chosen. Ooh, he is not happy with that. But he does have the Dragon Soul Triss, which is a pretty good item holder early game. He has a decent front line. He has a lot of 2-stars. Overall, this board doesn't have any synergies other than the Exile. But it's a fine board nevertheless. You have frontline, you have backline, slam those items, probably going for a Morello on that Triss, maybe a Rage Blade. You know what's funny? We actually haven't seen any Kale in these last few games. Like, have we seen any Kale players at all? I don't think so. SC does level 4. I'm sure Lalana would if he had more than 1 gold. Yatsuhashi with the Brawler opener slamming the Sunfire Cape. Yeah, that comp definitely falling out of favor. Man. Not able to kill any units. That Teemo with the blind just disabling the entire team from Lalana. Yatsuhashi will be 4-0ing our boy Lalana. Zyko taking a 3-unit loss. Raza also taking an L. Ramcab versus Podball. Podball. Somebody is going to lose it here. It will be Ramcab taking a 2-unit loss. There is another 2-star from Lalana. Still no synergies. Dropped the only synergy he had with the Yasuo in order to level up and play the Sharpshooter. Honestly, this board is pretty decent. Tahm Kench is a pretty good solo frontliner. He has good backline damage. He should be able to get some kills here. All the Kale Forcers got ejected from the tournament? Yeah. That's what happened. It's like, it's natural selection, right? If you have the less favorable characteristics, meaning if you play Kale, you will not make it. You will not live, and your kids will not see another day. There will be no baby Kale players. It's only Callistas, Slayers, and Keepers left. TFT Darwinism, exactly. So we see SC with the Elderwood Maokai, with Mages, with Kennen slamming the Gunblade very early. He has a tier. We might see a Hodge, we might see a blue buff. Very early Veigar stacking up. Well, if you ever play Veigar carry, you don't see it very much, but if you ever do it, this is the game to do it. I think the Akali might actually be better than the TF at killing units. He will play the Dragon Soul. Very smart choice. Will be able to kill units for sure with this. And all of a sudden, the board is slowly coming together. If we see Lalana drop a Shyvana, that would be simply amazing. That would be probably the best case scenario for our board there. SC and Jaywalking, the 2 Korean representatives, both 100 HP. Zyko with that Yasuo 2 didn't slam Deathblade, doesn't have any items down on the board yet, has decent frontline with the Wukong and Garen Vanguards, has good DPS with the Yasuo and the Callista. However, this Brand is going to stun lock the entire team, and the little Veigar is going to just knock all these units down, drop them where they stand. Raza, Jaywalking, and SC HP looking pretty strong. That is a lot of spats. This game is going to be a spicy one. Zyko does take a 3-cost spatula. Spat games are always very interesting because the comps you see are generally super strong. That's where you see the Duelist Kales. That's where you see the Mage Swains. That's where you see the Vanguard Nikos coming out. Spats make the world go round. For sure. SC, last pick. He has a 3-cost tier he could take for the blue buff on Veigar. He really is hesitating to take it, which tells me that he actually doesn't want to play this garbage comp. But at the end of the day, Mordog says, yo, bro, you kind of have to take it. He says, if he says so more, I suppose I will take this trash. Will we see the blue buff slam, or is he trying to keep his options open? Maybe for a Hodge or a Chalice. He has 6 he has 6 TFs. We might see some Mage TF Veigar reroll shenanigans coming out. We will see. At the end of the day, I don't know what we're gonna see, but it's gonna be spicy. So grab your glass of milk, make sure you're not lactose intolerant, and don't burn your mouth too much because the blue buff is slammed. That is a 3 streak from SC, and an early Veigar does get a lot of stacks. Good Jarvan knockup. The Galio is gonna come down and smush the little Yordle, but the healing is coming out clutch. The defenses from Elderwood are going to tank this Galio. All he's doing is feeding mana to this little Yordle Titan of Terror. Jaywalking and SC both sitting at 100 HP. Does take the Nico, hopefully saying, man, I really don't want to play this trash comp. you know, let me get a way out, but I think there is no way out, and you just have to embrace it. Once again, let's check back. SC needs to get a 5th place here to move on to that 18-point threshold. They need to grieve Zyko and need to make sure he doesn't win, and a lot of players could qualify. Jaywalking needs a 4th place. SC needs a 5th place. Raza needs a 4th place. Ramcav needs a 5th place. That's a lot of competition for not so many places, and we'll see how it goes. This Veigar isn't quite able to do anything. He does get clapped by Jaywalking. Those sharpshooter procs proving to be too much. How this Maokai will not be able to slam jam one Korean rep, griefing the other Korean rep. They could not dodge each other. They could not keep this streak going. Raza also losing his 3 win streak. So the only one left of the streak is Jaywalking. Zyko and Pod the Ball down toward the bottom. Yatsuhashi in 6th place. HP is looking pretty good across the board. Padaball is probably the only one who's a little low at 74, but Zyko, Yatsuhashi, Lalan, and Ramcav all sitting in 80s. HP is looking pretty good. No one really has a solid streak other than Jaywalking and maybe Ball down there at the bottom. Probably has a 4 or 5 loss at the very least. But Jaywalking's board is looking really good. 4 sharpshooters, does have Dragon Soul, does have good frontline with the Braum. Runon's tier. Do we see a second Runon slam, or is that going to be a Chalice? Does go 6, doesn't rat it, just slams the level 6, drops it on the table, tells the whole lobby, hey, this is what I'm doing, you do what you want. Good board, does get a Vanguard in there. Zyko's board's looking kind of scuffed. I see a GA Morello Tristana too, that's going to be really powerful. Does slam the Chalice on the Sivir, okay. Ideally, you don't really want Chalice in this comp, but he's just trying to play for the streak and trying to maintain that streak a little longer. Zyko, 6 components, 0 items slammed. It looks like he's keeping the option to play Mages Open. Will get destroyed here. 5-0 loss for Zyko. Okay, so Zyko has a couple options. He could play Mages. He could also play Nico. He has a Gunblade, but the issue with playing Nico is he has... Man, I think Zyko's not gonna do very. This game is going on for at least for another game, because there is 0% chance Zyko wins this game. He has 2 very good options ahead of him. Those options are Mage and Nico. However, the dude's got 3 swords, and it's really hard to use those. I mean, yeah, you can make a Gunblade, and I uses one. You can make a GA, and I uses another one. But like, there's a decent chance you get more swords or like more bows or gloves, and it's just your items get scuffed. So the potential is there, but it's not looking super hot. I think his best path going forward is probably Mage, because I uses his tier and spat instantly. He makes a Gunblade and goes for a GA. So Mages are probably his best option. I think playing Fabled would probably be a bad idea, because I mean, he needs 2 chains. He needs 1 chain for GA, 1 chain for a Vanguard spat, and the chance of that is very low. So Zyko really needs to get an ASOL sometime soon, and if he can get that together, it could be pretty good, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't have Fortune. Anyway, we see Jaywalking drop for Sharpshooter. He's playing Mamma Mia. He said, my streak's over. Yatsuhashi does take him down. Galio, but one is a big boy taking down the Juvenile. It's like when a big T-Rex eats a little Allosaurus baby. It's not going to be a good matchup, and the T-Rex or the baby does get one of them gets taken down, whichever one's the smaller one. Anyways, we look at Yatsuhashi with 6 Cultist. Does have a Callista too. Bo Galio diff. Yeah, exactly. So we still see that Veigar stacking up. Gunblade Blue of Veigar. Zyko has an Akali chosen. That's going to secure his mid game very well. If you look at the backlines, all of these backlines are very weak. Look at Yatsuhashi's backline. It's a bunch of 1-star units. Look at SC's backline. It's a bunch of new mages. A lot of these players have little Tristanas in the backline. That Tristana or the Akali, even though it might not win you fights, it's going to do a lot of work. That Aatrox pulling the Veigar a little closer. Boom! The Galio comes down. Focuses the Veigar instantly. Wow, that is so unfortunate for SC. I'm pretty sure he would have won that fight if his Veigar didn't get instantly focused by the big boy Galio. SC with the Veigar Veigar pair. Ramkev is looking a little low on HP. He needs, what, a 5th place to make it to the qualifying threshold. And at this rate, I don't know if he's going to do it. NA dreams are about to be shattered if he doesn't bring it back just a little bit. Pot of ball taking a bow. I don't know what he's going to do with that. Bo doesn't play into Mage. It doesn't play into Fabled. Is he just going to try to play Akali? Akali might be the best option, but taking another component that you can't slam just feels so bad because he's literally sitting on like 8 components and he can't slam any items, and that is not good. Aatrox 2? Oh my god. Wait, Yatsuhashi has an Aatrox 2. Oh, a tier, some gold, and a magnetic remover. Nothing too spicy. Probably the best case scenario. But man, that's an Aatrox 2. That's going to do a lot of work. We see a Runon's Deathblade, Tristana 2. Zyko does slam the IE. Wait, where'd the bow go? Wait, did he not take a bow? Oh, maybe he didn't take a bow. I think he took a glove, actually. I thought he took a bow. Okay, well, he has an IE. He has another sword. I don't know what that's going to be. This is looking, if I had to guess, this is looking like a Talon game. You have half of you have half a GA. You have the blue buff for Lee Sin. The Kali right on that Veigar are going to take him out. Boom, boom, boom. Cleaning house. Zyko on a 3 loss streak. It looks like that streak is about to end. The Lana on fire. Raza getting taken down. Pot of ball stabilizing, winning. Zyko getting a win here is very good for him. He doesn't want to lose any more HP. Ramkev, however, in the same boat, but does not win the round. 55 HP, not looking too hot. Zyko's board is looking fairly garbage, but at the same time, fairly decent. He has the Akali to kill units. He has 4 assassins to buff it up. Has the Yumi 2 to keep it alive. Attack speed buff the whole team. Ooh, wait, Ramkev is playing Keepers. Okay, I think playing Keepers is Ramkev's best option. If you're in a position where you're not high rolling, ooh, another Akali player. If you're in a position where you're not high rolling, your best bet is to reroll a comp that revolves around a 3 cost, because it's going to be really hard to get like a 4 cost carry. So something like Keepers is going to be very easy to go for. Raza looks like a possible Fabled board. Does have 2 Nikos, has a spatula. I don't think Fabled will be the best option with these items. The GA isn't amazing. You generally want the Vanguard spat, but if he high rolls, it's always an option. If he gets a chosen Nico here, he's going to be in a very good spot suddenly. Has a Chalice, has a spat for a Vanguard spat. Does need 1 chain, 1 rod to really bring the comp together. 1 chain, 1 glove is also fine. So Raza has he has a good path towards the top 4, which is all he really needs to move on to that point threshold. Yatsuhashi, the only one able to maintain a win streak with that. I don't even remember what his board was. I think it was a 6 Cultist with the Callista 2 board. Oh yeah, he has Callista 2 and Aatrox 2. Raza saying, forget this Fabled garbage. Does level to 7 during creeps and rolls it down to 0. With we call this a goblin roll down. Basically, you don't trust yourself to roll down enough and pivot during the stage after creeps. So what you do is you just send it the stage before. That way you can make sure your positioning is right. And honestly, you lose a few gold, but you make sure your board is set up to win the round. Wow, why is everyone just hitting zillions at 7? My goodness. Zyko has a lot of items here. We're going to see something happen. Does have 2 spatulas. Is he not slamming his Fawn? This man is so dizzy. He has so much to do. The priority is rolling down because his board is kind of garbage. Does find a Yone. Is trying to buy his Akalis. Fawn on bench. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. I'm a dizzy. Oh no. He doesn't find the cannon. Is unable to find 4 ninjas. He was desperately rolling for 1 more Kenny. Was unable to get it. Fawn on bench. 7 out of 8. Oh no. Does he get punished? Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't get punished. This Galio is trying to 1v9, but the Zillion ulti with the Yumi is going to keep everyone alive. Yatsuhashi, Mr. Winstreak, loses to Mr. Zyko, running 7 out of 8. Double Zillion at 7. Wow. And unless he hits Zillion 3, that's kind of going to grief his econ. It feels kind of bad to sell it. He needs 1 cannon. Mortdog, please give me this cannon. 1 time. Mortdog, 1 time. Shen 2, Zed 2, mod check cannon, no cannon in sight. Look at his bench. Look at his bench. He has Z2 Shensu on bench. Bro, okay, honestly, I think you just play Shensu and say I don't really care about this ninja bonus, because keeping Shensu on your bench feels kind of bad. Oh man, Zyko is pissed. Zyko is pissed. Jaywalking has a Trinimir 2. Jaywalking's level 8 at 4-2. Has a Trinimir chosen with Deathblade, RFC Runas. You guys remember when this was like the best in slot Olaf build? And then they like got rid of the cleave interaction? Well, he's got it on Trinimir, baby. Ramkev, 47 HP, winning a fight. Ramkev needs a 5th or like a 4th or something to move on. He's playing keepers. He doesn't have a Morello. Oh my god. Where is Kennen? Oh no! He is so mad. He's selling Talon. Oh dude. Oh dude. He's playing 2 Zillions. Oh man, he is so pissed. He's about to pawn grandma's TV to try to find this freaking Kennen. Oh my god, SC's board is looking kind of scary. He has 5 little Yordles, little Vagars on the board. Ramkev 80 or Jaywalking 85 HP. Ramkev with a spatula with a Kennen 3. That's where all the Kennens are. Ramkev has 9 of them. Ramkev has been the player that's consistently griefing. I mean, I don't think he intentionally tried to grief, but he is inadvertently griefing the fudge out of Zyko. Man's got 9 Kennens. This dude's got none. Some players have it all. Some players watch with longing eyes, and Zyko is in shatters. He's feeling the heat, man. He is now having a good time. He's saying, Mr. Ramkev, can I please have a crumb of Kennen? And Ramkev says, nah, bro, get bet. Nice try, kid. Who, pot of ball, going for the Yone carousel. JK, he is taking that glove. Ramkev looking to take that belt for the Morello. Has a Morello, has a GA, has a Chalice, has the Zaya. Everything that needs to be there is in there, exactly where it needs to be. Jaywalking, however, the only player with that win streak, 85 HP. On fire, dominating the lobby. Lalana 66, Raza 58, SC. We have a lot of players, and all these HPs are very tight. 66 to 46 is all very close. I think these players are all comfortable. Ramkev has a Azir. That's actually insane. Having Azir, having 9 Kennens. Ramkev is kind of high rolling out his mind. He only has a Zaya 1, but everything else is there. He has an early Azir. He has Kennen 3. He has good items. He has the potential for an Elderwood spat. The only thing missing is Ord at 7, like Lalana has. Ooh, SC was able to find a chosen Vagar, which means it's going to be very, very likely that he gets a Vagar 3. And with how many stacks his Vagar has, there's a decent chance we see a good finish from that. Lalana with Acel 2, Chosen Shen at 7, and a Nico on bench. Lalana's board is looking very good, and it's going to be a very, very favorable matchup into this keeper board. If you look at Ramkev's board, he doesn't have an Aatrox yet, so there's no way to deal with this. There's no way to deal with this Aurelion Soul. So eventually, it's just gonna kind of farm everyone. Ramkev does get taken down. Zyko down to 21 HP. Even at this point, even if Zyko finds a Kennen, it's not gonna matter. Like, he's just doomed. But it doesn't matter because he already has the points to qualify. Raza getting a Zaya 2, that's gonna be a pretty good power spike. Jaywalking's still win streaking, and having that extra gold is gonna put him in a dominant position. How many points does he need? Jaywalking needs to get a 4th, and he's definitely gonna get it. Raza is likely to get a 4th. Lalana needs a 7th. I'm pretty sure Zyko going 8th is actually just gonna launch everyone else to get that 18-point threshold. Pod the Ball and Yatsuhashi need to get a 2nd place. Pod the Ball with 41 HP, not looking like he's going to be hitting that. SC is 1 Vagar off of 3-star. And ooh, that Zai ulti is very good. I was going to say, without access to the backline with Aatrox, this keeper board isn't actually all that good. So even though Ramkev does have a Kennen 3, this isn't a very good matchup for him because just look, like this Asol, this Kennen, they're untouched. They're just blasting away. And Aatrox really is the glue that holds this garbage car together. Without the glue, you know, the wheels fall off, the battery falls off, the windshield's off to the side of the road. There's no mirrors, there's no steering wheel. It's not held together. You really need the Aatrox to hold this little race car together. Zyko still looking for the Kennen. Still looking for that Kennen. Ramkev, 37 HP. He needs a 4th place, right? It's not a 5th. Yeah, Ramkev needs a... Oh, Ramkev needs a 5th. Okay, that's not a huge hurdle to go over. He's got 6th place locked in. Pod the ball, and Zyko are probably going to run it down, and they're going to get him there. So these Akali items suck. He has a Lee Sin, he has a Yone, he has 2 Zillions. Wow, level 7, 2 Zillions, Lee Sin, Yone. However, no Kennens. No Kennens. He's had Shen 2 on the bench for so many rounds. He has an Azir, another legendary unit. Everything but the Kennen. Oh man, dude. Can you just... I mean, I would FF. Like, it's just FF, bro. I'm surprised he's not hitting escape and at the very least hovering over that FF button. Oh, Raza also running keepers. Raza's griefing Ramkev. And that's exactly what he needs to do, because if he keeps Ramkev from top 5ing, if he sends Ramkev bot 3, Ramkev will not have enough points to qualify. Raza's holding 4 Zayas. He has an Elderwood Kennen. However, the Zaya items are absolutely trash, but the rest of the items on his squad are pretty good. Zyko does get knocked out, never finding a crumb of Kennen. However, he doesn't give a damn. He already has the points to qualify, and he's good to go next game. However, you know, now there's other competition. Oh my god. Okay, jaywalking is so strong. He has Swain 2, Asol 2. Ramkev was able to get a cloak for an Elderwood spat. That is the best case scenario. He doesn't have a... he doesn't have Aatrox or yeah, it's going to be really hard for Ramkev to get a 5th, but I think getting the Elderwood spat is definitely going to help. He made Gunblade for Xayah. He made Hodge Jewel Gauntlet for Xayah. No Xayah 2 yet. No Xayah pair even. Very good Xayah ulti from Ramkev. Good positioning on that one. Good Kennen ulti. Just buzzing everybody. Can the Xayah get another ulti off? Kennen gets taken down, and the Xayah 1 will come out on top over Raza. I think Raza and Ramkev are both fighting for... No, Raza needs a 4th. Ramkev only needs a 5th. So I think jaywalking is probably going to qualify. Pod the ball is not looking too hot. SC needs a 5th place. He is not feeling too good. Raza is rolling down. Raza is holding these Zayas, is down to grief. The Ramkev and a Soul representative does have the Aatrox too, is holding these Kennens. You know, you never know. Maybe get a shot with 5 Kennens. You never know. Yatsuhashi getting the Kalista 2. SC with that Veigar 3. Let's see if he can survive, if he can make it into that top 5. He has a Rageblade Aurelion Soul. Man, this Veigar is actually super stacked. With double Chalice, with all those stacks, with the Gunblade, with the blue buff. This little Veigar is actually going to one-shot just about everybody. Look at Roz's board. One by one, getting smitten down by the Yordle god himself. Zeus raining thunderbolts from the heavens. Boom, boom, stack, stack. Boom, boom, AP, AP. The storms are rumbling. And that's a lot of stacks for that little Yordle. Boom, Raza taken down. Pod the ball, sent to 7th place. It is a battle for 5th place. Raza and SC both, no, SC and Ramkev both fighting for that top 5 position. One of them is going to get the points. One of them is not. Lalana jaywalking in dominant spots. They will have the points to qualify. Ramkev, even though he doesn't have Asol, even though he doesn't have Aatrox, doesn't have Orin, doesn't have Xayah 2, the items are so good, and the fact that he has Kennen 3 with the Chalice, it's carrying his board and it's making up for it. Xayah 1 with very good items is generally enough to where you don't need the 2-star. Raza has 6 Zayas. He's griefing the fudge out of our boy Ramkev, but his items are so good, they are making up for it. Man, jaywalking's board is insane. insane. He's level 8, 50 gold, 6 Dragon Soul, insane items on all of his carries. I mean, this is a wrap. This is his game to lose. Yatsuhashi does get the 3-star Callista, and Yatsuhashi needs a 2nd place to qualify, and Callista might be the way to do it. It's not a very good matchup into these keeper boards. It has a hard time against the Xayah. It has a hard time once the Aatrox comes out, but luckily for him, one of them doesn't have Aatrox. Very good Aatrox ulti. Lee Sin, can he get the kickoff? Oh my god, so close! And he felt it, jaywalking with a sigh of relief. At the end of the day, his Swain almost got kicked off, and the Callista's gonna try, but if you look, that is a Dragon Claw on that Swain, and it will not be taken down. Yatsuhashi, so close, but no cigar. Not gonna be able to take down that Swain because of that Dragon Claw. It's the cannon. Raza does get a win over Lalana. Lalana needs a 7th. Lalana already has the points to qualify. Jaywalking will almost certainly get the points to qualify, so we can take them off. Lalana is in. Jaywalking is almost for sure in. Pass the ball is out. Yatsuhashi needs a 2nd place. SC Ram Kev fighting for 5th. Raza fighting for 4th. Raza's in the top 4 right now, but if you look at these HPs, they are so tight. 20s for 4 players. With Lalana's at 33, but that's not much of a lead. 4 HP is not very much, and everyone's just battling for 2nd. Yatsuhashi really wants that 2nd place. Ram Kev with the Ornn, with the Aatrox, with the Xayah too. All the pieces came together. He's fighting against his big boy Swain. Bajoom! The Swain gets another ulti off. The Xayah is left untouched. I don't think the Swain's gonna ult one more time. Boom! Xayah with the 3rd ulti. Aso blasts the board, and Ramkev does get taken down. He gets hit so hard, he has to fix his glasses, but he does get those straightened out. Ramkev taken down to 21 HP. Really wants to get a 5th place here. Yatsuhashi down to 16. Oh man, Ramkev needs Yatsuhashi to get knocked out. SC with the Veigar 3 fully stacked. Every turn raining down those bombs. Every turn getting stronger and stronger. It's a little 3-cost unit, but it's gotten so many stacks that there's a good chance he's going to be able to top 4. SC is looking for that 5th place. He needs Yatsuhashi to die. He needs Ramkev to be knocked out. Spam this plaza to help Raza. Yeah, Raza needs a top 4. He's there. I think Raza's items are a little subpar, but the HP lead he has over these bottom contestants, I'm sure he's feeling very good about that one. Jaywalking will go 9 and start rolling down. Do we see him sell ASO and go for Swain 3? Probably not. No person in their right mind would ever do that in this scenario. But, you know, we can dream. He got a IE and a BT. Not very useful items. He wants a Samira to hold that stuff. He does play the sharpshooters, drops the Braum. Very good board, very good frontline, very good backline. We see Lalana with a Swain 2 of his own. Wow, how does Lalana have Swain 2 at level 8? When Jaywalking has a Swain 2 at level 8, that's a lot of Swain 2s. Lalana has D-Claw, Morello, that D-Claw versus D-Claw matchup. However, you look at the backline, and Lalana does have the superior ASO dropping those bombs. However, this Samira is chunking down. She is untouched. One little Samira, what can she possibly do? What can she do? She can dodge every ASO ulti. She can dodge every Swain and take down Lalana. Raza down to 11 HP. Lalana 14. Ramkev down from the bottom, now at the top, winning the last fight. This is such a close lobby. Yatsuhashi also winning his fight. Yatsuhashi needs a 2nd place. Out of nowhere, Jaywalking has a Samira 2. Yatsuhashi with the Lee Sin. Man, he needs a 2nd place, and there's a good chance he can get it. Has a Callista 3. Has the Lee Sin 2. All the tools are in place. The Lee Sin is going to be super helpful against those cannons. SC with the insane Shroud. Very strong Veigar. Double GA Aurelian Soul for good measure. Just in case the first one doesn't work, you've got the 2nd one to back you up. Little Veigar, he's trying his heart out. The GA is popped. The Olaf is alive and will smack him down. As he goes down, he does get 1 more stack on that Olaf. SC taken down to 5 HP and 1 life. Raza getting hit too hard. He does get taken out. He needed a 4th. He got a 6th. This means Ramkev makes it through. This means SCSC makes it through. These players all qualify. Raza and Pod the Ball are not going to have enough points to do it. Everybody's going to be playing for a first next game except Raza and Pod the Ball. These players want it, except Yatsuhashi. Yatsuhashi needs a 2nd place if he wants to qualify as well. But there's 5 players that are guaranteed to play for a first next game. Ramkev, Ramkev and SCSC are in. They don't really worry about the rest of his placement. But Ramkev has a set 2. Where did that come from? He has a set 2 with a collector. He's going to hit that Swain, and he's going to come back and target that Swain one more time. I don't want to count my chickens before they cluck, before they hatch, but I think Ramkev can definitely give Jaywalking a run for his money. Jaywalking holding those Olafs on the bench, does have 5 Olafs, is potentially going for the Olaf 3 win condition if Lalana does get taken down, but he will have enough points to qualify. Yatsuhashi knocking out SCSC, the little Yordle Zeus finally gets taken down. Yatsuhashi needs a 2nd place to qualify. Ramkev wants to make a stand because the fewer people that can qualify, the better chance for everyone else in the lobby to win. The better chance Ramkev wins. He doesn't want Yatsuhashi to get a 2nd place. He's pondering. He's thinking about all the possibilities in his mind. Every time we look at this man, the look of determination, you can just imagine all the things going through his head. He always looks so calm and collected, always so determined. I love watching him play. When he gets hit too hard, he pushes the glasses up just a little bit, and it's kind of like that anime protagonist, right? You know, he gets the glasses ready, he gets that look on his face, he's ready to go. Jaywalking getting another Olaf. He's got 6 Olafs. He needs 3 more. Yatsuhashi has so many utility items. His items are so scuffed. He has a Random Wins Duelist Zillion. He has a Buzzer and Blue Buff Aatrox. He has a Lee Sin with some scuffed items. How many items does this guy have? He has a Shroud. He has Trap Claws. He has a Tie-Ins on the Callista. Will be trying to cheese one more Trap Claw against Jaywalking. This Callista shooting away. That is a very good positioning on the Azir Soldier. And a Samira deletes Yatsuhashi's board, getting taken out and getting taken down. Is that going to knock him out? Down to -2 HP. Can Ramkev make a stand? No, he cannot. Yatsuhashi qualifies. He's got himself. He takes down Ramkev and he solidifies his 18-point threshold to allow him to play for a victory in the next lobby. This means 6 players are qualified to play for first next game. Everybody except Lalana and I don't know, SCSC maybe. Pod the Ball does not make it through. Wait, Lalana does. Let's check our sheet. This means Raza, Pod the Ball are the only 2 that are unable to play for first. These players need to bring it back. Raza and Pod the Ball need to win the next lobby to make sure no one else takes the cake. It's their cake and they want it now.
Except for maybe
more. What do you have to say?
Raza doing exactly
after that spicy game?
So holy crap, Game 5 is going.
Whew.
We are going to have no less than 6 players at the 18-point threshold with the ability to win the entire tournament to become the TFT Fates the TFT Fates champion in the next game.
Okay, I want to point this out. I'm seeing people say they need to grieve. You actually can't grieve. You can't have 2 people grieving 6 people. All that's going to happen is they're going to set themselves too far behind. So they really have to hope that they high roll 2 games in a row. One of them needs to win this. Pod the Ball, I don't know what happens to him. He was busting out ASOL 3 left and right. I haven't seen ASOL 3 once from him. He needs to bring that back. It's a pocket pick that worked for him, and we need to see it here. He needs to bring him back, and he needs to win the game so the other guys do not take it home.
You know, the game is in a fantastic place.
But there are 6 players who are able to play for a first tier, and we will see what happens.
Where your job gets hard, you've got to do the
Yatsuhashi with the clutch, though. That is so well played. He took down Ramkev and solidified his spot in the finals.
I think it's going to be exciting. Like, we're going to look back on Fates, and it's going to be one of the best sets of all time. You know, a lot of players enjoyed it.
Doubt.
It was a lot of fun. It was really competitive at the end. So that's always going to be a positive. But like you said, we're about to go into Reckoning. There's going to be a bunch more work to do, and we get
Reckoning
to do
is
it all
so
over
good.
again
I've
in
played it,
a
and man, it
stressful
is
few
so
months,
good.
but,
Let me tell you guys,
you
it
know,
is
that is
so
what it is.
good.
It's part of the job. That's what keeps
Compared to
TFT
Chosen,
fun.
the
We
set
can look forward
mechanic is
to the
simply
Reckoning
amazing. It's so
Championship
fun.
right
It gives
after
the
that,
players
so-
a lot of agency. It gives you a
Absolutely.
lot of.
I
It
don't
gives you a
envy
lot
the
of
job
control
of,
over
balancing TFT, but
the
we're certainly
situation
enjoying
you're
it at
in
the
later
moment.
on in the
That's-
game. Let me
that's
tell
for
you guys,
sure.
this is gonna be the
We're gonna,
best
again, like
set
I
of
said,
TFT
see
we've ever
those
had.
results in
It's
a
the
moment.
best
Let's take a
mechanic. I
look
mean,
at a recap
Galaxy
of
might
that
be a
game
little
we
better,
just
but this one's
watched,
on tier with
And,
it. It's
it was
honestly
another
probably
exciting
better.
one, but
Honestly,
this-
as someone who really loves Galaxies, I think Reckoning is gonna be a better set mechanic overall. It's gonna be easier to balance, and it's gonna be more fun. Trust, bro, this shit is gonna be lit.
But that said, jaywalking pretty much on top of this lobby from moment one.
Yeah, the big thing here.
Oh, Ramkev,
Ramkev
dude,
getting
he's
real pumped
hyped.
there, getting
Yeah.
his GA for his Kennen, and the big thing we'll call out here, and hopefully it shows it, is that he got that Kennen 3. There it is. Really,
You should really
early.
bolt your
Goes
wheels.
from
Your car
5
is
to
not
8
safe with
Kennens on
glue,
that
bro.
play.
It's a little race
Goes
car.
on
It's not a real
little bit
car.
more, and bam, and hits the Azir. So he
Holy
gets
shit,
the
4-2 Kennen
the
3.
Azir. You
Wait,
see
did
the
you guys
excitement
know
on
that
his face.
airplanes
He
are
is
held
pumped,
together with
ready
glue?
to go.
Those big airplanes, those little
and then we
bolts,
see
all the
jaywalking
bolts do
here.
is they
He's
hold the
still in
airplane
first place
together
by a
while the
decent
glue
margin.
dries. The glue is really
Hit
the
level
what holds
8
it
at
together.
4-2, which is a
Don't
lot
doubt the
earlier than
glue.
people
Bolts
expect.
are overrated.
Using
Glue
that
is
to
where
get
it's
a
at.
Chosen Tryndamere, really good. Yatsuhashi.
They're held
getting
together
a-
with rivets?
wow, a
Yeah, until the
Nico
glue
and
dries,
two
bro.
spatulas from his
Okay,
Raptors
fuck this
there.
streamer.
Big
Wait.
power up
What?
for Yatsuhashi.
Shut up,
which is
Dazlick.
what he needed, because he needed exactly second or first, and he got just that, as we saw. Gets the Callista 3 with the QS, very valuable. Here we see the Samira upgrade from Jaywalking.
Bro, this board is
Gets that
nutty.
Samira 2, and eventually
Man, this is gonna be a
turns that
nuts
into
game
9
vibe.
Dragon Soul Samira 2 for the double
Yatsuhashi
kill
getting in
and
there
the
by the
win.
skin of his teeth, bro.
Jaywalking
By a
again,
beast
putting
pecker
an
hanging
amazing
on.
show,
Getting
and
that
a lot
that
of
second
people are
place
gonna be
spot.
able to
Really
win
good
this
for
one.
him.
I love seeing the emotion on these players' faces. Like, it's, you can tell not only are they just enjoying it, but like it is so hype when you realize that last crucial round you get that win. And here's our standings at the moment. Or at least the results of that last game anyway. But if we look at those point totals, you can look at the first 08, that's fine. But I'm looking at those point totals on the right side and looking
You
at
ignored
so many
509 of his
players
messages,
at
Keck
18
W?
or higher.
Okay, what
Game
has
five is
Dazlick
gonna
been
be
saying?
Absolutely nutty. It's just Raza and Possible. Just
You realize I'm reading
outside
chat on this
looking
little
in
fucking
now.
thing, right?
They've
I
gotta
can't see.
hope
I can't even see
somehow,
when people
some
at
way,
me.
one of them manages to take a first to keep this thing going.
Do you
Yeah,
need permission to
6
recast
players
main cast?
are eligible
Yeah,
win
you have
the
to be
tournament.
LPP.
This is probably the craziest we've ever seen this.
Okay,
format
he
go.
actually spammed so many.
And
Yeah, you have to be LPP.
Raza and Potty Bowl have
Okay,
got some
honestly,
rooting for
okay, I'll be
themselves.
honest. I didn't ask for permission day one. I just kind of did it. And if someone asked me to stop, I would have stopped. But then they contacted me and they're like, bro, you want to cast this? And I'm like, oh, yeah, do I need to do something special? And they're like, okay, you need to do this. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, I definitely cast day one without permission. I just kind of did it. But I do have a permission as of day 2 and 3.
One player being able to win the tournament at that threshold.
Like, I don't know who to
Six
ask,
players.
so I just did it.
I've never seen a jump that large, that quick in one of these finals before.
No, it's definitely never been that.
What'd
big.
you have to
I
do?
think we
You have to be
everything ready,
LPP.
so if we want to pass it over to
And you have to
Greg
have
do
like the
the
TFT
analysis.
Worlds in your title.
We do indeed. Take it away, Bryce.
Yeah, thanks, guys. An exciting finish ahead, but let's take a quick look back at this game. This game was the most one-sided game of the day, right? Just an absolute stomp, basically from start to finish. And so I want to look at a little bit of the why that happened, right? How did we get there instead of?
And I
looking
can't
at
have the
these fights, which
videos
were
on YouTube for a
relatively
bit.
One-sided. So it started off with Jaywalking having a good opening. He was the only player to win streak through Krugs. And then, as you saw in the package just now, he makes this
Oh
pivotal
my God, that
decision that
shot.
Mo was talking about. He goes to level 8 on 4-2. This is a very unusual cadence, but I think it was really well supported.
Wait, how
by
much money
his
does he
ADP
have?
Situation, and in particular the items, right? The RFC, Runin's Hurricane, and Death
My
Blade
God,
were
how
on
much
Crystalla,
money does
a
this
unit
guy
that
have,
was
bro?
Absolutely going to fall off for the entirety of Stage 4. But if he can get a 2-star Olaf or Tryndamere or even a single Samira in that spot, he's going to spike massively. He recognizes that, and he goes for it on 4-2. He hits, and it puts him in an insane position for the rest of this game. He then makes the pivotal decision to sell this Tryndamere, right? RFC Runon's Deathblade are insane Olaf or Samira items.
For sure.
They're okay on Tryndamere, right? Tryndamere is a carry that wants to dash to the back line. Oftentimes, RFC can disrupt that because what winds up happening is it stays attacking on a tank in the front line
Holy
instead of kind of carrying through and getting
guacamole.
access to the backline carry that it really wants as a unit. And so he understands that. He sells the Tryndamere Chosen, goes for the Olaf, hits the Swain 2, and then he says, look, I'm way ahead of this lobby. I go to level 9. He's looking for other win conditions, right? But in particular, he recognizes he's coming off his only loss, right? This is his first loss in like 10 rounds to Ramkev's board. And so he goes for the 9 Dragon Soul variant of the composition. He gets the Samira 2 online. And at this point in time, right, because he's been punishing the lobby so much, he's just really far ahead of the other boards in relative power level. So he can just quickly position scouts. He puts his Samira away from his Olaf, so he does not get double shrouded if he plays that board. He actually winds up dodging both shrouds. It's a very, very easy situation for LJ Walking to kind of walk across the finish line, and this was great adaptation, right? Just goes to show Chosen can be a stepping stone. If you get a good Chosen, sometimes you're forced to keep that. But in this situation, he was able to go for a great Chosen, play to an actual win condition. He understood that.
What are the standings? Everyone, exclamation mark scores, but everyone's playing for first except 2 people.
Odd
the ball and
every step of the way
somebody else,
from 3-1 on in order to get there. Ends with 60 HP. The results speak for themselves. Very, very good recognition that he was high.
Zach had Ken on 3-5 but didn't buy it. Oh,
converted into a win. So well played by Jaywalking in this game.
Thank you very much, Bryce, for that excellent breakdown. Bryce is doing such a great job, as well as Soloka-san. I've been really enjoying their insight, and you heard it from him. Anything less than first was a BG. So, Mort, let's talk a little bit about the stage. I know you've been saying it a lot. You're very jealous of casting game number 5. But let's talk a little bit about the 2 players that are on the outside looking in for Padeball and Raza. You know, when you look at them, they have to also kind of play for a first array strategy, too. And I feel like we aren't really focusing on that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, really the only way this goes longer than one more game is if they win. We've seen Potty Bull, who's definitely capable of it. He won 2 games yesterday. Raza also can get it if he can get the right champions. So
man, Raza and Potty Ball really need to bring it back. They need a first here, or it's their run, their hopes are doomed.
And I think what we might see is like who can convert that win streak into a first place, or who can do something crazy like a big turnaround hitting a powerful Chosen, or
who are you calling for the win? I mean, bro, whoever like high rolls, honestly.
Exciting game to watch.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the winner once more, as we did get to see a convincing performance out of Jaywalking from South Korea, putting himself in prime position.
Like, that's kind of TFT. Like, really the thing with this format is, like, yeah, there's a potential for griefing, but like, there's potential for griefing, but really what it comes down to, like once there's multiple people in the spot, it's whoever high rolls. Like, Jaywalking was in such a good spot last game because he had a good early game, and he was able to go 8 at 4-2 with like 40-50 gold. Like, bruh. You know, like, it's going to be really hard to win against that guy. But this is the point breakdown. Zyko, Jaywalking, Lalana, Ramkev, SC, Yatsuhashi, all are able to play for first place. Even if Zyko doesn't win it, he has so many points that there's a pretty high chance he gets a second place. But all these players, if one of them gets a first, the tournament is over.
So I was like, he's got to be careful. He's got to save some
there's
of those
a pretty good chance this is the final game.
Day, you know, and you know, maybe
yeah, I think the format's pretty good overall. I'm pretty happy with it.
To say, but you get it.
It makes it a little more interesting.
That's right. The Secret Lab standings are heating up, and
the
as
Secret
we
Lab
have been
standings
saying and setting up, anything could truly happen for game number 5. We're gonna take a couple minutes and get set for the 5th lobby. Will it be the end? You're just
all right. We're gonna take a couple minutes, and I'm gonna use this opportunity to say, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch account, and you can get a free sub every single month, on top of a bunch of other benefits. But you get a free sub every single month. If you don't use it, you lose it. You're gone. They don't build up or anything. It just goes away. So make sure you're getting all your benefits from that Prime. Click the subscribe button under the stream, the purple subscribe button, and it will tell you if it is available. Yo, Mitchell Huang, thank you for the Prime, my dude. Thank you for using your benefits over here. Appreciate you, my man. Or my lady. Appreciate you, bro. Plushmeister, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, bro. Appreciate you so much. Plug the YouTube. We Can Be Heroes. Thank you for the 9 months. Yo, about the YouTube. Okay, I've been playing Set 5 on PBE. I have early access to it, and I'm getting some spicy footage. I can't release it until the 12th, but as soon as I can, I have that coming. I have a challenger guide coming. If you want to like make the step to the next level, if you want to step up your game, I have a really good challenger guide coming up. Yeah, thank you for the Prime. And it's all on the YouTube. All these games are going to be up there, so make sure you subscribe to the YouTube and you will get that info as soon as it is available, as soon as I can log it. Can you tell us how you like it? I love set 5. The set mechanic is so good. It's not anything too crazy, but it is very good, and it's something we haven't seen before. It's very fresh, it's very exciting, and it gives you a lot of control over the game. There's a lot of space for player expression. I was able to 3-star one of the new forecasts, and that video will be out as soon as I can drop it. So go ahead and follow my YouTube if you want to see that ASAP. When will there be a guide to go from top 50 to top 10? That one's coming out soon, don't you worry. Is set 5 your favorite? From what I've played, it's so good. I love it a lot. I think for now, it's probably my favorite set. I like the plugs. Got any more? That's all I got. It's Teemo OP. Teemo's really good. I'm not going to talk about any units because I don't know what they have released or leaked. I know they released Teemo. I know they released Draven. But I'm not going to confirm or deny anything. Run ads. Fuck it. Yeah, I was going to. After the Twitch Prime plug, we run ads. What do you think about the theory that odd number sets are good and even number sets are bad? Well, set 2 was really good. Org announcement still not released. Correct. Plug Gamer Juice. Oh, if you want the Gamer Juice, you should probably get it soon because I will not be sponsored by them too long. Yo, Marcel P, thank you for the 2 months, my dude. And yo, ADHD, bro, can we get the cast from yesterday up ASAP? Like, I know I can't release the videos for like a few days, but I'd rather have them up sooner than later, just in case we need to, you know, they need editing, or you know, I just don't want to wait till the last minute. Yo, Simon Paulo, thank you for the Prime, I do appreciate you. Yo, Gary Vice, gonna hit you up on Discord. Maybe I can get a head start on website ideas for a new set. Oh yeah, I need like a that I kind of want to get that done together soon. I talked to the devs and I want to work like on a comp section next. So right now we need 2 things. I need a home page, and then I need the comp section so people can know what comps to play. Out up by tonight. Nice. Tank top how much? Like 15 bucks? 10 bucks? G Fuel Power Spike free plug. I'm trying to think who the sponsor is going to be. I don't know who it is. I mean, I actually know who it is, but I can't. I don't want to say it. Yo, Leo Sorg, thank you for the Prime, bro. Leaks a set and they release an embargo. He can release a video. Nah, I'm not going to leak anything. It's going to be on the PBE on the 14th. But the embargo ends on the 12th. So I can release the videos and I can release the information on the 12th. And as soon as it's released, I'm going to drop all the info. I'm going to drop a big fat load on the YouTube. So make sure you're following that YouTube and you can get that information. Donation goal for chest waxing? Oh man, I guess I could. That's not even a bad idea. Yo, Tark94, thank you for the 2 months, says let's go Lalana. Lalana has been popping off. How does this next round work? If Pada Ball or Raza win, will it go for round 6? Yes. One of the players who has 18 points, if they get a win, it's done. But if Raza or Pada Ball get a win, they don't have 18, so it goes on to the next one. How do you not have a YouTube command? Do I not? Yeah, it's YouTube right there. Wait. Oh, it's YT. Oh, it's YT. Are you enjoying streaming? Hell yeah. Oh, thank you. Yo, buttfuck, thank you for the 100 bits. Your excellent casting gave me a boner. Hey, thank you, bro. How's Florida? It's hot. Nah, it's kind of good. Florida's fun. There's a lot to do. Dude, I've been eating so well. I just had boba for the first time.
6 out of the 8 players are currently in position to win as they have crossed the 18-point threshold, but they still need to get a first place spot to win. Will it be one of the established players who have been a favorite for a long time? Europe has been looking very strong, you know, anchored by Zaiku. But at the same time, we've also had some dark horses. Yatsuhashi from Japan.
Which flavor of boba did you like? Well, I only tried one. I tried like taro, and it was pretty good.
You also got a chance to sit down with your favorite meme queen.
It tasted funny, bro. Taro boba tastes weird, but it's pretty good.
Well, congratulations! You've made it all the way to the TFT Global Finals. How excited are you to be here?
そうですね、世界大会に出れたこと自体はまだまだちょっと実感が湧かない部分はあるんですけれども、しっかりプレーを楽しみたいなというふうに思っています。
What are you hoping that your outcome is?
そうですね、全試合楽しみたいと思っているので、Day3 に進むことが目標です。
So who's the toughest competition for this event?
そうですね、NA の選手はすごくレベルが高いと思っています。
Oh man, this was going to day 2 what he said. This was day 2, and then NA got clapped. Dude, NA was so close though. Like it was so close to 4 NA players being in the finals. It was so fucking
そういう
close.
意味ではすごく意気込みがありますね。
Yatsuhachi, I mean, it goes without saying that many players from that part of the world feel an extra sense of burden and pride to be able to represent their country. Yatsuhachi hoping that he can ignite the fan base in Japan, which I don't think is a country people talk very often in TFT, Doa.
Yeah, that's true. It's honestly not
Japan has a lot of good players
talk
though.
about very often in terms of PC gaming as well. So it's really cool to see a player from Japan do so well. And Yatsuhashi's last game especially was extremely impressive. He needed at least a first or a second to put himself at that 18-point threshold to have a chance to win
You're
this
the
game.
winner.
And he got second. He did it. So he's clearly
Japan deserves
capable
2
of putting
spot,
together
dude.
these awesome performances. You can see it.
Okay, I want to talk about this because this set we got what 24 players at Worlds. It's not enough. SEA region didn't get a spot, which is a crime. OCE only got 1 spot, which doesn't make any sense. Japan got 1 spot, which I mean kind of makes a little sense, but they should probably get 2. I think next set, what I want to see is I want to see like at least 32 players, but the ideal situation would be like 64. That would be the ideal situation. I don't think we're gonna see it next set, but eventually maybe. But these regions do need more spots. OCE at the very least needs 2. SEA needs 1. So if the next set isn't at least 32 players, it doesn't make any sense. And it actually works out. 32 players would actually work out a lot better than 24. I don't know why they did 24. If you do 32, you can have 4 lobbies, and then you go down to 2 lobbies, and then you go down to 1 lobby. Or you go from 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. Either way, it would make a lot more sense. If they did 64, it would probably have to be over like 2 weeks. But I mean, that'd be fine. Like, you know, have like a 2 or 3 week long event. It'd be completely fine. Mute all? Oh, he muted all? Yeah, he muted all. Alright, this is probably the last game. Unless Raza or Padabal win, this is going to be the final game. If anyone else takes the cake, that's going to be lit. Oh, no! He says, no! Wrong one! Oh, man. Honestly, this is a very good shop. He has a Sivir from the Orb, which is really good. But he also has an Elise pair, and he already has Cultist. He's... The disappointment on his face. Oh, Raza! Yes! Raza has a chosen Fortune Kench. Okay, Raza has to play for first place, and Fortune at 2-1 increases your chance of getting first place by a bajillion %. Run the numbers, that's a fact. And Raza getting the Fortune Kench, if he gets an Annie, Cat, or a Darius, is going to be in a very favorable position to do that. Yeah, Raza just got his only out. But I actually kind of hope this is the last game because I kind of have to go somewhere. We'll see, we'll see. Someone with a duelist star. Raza does not have any fortunes yet. He is playing just the Kench. The goal here is to pre-level if there's no fortune from an orb and get a better shot and getting better, like you get better roll odds to get the Annie or the Cat or that Darius. Boom, Cat, unlucky. So he's gonna pre-level here. He's gonna take the Brawler, and he's just gonna take some random garbage units. Why not? Ah, more dog, please. Well, he has a Chalice and a Cloak. Items aren't super amazing. They're good for like a AP based comp. Nico, maybe Fable, or maybe Mage. Overall, it's not too bad for his current board. Yatsuhashi with the fewer chosen. Pod the ball. Econ is looking so rough. He has a Kench 1-star on his board, and he doesn't even have 10 goals. So Pod the ball is not in a very happy spot. He needs a first place here. Him or Raza need to get a first for this to continue. Ram Kev, 5 Yasuos coming out of the gate swinging with that sword. Does slam the Guardian Angel. Now, I don't know if any of you guys play Duelist, but these items suck. GA isn't very good on Yasuo. Rod is definitely not an amazing item for the comp. The best case scenario for the Rod would be a locket. But overall, if he does get a free Yasuo 3, it's not going to be too shabby. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here. It's anyone's game. Raza still not getting that fortune. However, does have a Maokai pair, does have a Diana pair. Surprise, we're not seeing a Chalice Slam. Yatsuhashi slamming a Spark, maybe looking to play keepers from that spot. Zyko, Tristana 2, 4 Trists, 1 Teemo, 2 Dianas, 2 Nidalees, potentially looking at a sharpshooter angle. Doesn't have a chosen quite yet, so that option is always there. I smell Ashley cooking something. It smells pretty good. It's like in the cartoons where you have like the scent coming out of the chicken or the pie and it just like lures you. It's like, all right, come over here. And you just like, you come at it like that. It's kind of like that. Anyways, get back to the game. Zyko's level 3, potentially looking at a sharpshooter board. Does manage to kill a unit from Raza. Raza does break the loss streak with that Kindred, doing a lot of damage. Still unable to find that fortune. Raza can't win. Yeah, Raza can't win, but he needs a first place here or his run is over. And right now, he's at the bottom of the standing, so he's not going to perform very well. So even though Raza and Paz the Ball, they can't win with the first place here, they still need to get a first, or else one of the other player takes the cake. You know what I mean? Well, he does get the Darius. Fortune at 2-3 isn't bad. He does have 2-3 costs with Darius, with Kindred. So even if he doesn't win, he will be able to win some fights. Jaywalking, sending it to level 5. SC, Ramcav, 100 HP. Somebody might lose a streak. Pop the ball. Board is looking pretty freaking awful. Items aren't much better. I think it's up to Raza to make to take a first place here, or this series will be coming to an end, and somebody will be walking away with the golden spatula. Raza cementing his win streak, getting a 2 win, getting a little extra gold in his back pocket. That wallet feeling a little bit fatter with that fortune win streak gold. Raza eyeing that Kindred pair. However, he does have a Chalice and a Cloak. Probably wants to figure out something to do with those items. Could potentially go for a Rod to take a Spark. The Rod is gone. He could potentially take a double Chalice. However, that doesn't sound like a great idea. He might just be eyeing the Kindred pair, and that gives him a very good out for his mid game. If he gets a Kindred to wait, he sold Kindred. Okay, never mind. He's just gonna be trying to play Shyvana from this spot. He has the Runons. He doesn't have the Chalice slammed, and he's probably just gonna be trying to play the Brawlers mid game. Lana, a lot of items on bench. SC has a few. Ooh, Lucky Lantern. It is a Rod and a Target Doomy. Not too shabby. Could make 20 gold here. Is thinking about making the Runons. Does make the Runons on this Kindred. Is he gonna sell this? This Kindred is by far his best board, and it's a very decent user for the Runons, but he will not make money if he holds on to it. So we'll see what he decides to do. He does choose to keep the Kindred. I wonder if we see the new cell come out. He's fighting against Lalana, who is running 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mages. That's probably a cultist TF. Lalana has so many mages and 5 components on the bench. That is a lot. He does sell the Nunu, does stay level 4, decides to make the Econ. I'm kind of surprised he's not going 5 because he has a 2 win streak. And it's like, yeah, you have fortune and losing is fine, but I feel like if you have the chance to win, why wouldn't you want to? Ooh! Oh man, like that's literally a level diff. If you have a 3 win streak, that's extra gold in your pocket, less win streak gold everyone else gets. And it's like, I think that was a mistake from Raza. I think he should have just gone 5 there and contested the streak. He was definitely in a good spot to play win streak fortune. I don't see why you wouldn't want to. If you're going into a brawler direction, then you really want a win streak as long as you can. I mean, maybe he's just playing 1st or 8th. He does want to get a fat cash out. We'll see how it turns out for him. But I think it is a little risky. Everybody else in the lobby, other than Pod the Ball and Raza, if they get a 1st place here, they will win the whole thing. Everybody else is at the 18-point threshold. Ramkev does not go for a reroll Yasuo comp. I think that is a smart decision. He leveled up to 5. He took another rod from Carousel, whether by choice or not. He does have another. Wait, no, he got a rod from the Lucky Lantern. I'm kind of surprised we don't see a Locket Slam out of Ram Kev, but he will be able to take down Lalana. Ram Kev is being very greedy. I'm actually not surprised. Locket is the top 4 play, but I think if you want to win, you don't slam the Locket. You greed for the good mage items. You greed for the Gunblade. You greed for the Jeweled Gauntlet. And we're going to see what happens. Because Lalana has a good mage opening. However, he has a lot of really suboptimal items on bench. And he does have a lot of components overall. But these players want to play with the first. Jaywalking, once again, win streak. This player is consistently win streaking. Yo, Bubba Roche, thank you for the 6 months, bro. Jaywalking has been consistently win streaking throughout this tournament. Very, I mean, insanely strong player. Lalana has a lot of mages, does manage to find the Lulu too, has an Annie pair, has a Vagar pair. I can definitely see Lalana winning the game. Does slam the Z-Rot, goes ahead and slams the Gunblade for the Twisted Fate, who is eventually going to be dropped for like an Aurelian Soul. This is a very good mage mid game if he's able to find these upgrades. 80 HP, not too shabby. The only really guy sticking out here, Pod the Ball, who is at 58, a little lower than he wants to be. Yatsuhashi's board is looking kind of sad. He has pretty good items. He has 4 rods. I think the only option for you is Nico. Ideal situation is you get a Jeweled Gauntlet or a Death Cap for one of those rods. You get a Gunblade for the other one, and then you get a Vanguard Spat, at the very least a Guardian's Angel. And if he is able to get that Nico 2-star, he will be in a pretty good spot. That is a chain diff if I've ever seen one. Lalana getting a win that he desperately wants. Doesn't want to bleed too much HP. Yatsuhashi going 6. Lalana getting Cultists on the board finally. You see the whole lobby leveling the 6. No one's playing too aggressively other than Jaywalking, who was already there. 100 HP Zyko, also in a very dominant position. We get a peek at Jaywalking's board, who does appear to be possibly playing Kale. I don't think I've seen a single Kale player across all these games today, but we do see a Rage Blade, we do see Chalice, a Cloak, a Rod, a Spat. This is a telltale Kale game. I mean, we might see something else, but we might see Kale. Yatsuhashi did send it to 6 and rolled down quite a bit, was able to find not only 2 Kindreds on bench, but also a Kindred chosen. This is a very clear direction into a Kindred 3. However, I don't know what you're going to do with that if you're trying to play Fabled. We saw an IE Death Cap Morello Tristana. I don't know what that's going to be other than maybe Talon. We shall find out. Jaywalking has a lot of decent pairs. Has a Kindred pair, has a Yumi pair. These are very expensive to hold. Do you ever sell this Yumi? I don't even know how you're going to play it as a thing. There is a Callista pair. You kind of want to run that. You have this Nidalee that's really not doing all that much for you. This is a very weird board, and he's considering selling. Is he considering selling the Nidalee? He does sell the Kindred. He likes to keep the Yumi pair. That's very interesting because I guess if you get Yumi too, you just drop the Kindred and you probably have enough damage for it. SC on the only one left that is win streaking. He has a stacked Tristana with the Morello IE and the Death Cow. It's just some janky items. We're playing for a win streak. However, you look at SC's position, the board is very strong. The items are pretty good if you go for Talon. And he's on a full win streak, has 50 gold, and on top of that, there is a Nico sitting there on bench to make sure he's able to get one of those 2-star 4 costs very quickly, probably a 4-1. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Talon or a Morg 2-star. I don't want to call it too early because, you know, it could always change, but I think there's a very good chance that SC wins this entire thing here. I think this might be the game where he wins it. He has a good early game chosen. He has good items. He has a clear direction to victory. I think his win con is probably going to be Talon or Morg 3, and the potential is definitely there. Unfortunately for him, the lucky dice, or the loaded dice, did not drop from the lucky lantern, so it might make it a little more difficult. But from what we've seen, generally, not a lot of people go for these comps. Like if someone goes for Talon or Morg, it's usually one person. So I mean, we'll see what happens. I think these people need to start griefing, and they need to keep this in mind. Lalana is able to get Annie too, which is going to solidify the front line for the mage comp. That is a Rage Blade Slam on the Kindred, so maybe not going for Nico for Yatsuhashi. Maybe we are going to commit to a Kale comp, eventually selling that Kindred. We will see what happens. SC is pushing that lead, has so much money, levels up to play another Jarvan. Although it's not a huge upgrade, that one unit might be the difference between winning and losing. Lalana does pick up a tier from Carousel, is not making the Hodge, is electing to save the glove for a jeweled gauntlet and the tier for a possible spatula, because I think normally in a game you would slam this Hodge. However, in this type of scenario where you are playing for first place, you do have to play for win condition. These players are playing more greedy. They're playing for a first. He's saving it because if he does get that spatula, it will make the difference. And the target dummy, the last man standing, that level 7 was not enough. It almost made a difference, but it was not quite there. Lalana will be able to be the last person to maintain that win streak. 80 HP. Pa the ball, desperately rolling down, has a fortune cash out that he wants. Finds a Katarina fortune chosen. Can he get the cash out? Pa the ball needs a first place here if he doesn't want the lobby to end. Right now, he's at the bottom of the barrel for points. So if it ends, if someone else wins, he's going to get a 7th or an 8th place, depending how he does versus Raza. And it's probably going to be an 8th. So he does want a greedy. He does want a cash out. And he does want a first place. He has to play 1st or 8th here. And fortune is the way he thinks he's going to do that. This is looking very promising. There's a lot of units left, and this will be a cash out for Pa the Ball. Mr. Pasta Bowl is going to take a stand, throw down the gauntlet, and whip it out on the table. Yatsuhashi taking a loss. Raza 65 HP. Let's see what this cash out is going to be. That's a Samira. That's a bow. That's a belt. That's a Yone. That's an 8th place, no? I mean, Samira's pretty good, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. If he can get Nico here or 2, he might be in a good spot. But overall, he has a Samira. The Jewel Gauntlet's not amazing. He has a bow. It could be a Last Whisper. Okay, it's an 8th. Alright, it's an 8th. Alright, Raza has to hold down the fort because... Oh, he doesn't take that silver, really. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't take silver chosen here. Let's see what this roll down ends up... okay. I mean, he takes Enlightened Fiora. He takes Enlightened Aurelia, I guess. I mean, you kind of have to take something. Slams a Warmog, slams a Jeweled on Yone. Does have Slayers, does have Sharpshooters. Oh no, you don't want to slam Runons here. Maybe Titans is okay. Does slam the Stone Plate. Alright, Ram Kev. Okay, I think Ram Kev is not getting first place here because his board kind of sucks. He has an IE and a GA on Talon, has a potential for Morello, has a potential for a Last Whisper. Pot Ball does make a stand, is able to win a fight. Raza, however, on fire, the only one streaking. Raza needs to make a first place here or his run is over. So him being on fire here definitely puts him in a good spot to accomplish that. I'm sure all the Osh reps love to see it. Man, dude, if Raza wins the whole thing, or Yatsuhashi, honestly, I'm really rooting for them because they are the sole representatives for their region. And if they can go on to win Worlds 1 out of 24, I think that would be so good to watch. Like the story, just the story from now would be so, like, I'd be very happy to see it. Even though it's not my region, I'll be very happy to see them win. Zyko, however, Aatrox chosen at level 7, double Nico on bench. Man, this guy... with the scuffed items, RFC, Last Whisper, GA, as soon as Zyko gets one Samira, he's gonna destroy the entire lobby. However, Pod the Ball is winning another round with that Samira, with that Yone, with the Aurelia too, doing a lot of work. Man, all of a sudden, Pod the Ball, he's not in a bad spot. 52 gold. I mean, his HP is kind of bad, but the potential is there. He can go level 8. He can. He doesn't really have money to get a better Chosen. Okay, honestly, his spot's really bad. His only 2-star is this Aurelia Chosen. The fact that he's winning fights is a miracle. Jaywalking, double Chalice on that Nidalee. Not the greatest, but I think he's hoping he can get a Kale Chosen, and we'll see what happens. Lalana with the Annie 3 coming out hot. You get to see the board here. That is a big Annie. This is an Annie 3 with a Gunblade, with a QSS. You can't even Lee Sin kick that off the map. Yone is gonna ult it, but that Brand stun locking the enemy team. This TF dropping balls. If you look, Lalana was running a cultist TF earlier. He did end up selling it and was able to find an Annie Chosen. That Yone ulti is super powerful. I wonder if the Yone ult, I think, will be able to take this Annie down. The Annie is stuck on this little Zerot. Will be unable to take down the Samira. Will get clapped by this Yone. And once again, Mr. Pass the Bowl is stabilized. 4 win streak. Terrorizing the lobby. We'll be looking for a glove. Oh, we'll be looking for a glove to get a Last Whisper here. Potentially a bow. What? He does take a bow. I wonder if that was to greed, because I feel like a glove is probably... I guess he doesn't need a glove, does he? He has a Yone to provide shred, so maybe he doesn't even need Last Whisper. Maybe RFC is good. Plus, it does allow him to deny Swain from the rest of the lobby. Denying Zyko from Swain would be really good. However, Zyko's probably not looking to double Nico Swain, although if he had it available to him, I mean, that is always an option. You really have to watch out, because there is mage players, and if they get the Swain, if no one else griefs them, it could be a danger to you. And the thing about Pod the Ball's spot is he's towards the bottom of the lobby, so if someone wins, he's going like 7th or 8th, and that is not that much money. Does sell the Aurelia. Gonna be looking for a better Chosen. However, he sold his 1 2-star unit. Is able to get that Sivir. Bro, this board is not so hot. Oh man, he does fight a Kale Chosen, but this board cannot support Kale. Wait, Ross is running Brawlers? Oh man. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is gonna be the last game, because I don't see Roz's Brawler board winning unless he gets Shyvana 3 very soon. He potentially could. Like, he has a set, which is very good for him. He has level 8, 40 gold, double Runons on the Shyvana. I mean, the chances aren't great that he wins, but the potential is there. He is going to end up losing his streak against Pod the Ball's set. 5 win streak for this guy here. That's going to be very good for him, because he needs a lot more units. I mean, Pod the Ball, wait, he's running 6 Dragon Soul. Very interesting. He has good Aurelian Soul items. He has good Shyvana items. He has that Olaf. He's going to be rolling down just a little bit. The issue is he's nowhere near Shyvana 3, so it's gonna be kind of hard to actually turn this into first place, which is what he needs to do in order to have a shot of winning the whole tournament. However, I mean, maybe Pause the Ball. If he ends up hitting his 2-stars, the potential is there, but I don't really know. I don't think so. I don't think there's a very good chance this is the last game. A lot of players are being very greedy with their items. Jaywalking is he's still running this Nidalee. He's making his Kale items. I mean, we'll see. Like, I think these players are playing it pretty well. They're being very greedy. They're not trying to play for top 4. They are playing for firsts. Pause the Ball does get taken down, sent to 9 HP, getting a little low. Yatsuhashi, the sole win streaker, Ram Kev 41 HP, SC 40, Jaywalking 36 is trying to play KO. Zyko hitting the 2-star Sedge. I wonder if he still has Aatrox chosen. More than likely he does. Like the overall, this is a very close lobby. Everyone's HP is pretty similar. There's not a huge gap between like 2nd and 7th, for example, but you do have that outlier on the bottom. Yatsuhashi is running a keeper board. We've been seeing these keeper boards do very well. I don't know how often they're winning. Generally, they get outscaled a little bit unless they hit really, really hard. Wow, Raza drops a full Guardian Angel for his Aurelion Soul. That is actually insane. The rest of the items kind of suck. He has a Static Shiv and a Redemption, which is probably going to be coming out. Zillion 2! Oh my god! Let's see what happens here. Let's look at his roll down. Does definitely want to get an Aurelion Soul too. He has a Samira pair. How do you play the Zillion? Drop the Azir. Does get the Braum upgraded, is able to find an Aurelion Soul pair, upgrades the Annie. That's another Shyvana 2 on the bench. All of a sudden, I mean, I was saying Raza's not looking so hot, but all of a sudden, the possibility of him winning is definitely there. He has really good items. He has decent utility if he chooses. Who holds a Morello set? It's probably Redemption Slam. He does choose to make blue buff instead over the Static Shiv. I think Redemption provides you a lot of value, but this is perfectly fine. Blue buff is perfectly fine. Zerod's also perfectly fine. He is going to be able to beat Lalana's board. Lalana does not have any access to the backline. It has no way to get to this Aurelion Soul, and 6 Dragon Soul is just going to do so much damage into this 3-star Annie. Pod the Ball does stabilize, is able to stay in the fight. 9 HP in a dream. Zyko, despite the high roll mid game, is getting lower and lower. SC, Lalana, Zyko, all in the 20s. Raza, Ram Kev, Yatsuhashi winning their respective fights. The gap between the bottom and the top player grows larger than ever. However, Zyko still does have the double Nico on bench. The potential to spike is there. We're not seeing any image pop up for a 2-star. There it is. There's the Samira he was looking for. He had very good Samira items. He has a GA, he has an RFC. He found the unit he was looking for. And there is Zyko with the GA, with the RFC, with the Last Whisper. Raza's clicking it. He is not happy about what he's seeing. And now Darius is going to dunk and chunk this set, send it back to the Shadow Realm. Samira spinning and winning. The Asol still has a GA, still has a Zillion ulti. There goes a Zillion ulti. Achoo, achoo. It is not going to be enough. This Samira is proven to be very powerful. The set ulti coming out, taking it down once. Can the Samira stay alive? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh my god, their Aurelion Soul is not enough. Can the set slam it? No, it can't. She does a backflip. She does a break dance all over Raza's board and will take him down. Pod the Ball still 9 HP. Lalana taking another loss, 11 HP. Zyko, no chosen, did sell the Aatrox. What is he going to do? Does sell the Darius. We do not currently have Slayer. I wonder if he realized he doesn't have Slayer. He does realize he plays it over the Shed. No Mystics. There's an Olaf too. I don't know what this Shed is doing. He doesn't have any other Mystics. Does have a GA. Does have a Hodge. There's a Yone over there. He's gonna go ahead and lock. He wants this Olaf. He wants this Yanni. He has a Sedge too. He has a Aatrox too. He has a Samira too. Olaf 2 diff. Isn't an Olaf 2 diff? It is not. This Samira is going to take down Yatsuhashi, who has infinite amount of Jarvans on the bench, but it is not going to be enough. Pod the Ball does get knocked out. Raza is the only hope of making this go to a game 6, or else it is all over. He's in a very comfortable spot at the top of the lobby, but if Raza doesn't take it, whoever does will be crowned the set 4.5 Spatula champion, the chosen one, if you will. Lalana, level 7, 2 HP, taking a glove. Does Lalana have a Samira 2 at 7? Perhaps. Ram Kev, not getting anything that he's looking for. Not very happy about that one. Does elect to take the Warmog's armor. It's down to the wire. It's gonna be really hard to fit Mystics onto this board because you are running. You'd have to, I don't understand why he's running this Aurelia. I mean, the only way you run... Oh, wait. Oh, that's pretty good. How do you fit it, though? I mean, do you sell Aatrox and Sedge? To play Mystics? He does sell the Aatrox. I feel like he should have sold the Sedge instead of Aatrox. Aatrox is so good. Alright, and Sedge is so not great. Ramkev does have a Talon board. I think generally it's not an amazing comp, and your win con is 3 stars, and there's just no way it's gonna happen. Wow, does the whole lobby have Samira too? Well, 4 Adept is gonna be very helpful into the Samira. That's a Death Blade. BT, Infinity Edge Samira. One more auto to get the ulti out. Everybody melts like butter on a hot summer day. Samira versus Samira. Olaf is trying. It is not going to be enough. SC does get taken down. The superior Samira left standing. Yatsuhashi knocked out. Lalana 2 HP. SC 13. Ramkev 15. Jaywalking. Raza are very comfortable with their HP lead on the rest of the lobby. Raza is looking for a first place, and the potential is there. He was able to get a Shyvana 3. Wow, Raza's in a very good spot. Shyvana 3, double Runon's death cap. Those autos are going to hurt a lot. It's going to hit 3 targets, and they're all going to melt. Does have a perfect item, Asol 2. Does have a Zillion 2 with the blue buff. That ulti is going to come out very fast. Has a Morello for healing reduction. We look at Lalana's board, level 7, a bunch of little noobs, double Chalice and a Zeke's on this Aurelion Soul 1 isn't going to be enough. The Dragon Soul Shyvana does get taken down. Can this Annie do it? The Samira spins and wins, does not take down the Asol. The ulti finally going to come out. Is it going to be enough? It is not. It hit absolutely nothing. It did absolutely nothing. It tries again, but that target dummy is not going to fall. It is going to be the end of Lalana. 6th place locked in. SC taken down for a 5th place. Ramkev down to 8 HP. That is going to be 1 life in stage 6. However, we have Jaywalking win streak. We have Zyko on a win streak. We have Raza, who has a very strong board and is on a 2 win streak himself. It is the battle of the win streakers. And if Jaywalking or Zyko win here, this is going to be the end. This is going to be the last final fight. Raza really wants to make a stand. 6 Dragon Soul. Set 1 is going to be good enough. The Zillion 2, the Asol 2, he has what he needs. The Titans is going to be fairly decent on the set. I think Raza has a very good chance of winning this whole thing. However, Zyko with that Samira 2, Jaywalking with that Samira 2, they're going to put up a very strong fight. But if anyone can take him down, it will be this Dragon Soul board. Trying to get the positioning down. Playing the Zerot near the Aurelion Soul, making sure it doesn't get clapped. Oh no, Jaywalking's playing Kale, not Samira 2. Jaywalking has a fully stacked Kale. Did end up finding that chosen Kale, and it's feeling pretty happy with that one. Where I'm lagging just a little bit. It might be Raz's end. That Lee Sin was unable to get the kick on this Shyvana. We get the other POV. The Kale's chopping down a Shyvana. Doesn't get any autos on this Kale. However, the Aurelion Soul with the backline artillery fire will take down Jaywalking's board. Ramkev is knocked out. Zyko is on fire. Jaywalking, I don't see Jaywalking beating any of these boards. Never mind, the Lee Sin is unlocked. The issue with Kale board is he has good items and he has what he needs. However, you need a lot of upgrades with this board. You need Lee Sin 2, you need Yone 2 to deal with things like the Samira 2, to deal with things like the Shyvana 3, the Aurelion Soul. You need all these other upgrades. You need multiple threats. And I mean, he does have the Lee Sin too, and we will see if it's enough. This Lee Sin, if he ults quick, he could kick the Yone out. I don't think it's going to come out. That is a very good Yone ulti from Jaywalking. It's going to get a lot of shred on the whole team. It doesn't actually tap the Samira, but the Olaf gets dropped down instantly. The Kale is still alive. The Samira gets knocked into the GA, but it will revive, and it will take down the Kale. Jaywalking takes another L. He really can't afford too many more of those. Zyko versus Raza. Zyko does come out on top, sending Raza to 30 HP, down to 2 or 3 lives. Raza needs to get a first here, or it is all over. He's at the bottom of the standings, but if he gets a second place, he might be able to squeak back some points to place a little higher, but he ideally wants to get a first place and send this into a game number 6. Jaywalking is going to sell the Yone to get the Morello onto that Lee Sin. I don't really know about that one, but that is what happened. Raza, however, he did take a loss, but if you look at the board, he's level 8. 50 gold, presumably pre-leveled at least a little bit. Zyko's positioning is not very good here. The Kale did get tapped by the Morello on the Yone. The Kale is trying. The Samira goes down into that Zillion ulti. Can the Kale revive and take it down one more time? Samira has an ulti yet. Needs one more auto to go off, and the auto will not be there. Zyko gets clapped by Jaywalking's board. Raza gets taken down by Jaywalking as well. Down to 10 HP. Everybody is down to 1 life. Oh, everyone wants a Steve Club. Everyone wants a Chalice. Oh, no, nobody wants a Chalice. However, that is a potentially, is that Yone 2 for Jaywalking? I don't know. If it is, that is very beneficial. However, Raza is 1 life. He is level 8, pre-leveled, 50 gold. He has the ability to go 9. In this term, you have to imagine we're going to see him going 9. Man, I think Zyko got really unlucky in the last fight because the Samira wasn't able to ult. Between the 4 Adept slowing it down and just the timing on the abilities coming out, the ulti was never able to go out. Took the Thief Club from Carousel. The way Thief Club works is it's based on your player level. So the higher level you are, the better items you get on the rolls. So level 8 is pretty good. These Thief Clubs, however, are not so high. Raza did go level 9. I'm not sure what he added, but just having another body on the board could be beneficial. Jaywalking versus Zyko. Someone's gonna get taken down here. That Lee Sin isn't gonna be able to kick anybody. The Olaf is disarmed. The Olaf is CC immune. Kale slapping away. The Samira does get the ultimate off. The Kale is gonna be able to take it down. That is a lot of life left on the Kale. Kale will get taken down, but the Kindred does manage to get the kill. Raza versus somebody else. I think Raza's dead. Raza is dead. Who's this? That is Jaywalking. He's celebrating with his homie. Jaywalking will take the first, and Jaywalking will win it all. He does take it first. He does kill both players, and this will be the end of the tournament. Double kill with the style points. Celebration coming out. That's got to feel good for Korea taking the win at the set 4.5 World Championship.
Man, what an insane end to that game, though. Zyko looked like he had it, but it was just...
Oh, man. Raza wasn't able to close it out and send it to game number 6.
Making it happen. What a finish, Frodan. Wow.
My heart is racing from the jaws of defeat.
Bro, we're gonna have so much Korean ego through set 5. Oh no! This is the worst thing that possibly could have happened. EU trash talk is one thing, but Korea trash talk is a whole nother thing.
With the Korean win streaking high tempo play, able to position as cleanly as possible, maximizing his chances. When it's all laid out on the line, this guy, Jaywalking from Korea, put it all out and was rewarded with the first place.
Okay, real talk, Jaywalking completely deserves this. He played out of his mind consistently throughout the tournament. He was at the top. He didn't even high roll like someone like Pod the Ball who took some wins on certain days. Like Jaywalking consistently played well, and I think if anyone deserves to win this, you have to put it to him. He probably played the best overall, and he was able to get a win here, and I mean, hats off to him. Completely deserved, completely got what was coming his way. Congratulations to Korea. They played out of their fucking mind.
Rated, like you said, is like a lobby winning comp. So what Jaywalking
Kara
was
wants
able
to cannon
do
flame
in
him for
terms of
Thunder.
taking that strength, he was able to put the Jewel Gauntlet on
Thunder
it, getting that
88877.
upfront damage, which mattered a lot, and then pair that with a front line that was just barely enough to keep the chaos.
Yeah, I'm about to dip though. I got somewhere to be. Yo, Twitch user, thank you for. Let me just thank these guys out. Twitch user, thank you for the $10 dono. Leo Sork, thank you for the Prime. Cyan Apollo, thank you for the Prime. I'm down to do one more Prime shill. Ramkev is here. Congrats to him. Yo, Ramkev, dude, good performance. I actually don't know where you placed overall, but man, it's been fun watching your games. I think you played out of your fucking mind, and very nice Run. Wait for the final standings. All right, I'll wait for the final standings. We will use this opportunity to say, if you have Twitch Prime, he went third. Hell yeah, good shit, Kev. Yo, if you have Twitch, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch account. You can get a free sub every single month. If you don't use it, you lose it and it's gone. Get your money's worth. Not only do you get a free sub, but you get a bunch of other benefits. All you have to do is under the stream, click the subscribe button. If your Prime is available, it will let you know and you can sub for free. Make sure you don't get scammed by Amazon. Get your value, get your money's worth, get your free sub.
Interesting in the end to really kind of see that battle of styles. Both Jaywalking and SCSC on our screen right now opting to try to win streak, just try to take advantage of everyone else playing greedy, and it worked for Jaywalking, not as well for SCSC.
Yo, Anonymous,
but
thank
honestly,
you for gifting
at the end of the day,
thank you for the
if you ask me,
$50 dono,
what
bro.
style
Appreciate that
is the
so
best?
much.
Is it the Korean style? Is it the NA style? Is it EU style? I'm gonna say we saw everything work pretty well. I think that's the great thing about TFT, is that you can approach it from so many different directions, and if you make good decisions in the game, you can make that style perform well. I mean, Zyko was, essentially 1 HP away from winning it. So as far as deciding what, regional style is superior, I think we're still very much on the fence for that one. Jury's still out on it. We saw everything do well, but in the end, today it was Korea coming for
Yo, Poulet BBQ, thank you for the sub, bro.
In a Riot game.
Baka Sama, thank you for the 2 months. Tier 3, my dude.
Margins. Look at that elation, jaywalking, popping out of his chair, and you love to see the support from SCSC.
You know, one of these, maybe next set, all those computers will be filled. There will be more than 2 Koreans in the 10 computer room. Interview Ramcab, I can't. I actually got a dip. I got somewhere to be.
And there you have it, the standings.
But I mean, I'm super happy for Ramkev. He popped off, dude. He popped off. He played out his mind. This is the standings. Jaywalking. Oh, this is the last lobby. So Jaywalking, Zyko gets 2nd place. Ramkev getting 3rd, followed by Lalana, followed by Raza tied for whatever 4th and 5th, 5th and 6th. SC 6th place. Man, not bad. But yeah, Ramkev played out of his mind consistently throughout the tournament. I think he's a player who was slept on the entire time, and he went to show why he deserves a spot here. He experiments a lot in solo queue. He doesn't care about his LP, and that's probably why he doesn't get recognition. But showing that really doesn't matter. And if you just try to be the best and you just try to keep improving, that the work pays off. Yo, Gusto TTB, thank you for the 3 months. And Ramkev's work definitely paid off. Pass the ball, no ASO 3 keg W.
Other little.
But with that said, I'm out. This was super fun to watch. It was super fun to cast. Ramkev haircut power spike was activated. Yeah, he popped off. And yeah, definitely follow Ramkev. Yo, Ram, are you streaming? I'm down to host you, bro.